Boston. He'll be arriving at 11:15. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
This is the greatest show. The greatest show. Okay. What are you doing? Good. Good to see you too. Hi. As always. Nice to see you. Susie. Yes. Well, you look vaguely familiar. You always look amazing.
I actually bought this last when we were in Nice.
Did you? Alice loves this. Good morning. Yeah. Always have to keep up more than I do. I've got one there. Yes. Oh, I wouldn't mind. I felt like I'm falling. Very flexible. Yeah, like that.
Everyone was like,
Los Angeles is my favorite place to go. I've got them.
I just texted my husband because we're doing it so many times in my head. And he doesn't even texted him as I was and then they started recording and I was like,
You good? I'll tell you. That's my standard. Yeah. Everybody says, how are you doing? But thank you for your email. I love this. Yeah, I'm just working with him now. But that's good to see. No, we're at That's absolutely true. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 5th annual Mobile Disrupt. We are so excited to have this show again here today. We're going to kick things off today with kind of a recurring theme you'll be hearing, which is around collaboration. You know, the industry has evolved, it's matured, and it's gotten to a point that, you know, being heads down and just focused on what you do and oblivious to everything else around you really isn't going to work. And it's more important than ever that we look at other ways to work with different people, different groups, different organizations as ways of adding value in order to stay relevant. So this session is going to be one of those discussions today that's going to talk about different ways to partner, work with other people, and in the process, you know, improve who you are, what you do, and how you can serve your customers. So with that said, I'd like to introduce Daryl, and he'll take it from here. Daryl?
Thank you, Bob, and welcome everyone. Just a couple of quick announcements. In addition to the other hats that I wear as the Executive Director of GIA and Chairman of the Board of the Global Reverse Logistics Alliance, I also am the coordinator of this show. So I am obligated to give you a few reminders and help you get through your day successfully. Number one is your badge is required at all of our events. So if you go up to lunch today without your badge, the fine staff at the Fontainebleau may ask you to go back and get it. So just wear your badge as much as you can. Keep it on you. Keep it around you so that you are able to do everything and get into everything that you need to get into. This evening, after the 5 o'clock session, we're going to turn this room around quickly into a reception from 7 to 10, where we will have the Mobile Industry Excellence Awards, celebrating your peers and their amazing work. So please come back and join us here at 7 p.m. And then tomorrow we'll do all of this again and end the party at Bodega, which is about a 5-minute ride. Grab an Uber, head over there. DJ Provost, aka Peter Evans, from your own industry, colleague of Rich's, will be DJing from 7 until 1 a.m. So 7 to 10 is the official party, but the facility is going to keep it available to us until the wee hours of morning for those of you that don't like sleep. So please join us for all of that, and thank you all for coming out. This is a great show we love every year, and it's because of all of you. It's because of our wonderful sponsors, COS Phones, who's the primary event sponsor. Super grateful to them. So I just wanted to make those few announcements. And with that, we're going to turn it over. We're going to turn the topic to collaboration in the face of competition, making a bigger pie so that we don't have to cannibalize each other's pieces, right? So I am honored to share the stage with three individuals who I absolutely look up to as professionals, enjoy the company of in the networking opportunities. Very bright individuals who have seen a lot, done a lot, and really have made the industry. They have lived the idea of collaboration in the face of competition for years, and so it's my honor to share the stage with Susie Schlott from Blanco, Rich Bulger from All Things Circular, and Kevin Dillon from ERI. And so I'm going to start with just a very broad question. You know, we talk about collaboration in the face of competition and what that means for the industry. Just from your perspective, what is the value of kind of putting down the boxing gloves, right? Stop ending the conversation about, my customer, your customer, competing in the marketplace. What is the value of putting down those boxing gloves and working together in order to make the industry bigger, better, and stronger? What does that mean for you and your companies?
Well, speaking for Blanco, I think that we all recognize that everybody here is a competitor and dependent on one another. And the biggest gap isn't really supply as much as it is trust. And working together, as organizations, we can build that trust together. And like, for example, with grading and different things, if we go towards one goal instead of trying to fight each other for the smaller ones, we'll all be able to accomplish bigger things together.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and for me, I grew up in a culture where integrity is at the core of who you are. I wrote a book and I gave it to the Reverse Logistics Association to spark a conversation. In our space, there is no education. So a lot of people get pulled into this space and they're thrown into the deep end to figure it out. I've got some hard data on it. But at shows like this, at alliances like the Global Reverse Logistics Alliance, it's a chance for us to get together in our companies where there's not a lot of people that you can talk to that really know what we do. And I believe that having a good focus on the customer, aligning people around what is right and what is ethical, will grow this industry. It's a $70 billion industry right now. It's forecasted to grow to $172 billion by the year 2033. So there's enough revenue for everyone to make money and grow, but we've got to keep the integrity in the industry or we can destroy it.
When we founded ERI 25 years ago, there was no roadmap. It was still a brand new industry in terms of electronic recycling, which then in turn evolved into the ITAD industry. There is still no roadmap. It's still a relative new industry, and the only way to succeed is communicating and collaborating together. Richard's talking about the reverse logistics side. That's been tremendous for us, working with Richard and his entire team. Susie's talking about Blanco. We've worked together with Blanco for the last about 18 years. Blanco's so fantastic, they'll send technicians to your operation, help you redesign your operations, make you more efficient, ask you what your challenges are. They're always looking for new solutions together. At ERI, we currently have 9 locations within North America. We just recently expanded to Tokyo, and we're going to be announcing some additional international growth expansions. But we service 142 countries all over the world. And that servicing is through partnerships. And the partnerships are collaborated at conferences such as this conference, the ITAD Summit, the European ITAD Summit. They're also going to be announcing some additional conferences in the future. Recently, Daryl and his team had the leadership forthright to start the Global ITAD Alliance. And that is an organization with the top leaders in the ITAD industry. I happen to sit on it as a board of directors co-founding member. But I challenge everyone to sign up for the different various committees. There's committees that talk about reverse logistics, talk about certification, talk about grading, talk about global laws, global trade, international travel. You don't have to be a board member to be a committee member, but you need to be a part of the Global ITAD Alliance to have access to be a committee member. And so my personal recommendation, professionally and as a friend, would be to sign up and join the Global ITAD Alliance and try to make yourself as active in the committee community as you can.
So you mentioned certifications as one of the committees, and a theme here, right, is the maturation and growth of the industries. And Bob mentioned it in his opening comments as well, right? The mobility, ITAD, reverse logistics, the entire secondary ecosystem is maturing and growing, and really, as we think about the next decade, is likely to become a very key part of a much larger conversation around value of material recovery, because we are looking at a long-term material shortage issue. We do have a little bit of a consumerism problem, particularly here in the United States, and our industries are poised to be there to help clean up that mess. And so we have an opportunity, I think. But we also talked a little bit about kind of the Wild West, right? Kevin talked about 25 years ago, it was the Wild West, where we've codified it a little bit. What do you see as an opportunity for organizations like GRLA, GIA to continue to develop opportunities for standardization and making the marketplace a little easier to operate within partnerships and collaborate, create a more collaborative environment?
I'll jump in quickly. On the certification element, I think that it's critical that the leaders of our industry get together and collaborate and communicate on the challenges we're having, the challenges we have on movement of materials, the challenges we have on the value of materials, the challenges that we have around the MDM enrollment of materials and the cloud lock of materials, and we get ahead of it and communicate, as an example, on these committees, because it's better if the industry who's doing the work gets together and comes up with a collaborative solution as opposed to an NGO coming up with a solution that they have no idea about anything within our industry and that could drastically affect one's business. And so that's why the whole purpose of this conference, the GIA, the collaborations, to get together, everyone throw your problems on the table and collectively come up with solutions.
Yesterday we had a roundtable that had about 35 participants around the digital product passport. In the European Union, they are mandating that a variety of different industries create a record of events, a birth certificate all the way through death of a device, for two intentions. One is environmental, and I do think that the critical material shortage is going to impact us all, because when it gets to a point where we run out of new materials to make things, the things that we've already made are going to be the supply sources. And that day is coming really fast, and with those registrations, it could prevent things that are imported from being exported. So there's environmental events that are happening real time, and there's also economic events that are happening real time. $170 billion revenue stream gets attention from companies, it gets attention from governments. There's tax and tariff incentives, but with something as complex as a digital product passport, there is no blueprint right now on how that should be done. And if we wait for the government to prescribe the legislation to the industry, they're going to build something that is unwieldy. So with a lot of people in the room yesterday from a variety of different parts of the secondary supply chain, from OEMs through recyclers, all across the resale market, different varieties of software providers, the biggest fear is governance. Who is going to control the data? And how can you make it collaborative? And what we did yesterday was brought people together, gathered information, because everyone had valid points, and we're setting committees and roadmaps to go through and solve those one at a time. So when the legislators are asking for advice, we've got something to present that is good for all of us. And associations like the GRLA, the Global ITAD Alliance, this is our chance to create a unified voice to go through and help influence the working environment that we have.
Yeah, I love what you said there. I mean, really, we are going to be creating market confidence through standards. And standards are a commercial advantage. Certified erasure is becoming one of the baselines there. And I think, oh, is my, okay. Only by continuing to forge on and work on those things can we be able to drive that value through that trust and establish those trusted standards throughout.
Absolutely. So, and of course, I think everybody probably flew in here expecting a heavy dose of AI to be on the docket for all of our sessions today. And this one is going to be no different than that. One of the things that we're really seeing, and it's come up in every committee meeting, it's come up in every conversation we have, it literally is driving every topic into a different space than we could have ever imagined 5 years ago. How do you see AI creating more opportunity for collaboration, connection, development of the industry, consumer confidence? What opportunities do you see? I recognize 5 years out now seems like to infinity and beyond, because it's moving so quickly, and we just But what do you see as the big opportunities with technology and AI through our groups, through the collaborative efforts within your own partnerships? What can we do, and how can we utilize that to benefit everybody?
So a simple one, AI is great because there are millions and millions of dollars worth of data center chips that are being sold and remarketed on the marketplace. And so a data center and a hyperscale transaction, as opposed to a normal ITAD transaction, the data center transaction is tens of millions of dollars at one pickup of 4 to 5 pallets of material. So selfishly, I love that. That's great. Not embarrassed to say it. In terms of efficiency, communication, AI, I'll speak to ERI as an example. We've gone all in on AI. We used to have programmers. We had 7 in-house software engineer programmers, and we had a team of 30 in India that were programming. We actually had more programmers than we did business development executives at ERI, because customers ultimately what they want is they want the data, right? And so how do you figure out how to get them data fast and have it integrated within our systems? Since hiring some new AI executives that we have a long relationship with, we have now gotten rid of 30 people in India. We have now collapsed our in-house production team to 3, and we have got more work done in 6 months than we have in 7 years. So from an efficiency standpoint, a data analytics standpoint, it's priceless. It's great. It's fantastic. It's enabling us to generate more creative APIs with our customers, allowing our customers additional tools to see on the front end what the value of their material is. What is ERI expected to sell the material for, either on the e-commerce platforms, external platforms, or internal through our different bulk buyers all over the world. And so it's allowing us to be fully integrated more with our clients and really create that level of stickiness, because our systems are so heavily integrated together. Additionally, so that's with our front-end customers, but on the back end with our global partners being heavily integrated with our global partner network, it makes the communication of data for our front-end customers more seamless. And I think last year you had a gentleman here who was one of the keynote speakers, and you spoke about AI, and that really opened my eyes, my partner John Shigarian's eyes, and we had wonderful meetings with him. And so anyway, ERI has gone all in on AI, and we continue to do so.
As a direct result of the conversations you had at Mobile Disrupt.
All because of you.
Well, Kevin, I love the fact that you jumped right into the economic benefits of AI and the opportunities that it's going to create. So I'll pull on that, and I'll transition kind of the same way that you did. There is a global material shortage, and there is intense conflict that's taking place right now with the hyperscalers paying a lot of money with voracious demand right now. And that's going to impact our industry. There's buzz. The next iPhone is going to have a much higher price point due to the competition. And there's also buzz that it might be delayed, which is going to create some scarcity of supply and scarcity of demand in our industry that I don't think we've encountered before. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the competition between IT hyperscalers and mobility are going to resolve itself. So it's going to be a very interesting holiday season, I think, this year. But there's a question. How can you tell when technology is successful? It becomes invisible. 3 years ago, when we were talking about AI in the conferences, it was a buzzword. Kind of like ESG, circular economy. People kind of understood, hey, machines think. But when did people really realize that AI was real? It took Facebook 4.5 years to get 100 million subscribers. It took the mobile industry 7.5 years to get 100 million subscribers. It took ChatGPT 2 months to get 100 million subscribers. So if you are not using AI for intelligence crafting, because it's not just pulling data, it's analyzing data. Those who had the calculator brains that could tell what they should buy for and sell for, and that gave them market dominance due to how they thought. Well, now the industry is a whole lot smarter using human-in-the-loop AI, inputting their data and getting real relevant statistics. So I still see margins tightening. I see the industry getting smarter and consolidating steps and bypassing some of the logistical stops along the way. But if you aren't using AI to leverage, analyze, communicate internally, communicate externally, you're way behind the curve.
Yeah, and Blanco also has really embraced AI in that it's not just about speed, but it's about better decision making. Prediction is really where AI delivers the greatest impact, forecasting intake volumes, grading outcomes, and market demand. It enables smarter decisions before a device even arrives. And connected data is the true advantage here. Again, the opportunity here is AI helping all of us make better decisions overall.
If I could add one more. As our AI experts, have educated me, anything that is a manual input from a human being, AI can do. What AI cannot do is communicate and collaborate at a conference like this. So that, I think, talking about the whole entire intent of what we're speaking about today, it all comes down to communication and collaboration. The jobs out there, the administrative jobs within our organizations are going to go away. The jobs of, I think, a lot of per hour consultants, I think will go away. But what won't go away is the personal communication and collaboration and building rapport and building relationships with other stakeholders in the industry, buyers, resellers, customers, et cetera. And so, my recommendation on this conference is, go to as many events as you can, go to the cocktail hour, go to all the events, and try to build new friends, and thus for building new, monetary opportunities together.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so interesting how different our perspectives are given our roles, right? Our job as an organization is to create more networking opportunities. And so as Robert and I are building this out, one of the things that we're really looking at is how do we use AI and technology to recraft what networking looks like in 2026 and beyond. And so we're looking at AI tools and how do we develop platforms and connections and predictive opportunities for members of our organizations that they might not have thought of, but based on the operations that we're aware of can connect them and facilitate interaction even where it may not have happened in the past. So we're using it very interestingly as a networking tool to help facilitate some of that. The other thing I would say that we haven't really talked about, and we can get into it a little bit if you want, is how we can use in the secondary marketplace, how we can use AI and the tools that are tied to AI to create greater consumer confidence in secondary products, be that now between GIA and GRLA. I mean, we're looking at everything from T-shirts and snowblowers to servers and laptops, the whole gamut. How do we create greater consumer confidence so that we can broaden the customer base, that you increase the number of people that are buying these secondary products, but more importantly, increasing their trust, which then comes with higher price, right? And if we can expand at 5–10%, that's free money, which Kevin already talked about. His goals with the AI stuff. So free money is always a good thing.
Where are my GPT people? Raise your hands. Couple. Where are my Claude folks? The other one in the back. All right, the Claude folks. Have you ever done this? If you pull out your favorite AI, ask it a question, and it will scare you. What do you know about me? And have your AI tell you what it has learned about your behavior, because every one of our AI is different. You want to get really scary, ask it what it thinks about you, because it will respond. So AI is learning the buying behaviors and the personalities of all of us right now. It's learning how to communicate. It could be used as a great tool to combat some of the fraud, waste, and abuse that we're seeing. It is also being leveraged to create fraud, waste, and abuse. You can get a call from someone that sounds just like your kids, just like your wife, from a different number, and convince you that it is that person. So social engineering is changing, but it's also helping make us put the right product in front of the right person at the right time. So I see AI really transforming the way that people shop. I see it transforming the way that we source and where and when we put things. We're getting a lot more efficient, and our culture is getting a lot more demanding to get what they want, when they want it, how they want it, and that's not possible without AI.
Yep. So we got about 5 minutes left. I want to get into a topic that has been touched on again briefly by I think by everybody on the panel, which is workforce development. And Kevin talked about AI has replaced a number of individuals. We also recognize that there are certain roles that AI and automation are not going to replace or are unlikely to replace in the near future. What do you see as the future of workforce development, creating professionals? I mean, Rich, you talked a little bit about this in the reverse logistics industry. There's not strong education, and this is a topic we're going to get into at our Founder Summit in Las Vegas in a month after the ITAD Summit. What do you see as the opportunities for the secondary industries, broadly mobility, ITAD, reverse logistics, to create opportunities for individuals to come in and really develop expertise and create a niche working environment for themselves?
I can jump in. I've started using the term circular business models when I'm talking to leaders in this space. No one thinks in terms of forward and reverse logistics. When you talk about it like in that terms, people's eyes kind of glaze over. But the Gen Z and millennial generation are increasing in buying power, and they are also the generations that are very likely to purchase something used because it's a smart financial decision and it's right for the environment. A lot of the people that are successful today have got to their roles by selling product one to customer one, and they make more money by selling more things to more people. In a circular business model, you're making more money by maximizing the value of things you've already made. There's government legislation that is going that way, but there's no education in reverse logistics. There's only one college on the planet that I found that has a master's and bachelor's degree program in reverse, very complicated. One half of a product's circular journey goes through reverse, away from customers. Leaders don't know how to market the customer 2, 3, 4. Finance doesn't know how to buy things from customers instead of buying things from suppliers in good, better, best conditions. Logistics professionals don't understand how to assess cosmetic and functional condition to make sure it's graded and treated right before it goes to the next customer. So I think the foundation for our industry and for businesses when they shift that gear to think that it is a circular business model that drives revenue, not an ESG environment where it's just cost. That's the light bulb that I see going on in a great way right now.
I see is obviously AI helps data analytics. AI helps you make better buying and selling decisions. But I think the question was mainly around jobs and what's still going to be there. We have a saying at ERI. We're old school, so it says our saying is get out of Facebook and get in someone's face. So we want our team members. We're not even that large in mobility, and we have 9 people here because we believe in supporting these conferences. We believe in everything that Daryl and Robert and Bob are doing. Matter of fact, our partnership that we just announced opening up in Japan, ERI Japan, that's a partnership with a massive organization called Itochu. And they're here. I know some folks just walked in. I saw them. And anyway, long story short, that partnership cultivated from this conference 3 years ago. And so, get out and communicate, still, meet more people in the industry, and that will drive additional revenue and thus, increasing your profits.
Yeah, and I really believe that purpose does attract talent, and organizations such as CTIA that have the programs that reach out to the high schoolers and teach them about the circular industry. I mean, we need more things like that to reach the younger generation and give them an opportunity to be a part of this.
Yeah, and absolutely something we're looking at on the GIA, GRLA front is how do we make the secondary market ecosystem something that kids look at and go, that's really cool. How do we connect that to both opportunity and excitement? And I think there's a lot of ways we can do it, and we're really kind of looking forward to digging our heels into that a little bit and figuring that out, and really just energizing an entire generation around what we do and the importance of it for them as the next generation, but also for their kids as they start to develop their own families. We actually have a whole panel scheduled. John is going to moderate that panel at ITAD Summit on what does that look like and how do we, and it's 3 very junior staff members in the industry who have kind of become rising stars. So super excited about that. We are up against our time, so I want to thank the 3 of you for joining us. Susie, I want to give you a special shout out because thanks to some flight issues in Boston, Susie got tossed onto the panel this morning. So she pivoted and did an amazing job. So thank you so much for making that work for us. Guys, I can't echo enough what Kevin and Rich and Susie have said about working together, about showing up to all of the events. Selfishly, we love when the rooms are full, when the reception has a lot of people at it. But look, if you want to get maximum ROI out of events like this, out of opportunities, it's all about being present, being open to the conversation, and just letting your mind absorb the information that is coming at you from all directions, and then doing something with it after you get on the airplane home. So thank you all for coming out to Mobile Disrupt Miami. I hope that the concept of collaboration in the face of competition sets a tone for the next 2 days as we go through all these sessions, as you walk through the exhibit hall, as you network and imbibe with peers and friends and celebrate their successes tonight with the awards. So with that, please give our 3 panelists a round of applause. And make sure you wear your badge because I don't want to have to yell at anybody this week.
All right, well done. All right, stick with us here. We're going to kick off our next session in just a few moments. Susan, well done. Thank you for stepping in last minute like that. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, Bob. My pleasure. Somewhere before the show's over. You going to be around both days?
I am tomorrow at 4.
All right. Yeah. Before then, we'll introduce you to a client and a good friend of mine, Elizabeth Chen. Oh, cool. I think there could be some partnership synergy between you guys and what they're doing. So she's big on the mobile side, but she's also big in Southeast Asia. I can open up a lot of doors for you there that you may already have, but if not, she could be a key to Southeast Asia.
Thank you. Love that.
Absolutely, my pleasure. All right, up next, we have an extremely informative session from Alchemy. And folks, one of the things that we have to be careful of is don't fall asleep on data, because data informs strategy, all right? And in this day and age, this is a mature industry. We need to look at the data trends and see what we can learn from that history, but also what it may predict about the future. So this session from Alchemy is going to give you a lot of really important information that, again, I believe you can use very strategically. So with that said, I'll ask you to have a seat, and I'm going to hand this over to Stephen Wise. Stephen?
Thanks, Bob. Oh, sorry, there's that one there. Ooh, this one, yeah. There we go. Cheers, Bob. Good morning, everyone. Just trying to check if I can see the presentation up on the... Okay, 5 minutes. Going to try and kill some time while the presentation comes up. I think the format for this... Dance for it. The format for this session was going to be broken into 2 parts. So the focus is to look at the circularity journey from start to end. So take a look at trade-in and then also the refurb market. And what are we going to share today is broken down into, firstly, a presentation on some consumer insights that we have generated from research completed in the US and a couple of other markets globally. That research was completed at the end of last year with CCS Insights. It gave us a lot of data points around consumer attitudes towards trade-in, as well as consumer attitudes towards refurbished products. And I'm going to share those with you. There we go, it's starting to come up now. And then the second part of the session, I'm going to invite a number of industry experts up onto the stage so that we can then dig into a little bit more detail around some of the key insights that come out of that presentation. I'm actually going to, I'll kick off from up here. We're good. There we go. So, perfect. I just need to be able to move it on now. No, it's not. Maybe you can flick it on a slide. We'll have to go old school. So first of all, just very quickly, for those of you who don't know Alchemy, we build, we operate and manage circular solutions for OEMs, retailers, and distributors. We do this on a global basis, so we have more than 16 facilities across 5 continents. And as part of what we've done, we've recovered more than 14 million devices through trade-in, reverse logistics, returns, etc. Processed and refurbished capacity of about 3.5 million devices a year. And that spans from smartphones, tablets, laptops, but also more broadly into consumer electronics. And then we've remarketed those products both in B2C and B2B proprietary channels. So I think it's a very quick overview and kind of a bit of background as to why we're sharing those insights. And again, thanks. So I just shared a bit of background on the research. So getting into, first of all, trade-in and looking at the gap that exists between consumer awareness of trade-in and intent and those who have actually completed it, and just look at the opportunity that exists within the market. And I think this is one of the most interesting areas that in the US for smartphone buyers, 87% of consumers are aware of trade-in and are interested in making a trade-in of their device. Only 60% of those were actually offered trade-in when they went to make that purchase, and about half, or just under half of that 87, actually went and completed a trade-in as part of a purchase journey. So it brings to the fore this gap between consumers who are aware and have an intent to trade in and those that are actually completing the process. And if we're able to close that gap, we can make a significant impact on the market and drive some significant growth. And I think the picture, when we look at that across different age groups, remains relatively static. We can see in the early age groups that awareness and intent for trade-in remains pretty high. But as we get into the older age groups, we start to see that actual completion of a trade-in start to drop off. So there must be some level of friction or a barrier that gets in the way for those slightly older age groups. So digging into some of those barriers, the research looked at a whole long list of different types of barriers that consumers could identify. But I wanted to focus on 3 here, and mainly because they overlap with each other, and if we can change these 3 areas, we can make a significant dent on the market. So the first, just go back to my screen quickly. The first is about trade-in values being too low. And that's a pretty obvious one from our side, that if the value that's being offered to the consumer is not significant enough, it's not worth their while making that trade-in, they won't do that. I think another part of it is awareness of value that may still exist within older or non-working devices. Consumers often think that their older devices, there's nothing here, it's not worth my while, so I'll throw it in the drawer. And the last one is around data security. So you can start to see how these data points overlap, and also if we're able to impact across these 3 main areas, we can make a significant shift in behavior for about 57% of consumers and move them towards making a trade-in. I'm going to look at each of those 3 areas in turn, and I think the first one to look at is just looking at value certainty. And I think there's 3 areas here that we can make a big impact on. First of all, 82% of consumers say that they'd be more inclined to trade in if they received an instant discount at checkout. 68% of consumers say that a strong commitment following the initial quote increases their confidence in trade-in. So how can we make sure that the value that consumer ends up getting in their pocket is the same as what was originally quoted? And 61% indicate that having the option to receive the device back if the valuation changes would improve their trust. So I think there are ways in which we can start to build on these areas, use these learnings, and actually try and make an impact on that consumer experience. I think first of all, with the immediate gratification, obviously in store that's relatively easy, but when we get online that becomes a much more significant barrier to that challenge. But there are areas that are developing in retail, in store, such as the use of kiosks, again, that make that journey a little bit simpler. I think the next point is around data assurance. And how do we make consumers feel safe that the data is going to be erased from their device, and that they can be reassured in that process. So 76% of consumers say that data wiping certificate would increase their comfort in trading in. And again, we can see that if we look at an age group breakdown, that concern raises slightly with the older age groups. I think there are some interesting developments in the market. This is just an example from Switzerland, a company called Rivendo. And they actually offer free data erasure certificates as part of the purchase process. So the consumer will receive that data certificate, demonstrate how that data has been erased to meet industry standards, and they specifically identify on their website how this is a competitive advantage to other trade-in providers in that market. Thinking about value again, and I think this is some really interesting data that we got out of the research, is looking at consumer perception of trade-in value and what is an acceptable trade-in value that is going to drive them to make that shift. I've got 2 sets of data here, and on the left-hand side, hopefully the screen has moved on. One more. There we go. So on the left-hand side, we've got data for a good working condition up to 2-year-old device. And on the right-hand side, we've got a non-working condition smartphone. Now, appreciate that this is brand agnostic. We're not being specific to any device or model type. But on each of these tables on the left-hand side, you can see the level of market share that can be achieved with a given trade-in valuation being offered. So, for example, for a good working condition device up to 2 years old, addressing about half of the market would require just over $200 as a trade-in value. The average is $247, and you could capture 75% of the market with $299, $300 trade-in value. With non-working condition, consumer expectations naturally are different, but we got an average of $116 and capturing about 75% of the market with $150 trade-in value. So again, it starts to help us understand where the consumer expectations sit and how can we therefore benchmark our trade-in values against those consumer expectations. I think the last point is built around how can we reduce friction within that trade-in journey. A third of consumers are looking for a quick and straightforward process, and about 79% of consumers are looking for a level of customer service where they can gain some kind of support through that trade-in journey. And again, I think there are examples out there in the world that show how, for example, an omnichannel experience where a consumer can start a trade-in online but actually complete it in a store or vice versa can impact positively on the trade-in attach rate. Also, in terms of the experience within physical retail, it's difficult to gain a consistent experience using the sales staff when they require training, they require the right level of knowledge, etc. The introduction of kiosks, for example, can support that process. And I've just got a couple of examples here, again, just from around the world that show how these are being applied in different markets. And on the right-hand side is MediaMarkt in Germany and across Europe, where they use an omni-channel presence. And on the left, there's a number of different companies using kiosks, but this is just an example from France. And it's really starting to demonstrate how that consistent customer experience in store can be achieved without significant levels of training of store staff. Okay, so that's the first half is around trade-in journey and how we can increase the supply of product coming into the market by increasing trade-ins. It's then looking at how can we unlock that growth for refurbished products. In a similar vein to trade-in, what we see is a gap emerging in the market where consumer awareness of what a refurbished product is and their interest is again pretty significant at 77%. But the percentage that have actually made a purchase of a refurb product sits at around 44%, so just over half of those. So again, there's a big opportunity to drive growth with that consumer audience and convert some of these who are aware, overcome some of their barriers and some of their reluctance to drive a significant uptick in the market. In terms of age groups, maybe as we'd expect, those younger age groups are more open to refurbished products and more likely to make a purchase. So how do we close that gap? And I think the starting point again is how do we build confidence in the refurbished products? So these are the top 3 factors from the research, the top 3 barriers to purchasing refurbished products, the largest of which is worries with hidden defects, which we're going to dig into in a second. Alongside that, we then see a demand for a full warranty. And again, in a similar vein to trade-in, the value or the discount achieved over the price of new plays a significant factor. But I think a really interesting area sits between this concerns about hidden defects and then the reassurance provided by a warranty and how that can overcome some of these challenges. So reassurance really starts with the proof of quality, and when we dig into the data and we ask consumers why are they purchasing the product or why wouldn't they purchase refurbished, naturally there's a group who want a fresh start. They want to purchase the new product. They want that reassurance. But then some of the barriers that sit beneath that we can amend, they sit around whether it's hidden defects or whether it's reassurance around the battery health or whether it's a reassurance around parts authenticity. But there's work that can be done there to provide that reassurance to the consumers, whether it's through guaranteed minimum battery levels for refurb products and communicating that incredibly clearly, or improving the way that we communicate the diagnostics tests that have been completed on the devices and what reassurance that, can provide to the consumer. As we said earlier, connected to that is around warranties, and consumers, when we ask them, what do you want? What would make you purchase a refurb product? What comes out on top is that warranty and the quality of that warranty. And consumers actually tell us that the minimum they expect is 12 months, but a significant group would love to have a 24-month warranty for more premium products. And they also expect a very clear returns policy that, again, is similar and in line with new products. They want to have 30 days to be able to review their product, ensure it meets their expectations based on grade, etc. And I think the other area that wraps all of this together is around grading and consumer understanding of grading, what it is, and also understanding of the grades themselves. And we actually asked consumers what is grading and gave them a multiple choice answer with 4 different definitions of what grading could be. And actually over half of them didn't identify exactly what grading is. So there is a little bit of a misconception of what does it mean in terms of identifying the cosmetic condition of a device. And I think when we look at individual grades, we ask consumers, which do you think would be in the best condition? And again, there can be confusion between pristine, for example, and like new for the top end of the market, and at the bottom end of the grades, an inconsistency between consumer understanding between good and fair. Now, obviously, in the market, there are a number of different types of, or different language used for grades in different terms, often meaning the same thing, but just a different header for that term. So bringing in that consistency would help to educate consumers and enable them to really understand, what does that mean? What should my expectation be? Just going to check we've caught up. Fantastic. Okay, and I think the last point is around affordability and what is the price expectation for consumers versus a new product. And in a similar vein to the data I shared earlier on trade-in, consumers expect an average discount of circa 50% over new. Now again, this is brand agnostic, it's not device specific or category specific, but it gives us an indication as to where the consumer mindset is. If I'm going to buy a refurb product, if I'm going to maybe take that risk versus a new product, what am I expecting in terms of a discount to overcome that? But what we start to see is, okay, well, you can actually capture 70% of the market with about a 63% discount. So we start to see how those adjust over the total audience size. And this data is based on buying a 2-year-old device in excellent condition. Okay, so that was some of the key data from our research. Is a snapshot. We actually have more data and a number of reports on our website. You can scan the QR code there and download the report. And we'll also make this presentation available. But I think the next part of this session, we wanted to dig in a little deeper into some of those areas and get an expert opinion on how can we overcome some of those barriers and what's being seen in the industry and on the ground. So I'd like to invite Craig, John, and G up onto the stage.
We need walk-up music.
Okay, welcome, gentlemen. I think as a starting point, it would be great if you could just each introduce yourself. Just, I'm sure the audience know who you are, but for those who may not, a quick introduction, just so we're on the same page.
Good morning. I'm Craig Feely. I am the head of Galaxy Value Innovation for Samsung. Please.
Come on, Craig. You can do a lot more than that. What else do you do?
I do a lot of things. So at Samsung, we're responsible for trade-in. We're responsible for our certified renewed product. we're also responsible for Samsung's Care Plus product. So we are creating the circular economy within the Samsung ecosystem that many of you participate in. So, is that better, G?
All right, and then Craig also is one of the co-chairs of the CTIA Grading Standards Committee. All right.
Thank you.
So, hey guys, I'm G. Ex-Samsung, I actually started the CPO, started the trading at Samsung. I'm also a former co-chair of the Grading Standards Committee. And then after Samsung, I went on to consult and work for Allstate, still in the trading space. So I've done trading for carriers, OEMs, insurance companies, and retailers. So I have the whole gamut. Today I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a founder of TICE, which is doing orchestration for reverse logistics. Oh, and Craig also, you need to, we had discussed that he needs to cut his hair a little shorter. He's a bit shaggy here.
If you don't recognize me from my AI-generated headshot, yes, I do have a little bit less hair.
It's the haircut.
John?
And John?
Yeah, I've got no hair either. Sorry, yeah, hi, I'm John Doughty. I'm SVP of Global. Sorry, I'm SVP of Global Partnerships for Alchemy. So I work with the retailers, OEMs, telcos, etc., globally around our programs and our relationships.
Perfect. Thank you, gents. So I think we're going to work through this in a similar vein to the research data, just break it down to two sections, and first of all, just focus on trade-in. And I think to kick us off, just look at the impact of trade-in on the sales cycle and consumer behavior. So I just wanted to give a couple of other data points from the research and then lead into a question. And I think the first one was that our research shows that 71% of consumers would replace their smartphone earlier if a strong trade-in offer was provided. And 68% were more likely to choose a higher-end smartphone if given more than $270 as a trade-in value. And I think the question, therefore, is in practice, how powerful a tool is trade-in at accelerating that purchase cycle and or driving consumers to spend more, to upgrade to that higher device, or maybe put more in their basket. And maybe, Craig, we could start with you, given Samsung.
Yeah, sure. So that's a little bit of an alley-oop, right? I mean, I think that the data that you presented shows very clearly that consumers rely on trade-in as a way to offset what they used to know as subsidy, right? If you go back in time, maybe 10, 12, maybe 15 years ago, I remember selling Palm Pilots that were, $400 with a $400 instant rebate, right? You get a free PDA right at the time. All that went away, and I think a lot of the U.S.-based carriers, T-Mobile was the one that I think was the first to do their Uncarrier initiative, where they got rid of these 2-year contracts and things like that. But obviously, by doing that, then they changed subsidies, and it became a way to give customers devices, but by issuing a credit every single month. So the carriers changed the industry by doing that, because now instead of the one lump sum a credit to your purchase, it's a small incremental amount that comes over time. And so they're able to I can never say that word. Amortize the amount over time by issuing a credit, and the trade-in becomes a zero-sum game to offset that credit. So I think as we've evolved in the last 10, 15 years, consumers now recognize that trade-in is the way to get a discount on your phone. So I think it's absolutely critical. The other thing that you mentioned, of course, is there was a data point, it was like 68 or maybe it was 80% said that instant credit would be a big driver for whether or not customer would decide to trade in their device. Samsung, as you know, is one of, if not the only, major trade-in providers out there that does give instant credit. And we've absolutely seen that. Our attach rates have been 2 and 3x what we see in other trade-in programs because of the instant trade-in credit that we give. There's a multitude of operational complexity that comes along with that in supporting instant credit. You have to be able to provide RTC, return to customer. You have to be able to provide accurate diagnostics and be able to have good, clear communication with the customer as to why their device post-inspection didn't match how they assessed the quality of their device. But with a good back-end provider, you're able to provide those things and provide that value to the customer. And again, we see very, very high trade-in attach rates, which then helps fuel our circular economy and fuel our circular ecosystem. So all of the infrastructure and support behind it is worth it to get those devices back and to add more value to customers.
Great. And do you see any data around the acceleration of that purchase journey from a consumer? Is there any reference point in terms of, okay, previously we were looking at 36-month purchase cycle, and we've been able to shift it, for example, with an instant credit, etc. We've been able to knock 5 months, 6 months off of that and accelerate that process.
I think you see a lot of, there was a moment in time where there was a fairly popular model of this guaranteed trade-in value over time, right? 12 months, 24 months, or some sort of guaranteed residual value. The math and the economics behind that for those who are providing those types of programs gets tricky. I know, Alchemy, you guys have done it before. Others have tried. We've looked at it. Other OEMs have looked at it. But there's a lot of basically leasing, right? You're leasing that device to the consumer. You have to carry the device in your books. It becomes tricky. So providing the instant trade-in credit up front rather than having to worry about carrying that value in your books over time, I think is really critical. The other piece to it is, as you look at the carrier subsidies and the carrier installment-based plans, are they offering 36 months? Are they offering some of these Jump and Next, and others are 24 or even 12? 12, I think, is a little bit short. You don't see the carriers doing that too much, but they kind of swing back and forth between the 24 and the 36. But a lot of consumers now will just, especially as you see the networks between the US-based carriers start to become more at parity. There's not as much of a big delta between the number one, the number two, and the number three. Customers are utilizing the switcher offers that will pay off your device with trade-in, and they're jumping carriers. Again, 10, 15 years ago, if you were with a carrier that in your geography had the best network and you switched to number two or you switched to number three, your device wasn't going to work. With network parity, that's a lot more easier for customers to move around. So I think long-winded answer to say, yes, customers are trading in at all stages of the life cycle based on the fact of the promos that the carriers are allowing them to do it.
Yeah. No, that's great. And I think, as you said, that by opening up the market and not being restricted to any one carrier enables that to happen much more effectively. And G, from a...
If you don't mind, I'm going to add one more thing here. What we see with the very high value trading offers is there's also a dichotomy in the market. You will have a small subset of the clientele who is going to trade in every 6 months as soon as they're eligible. And so at that point, the trading becomes a very expensive proposition because you're basically keeping them on the treadmill. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you still have consumers who are going to keep their phones until they die. And so ironically, I've been both. When I was Samsung, I would get a new phone every 6 months. Now that I pay it with my own money, I keep it until it dies. But the trading, if it's not marketed properly to the right consumers, is going to become effectively a subsidy to the switchers.
Very good. John, anything else to add from your side?
No, I think these guys have covered it, to be honest. So.
That was easy. Okay. Second question, I think, John, we'll come to you first. So I think following on from that previous point about the purchase cycle and acceleration, if the consumer is receiving the residual value back from their device, what's the role of trade-in to protect brand value when compared to traditional discounting? So I think Craig touched on it a little bit at the beginning of the subsidies that were available previously, but maybe within retail, within e-com, when we're looking at discounting versus, say, trade-in, what's the impact on those brands, and how can they leverage trade-in effectively?
I think the main thing you're probably seeing a lot of brands do now using trading is, for want of a better description, avoiding the new product discounts. I think trading gives you have an asset, you have a residual value in a product, and rather than a brand having to do heavy discounts or promotions with a new product, they can use that trading product to bring it within reach for a consumer. And so I think that's probably better for an OEM, for a brand, because they can maintain parity in the market. They're not constantly promoting through different channels. And I think also there is that the consumer will sit on an app. Going back to some of the research that you showed, a consumer sometimes doesn't realize the value of the product they've got in their hand as well. So I think the more you can articulate and educate to the consumers they've got an asset and there is a value to it, and again, in the marketplace we're in at the moment with chip shortages, et cetera, there's a need for brands to bring products back, then I think that helps to bring a more level playing field for consumers. And it avoids, again, you invest all that time and effort and marketing money in a new product, innovation, technology, and if you're discounting it within weeks and months, then obviously you're kind of eroding some of the value in it. And I think trading allows you to do that in a more subtle way, because you're not as aggressively out there price promoting, but you are making it easier for a consumer to reach out and get into a new technology or a new product. And also for a brand, you're keeping the consumer in your ecosystem.
Yeah.
So I think that's key as well, is you don't potentially lose the customer. Craig was saying about switching networks. If you can keep them in your system, in your platform, in your operating system, then ultimately that's a good thing, because you've probably got that customer again for another 18, 24, 36 months, kind of locked in. So I think that's where trading can really add a lot of value.
And that's the next step of the evolution, right? A lot of your data, I think all of your data was around, kind of smartphones and tablets. But as an OEM that produces all of the mobile ecosystem products, I do trade in on phones, watches, tablets, buds, rings, PCs. We take it all. And that is a part of that ecosystem, is allowing the consumer to stay on the treadmill or on the Ferris wheel or whichever you like. Because if you think about it, just simple math or simple loose numbers, right? If you have one Samsung product, your likelihood to leave us is this high. If you have two, it goes to here. If you have three, it's like nothing. Right, and so that is our goal, is of course creating the circular economy and the circular ecosystem, is to keep customers in having brand value and understanding that their device has value and that the brand has value over time, so that they will get more products and obviously have a better experience within that ecosystem as well. And I think the other point that John brought up that's really interesting and is completely correct is as these subsidies have gone up, you had some interesting data around capturing 50% of the market at the average, and then just a slight increase will get you 75% of the market. And then, it was, I don't remember the numbers, $300 would get you 75%, and then, $500 would get you 90% of the market. Yep. That is our strategy at Samsung, is being able to have the highest possible residual value of the device, such that my sales discount amount that I have to add is lower, because I do want to hit that $500 mark, right? Or even more. Like when we launch new products, oftentimes our trade-in values are $800 or $1,000, right? When we launch the latest and greatest Galaxy flagship devices. So for us, being able to do that, obviously there's margin in mobile products, but there's not that much margin. And with the pressure that we have from chip shortages and memory costs increasing, that becomes even more important for us to raise the residual value of these devices, so that we are still able to give customers the discounts that they expect, and that we want them to be able to have an entry point into our products.
Yeah, and I'm going to add one data point on that, to harp really on the importance of minimizing the cost structure within the trading programs. Many years ago, in one of the programs I was running, we tested increasing the net trading value by $50, and I tripled my attach rate. So any dollar that we are wasting in bad grading, in bad efficiency, in profit going back to the retailer, because some of them, especially in APAC, they want to get money every time they get a trade-in, it defeats the purpose. Because a good trading program with a good trading value, and that's exactly the slide that you had showed. $50, I triple my attach rate. That's insane. Yeah.
Not to understate though what you said, G, is a great point. Is like the reverse logistics part of it, and that's a lot of us here in this space. Obviously, if you have a 8 to 10 week lead time on your processing, yeah, the depreciation curve is very, very clear, right? So being able to get these devices processed not only accurately but with velocity is how you're able to achieve those higher residual values. And if you think about I don't know, between a 0.8 and 1.2% weekly average price depreciation, time is literally money. And so the faster you can get these devices in, get their condition assessed, and get them back out into the market, whether you've repaired them or just are selling them as is, the higher your residual value and your recovery values will be, which allows you to reinvest, come back again. And that, it literally is a circle. I mean, they don't call it circular economy for any reason other than the fact that it literally is a circle. And so you have to fuel all parts of the circle and treat for all parts of the circle.
Perfect. Okay, I think really helpful on that side. I think the last point I wanted to touch on with trade-in was around essentially market share, grabbing market share. We've talked a bit about loyalty and retention and how we can leverage trade-in to drive that. And I think it was really interesting, Craig, talking about the multiple devices within your ecosystem and how it increases that loyalty. But I think that our data shows that half of smartphone owners would switch retail brand that they purchased their device from if it offered a better trade-in value. And I think it's just understanding, okay, how can brands, retailers, e-com businesses use trade-in to gain that market share and not just retain customers? How can they be aggressive to really build their customer base?
I think the value and all the things we talked about are obviously table stakes from a trade-in perspective. But if you're talking about switching companies, right, switching from one OEM to another, one ecosystem to another, it has to be a frictionless experience. And so trade-in is, of course, a part of that, and I know this is the reason why we're up here, but to answer your question very directly, the switching has got to be good, the training has got to be good. As someone who used to work in retail and used to sell phones, every single day, when a customer would come in with an iOS device and say, oh, I want to try Android, are you sure? Like, right, wait, tell me why, right? And that's part of the training environment that you have to put into the hands of the retail reps, in the hands of the sales makers, or in an e-commerce environment, in the hands of your PDP, to explain to a customer what it is they're getting and why, as well as setting proper expectations and how the device ecosystem works and how the operating system works. Trade-in is a component of that, but the education piece, I think, is critical, because otherwise you'll see a lot of returns. Right, you'll see a customer that will want to switch because they took advantage of just an amazing promo. Yep. 50%, that was an amazing statistic. I would not have guessed that. But 50% of people that maybe want to switch but didn't do their research sufficiently. And so I think that poses a challenge where you see high return rates, which a lot of the coin-operated sales reps that are commission-based in stores, they get paid on net commission. And so if they get a return or they get a charge back, a lot of times that de-incentivizes them from offering that switch to a customer. One, it's a lengthier time and transaction, and two, it's a high likelihood of return. And so a lot of the retail clerks don't push that, don't allow that. So trade-in is an enabler, but there has to be education, there has to be training, and there has to be support resources to allow the consumer to have a good experience when they switch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe G and John, when we're looking at a physical retail environment, we touched in the presentation on, new technologies such as kiosks. How do we try and bring that consistent customer experience, reduce the friction that maybe enables a retailer to not have to deliver that level of training that Craig's talking about? Any kind of insights and feedback or thoughts from those types of technologies or other approaches to trade-in to bring that consistency of experience?
I can take the first crack. And I'm going to stay away from the kiosk for now. It's mostly right now European thing, and John, you may have more hands-on experience here. But I want to confirm and to reinforce what Craig just said. So a few years ago, I was building a trading solution for one of the largest retailers in Canada. And the actual trading solution itself was the simple thing. So the back-end, logistics, fine, no biggie. I've done that 10 times, no problem at all. Most of my team's investment in time and effort was around reducing the friction at the point of sale. Because online trading is fairly simple. It's a UI, UX, done. Yeah, you have to be careful, but it's not that complicated. On the retail side, you have human component, both the consumer and the clerk. You have training, yes. You have completely different set of incentives. In some retails, the agent, the blue shirt, whomever, the associate is incentivized to do trading. In others, they are salaried. But either way, the person they face, the consumer, has a very clear, very direct incentive in convincing the associate that his phone is amazingly good condition. Now, I guarantee you, it's not a crack. It's, you know, the screen is great, right? It's great, right? And I mean, we've all probably done it to some extent in some setting, but when it becomes, you know, when it comes time to trade in, that just breaks the economics. If all of a sudden your associates start receiving and accepting devices that are not in the right condition, and even going beyond that, it's all of a sudden now the consumer kind of loses trust in the system, and is going to start also lose faith in the retail brand. So all of a sudden, everything goes downhill. Why? Because at the onset, the program had not been properly thought out. We hadn't really considered the different points of friction, but also the different inherent incentives, and what the impact of that was going to be. So, retail, like physical trading solutions, very complicated. To do well, very, very hard. Now, I've seen machines. I've seen, like in France, kiosks. I haven't played with them too much. John, what do you think? What's your experience?
I'm probably an advocate for kiosks, just based on personal experience. I think they're still evolving as a technology. I think one of the challenges you have in a retail environment, whether it's a telco or a mass merchant, is making it painless for everybody, and that includes the associate. I think there's a part of the reason when you look at those stats around companies offering trading, but actually consumers not being aware of it, is I think the fear factor of a sales associate of thinking, how could this go wrong? How could I get the value wrong? How could I get the trading wrong? And again, it ties up time for an associate. A transaction, a forward transaction, is very quick, but taking a phone, assessing as an individual, assessing a phone takes it's only minutes, but it's minutes where they could be doing other things. And I think what the kiosk allows them to do is kind of hand off that part of the process. And I think what the kiosk also allows you to do is take out some of the subjectivity in the condition of the phone. And I think that actually, some of the research we've done says that actual store associates are more comfortable doing a trade-in in that scenario, because in some ways they're kind of handing it off to a third party to assess the phone. It's all done systemically. The value is objective. And actually, even when you talk to some of the consumers, they feel more comfortable with a machine telling them the price than with a store associate going, oh, it's not really cracked, it is an A grade, or whatever. And so I do think it has a lot of potential. Of all the various versions I've seen, and some of the ones we showed you today I've kind of played with, I still think there's work to be done to get it to the optimal, but I can see it as a way of making it more painless, and more visible to consumers, to drive more. Because ultimately, if you think about a retail environment, their job is to sell out. That's all they've been built to really do. So it's part of our job as circularity people or entities to try and take some of that pain away and make it easier for them. And I think kiosks do that at a store level. I agree with you, online is very different, but I think at a store level, if you can do that, then the increased awareness and attach rate will be significant.
I wouldn't say this is a conflicting view, but just maybe a slightly different one. So like when you have coin-operated sales reps in the store, I'm of the opinion that being able to train them, whether you give them the tool to assess the device's condition or not, but having that customer interaction, I think, is key, because we're talking about the switching, right? Whether you're staying in the same operating system or not, having that coin-operated rep take the customer all the way through the journey, I think, is critical. The handoff is a little clunky, and I've piloted this in some of my stores, where if you have a coin-operated rep that's doing all the setup and assistance, it's like, hey, Mr. Customer, go over here, do this kiosk thing. It gets a little weird. And as someone who used to be a coin-operated sales rep, having my customer get out of my site was a scary proposition, because they may change their mind. They may say, oh, I don't want all those accessories now that we already talked about, or you know what, I don't need the top tier plan, I want the next tier plan. They start to think differently, right? So as someone who is selling, you want to stay with them. I think the kiosk, trade-in kiosk, has the most value in a non-assisted sales retail environment. So your big box national retailers, your Walmarts, your Targets, your Best Buys. Best Buy has some support, but Walmart and Target generally don't. That's, to me, where I think the kiosk has the biggest impact, because one of your statistics, Stephen, in your was 80 86% of customers want to do a trade, but only 68% actually do.
Yep.
Right. Those who don't means that they have another phone. Right. So when you're going and doing your shopping, you're doing your groceries at Walmart or Target or buying your clothes, whatever it is, you may see that kiosk, whether it's at the front or it's in the electronics department, wherever it may be, and say, oh, I have an extra phone. Maybe I will bring it in, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to be tied to the point of purchase. I did a little bit of quick research this morning in preparation for this, and I looked sort of no trade required promo, right? They'll take a trade. You can, of course, still trade in as a part of your transaction, but all three of their promos right now are no trade required. And so to me, that I understand the reasons why, but it does create a challenge for the secondary phone market in that if customers are just shoving those devices back in the drawer, which your data backs up that they are, I think a kiosk adds value to a consumer and gives them another entry point in which to gain value back for their device. Now, I think the second point that I'll layer on top of that is there are many kiosk solutions out there today that are not able to accurately assess the device's condition in real time. They're not using advanced imaging, they're not using AI, they're just using kind of old school grading techniques, or they're grading it so conservatively that the value for the device is just not enough to make a consumer do it. So I think that the new advances in technology, I know that, are you guys working on a kiosk? I can't remember or not. I know Apkudo does, but there's lots of them out there, right? So all the players who are building kiosks are now leveraging these new technologies to make the assessment of the device more accurate, which then will allow the person or the company that's collecting the device to add a higher residual value. And that's what makes it sticky for the customer, and that's what makes the customer want to participate.
Yeah. Okay, that's really helpful, and I think that's, obviously technology is developing, maybe not quite there yet, but in certain environments, it's a really valuable tool to unlock trade-in. So I think we're going to take a change in tack now from trade-in and just looking now at refurbished devices and looking at a couple of areas around the data that we shared for consumer attitudes to refurb products. I think one that I just wanted to start off with was, in addition to what I shared earlier, was 69% of consumers who bought a refurb product did so because it made devices more affordable, and 37% did so to buy a device that they wanted that wasn't available new anymore. So I think, for me, that opens up talking about, okay, the audience. Who are we targeting here with refurb products? Like, who is the refurbished customers, and are they different from customers buying new products? Go for it.
I think the answer to that is definitely yes. I've done some research with Circana, and I think they just recently published it and talked about Circana's maybe here later today or tomorrow. But a really interesting statistic, 60% of used phone buyers are prepaid customers, which I thought was a really interesting insight to me. And then the other data point that the Circana data has shown year over year when we do this annual survey is that consumers who purchase used phones or secondary market phones do a tremendous amount of research, something like 2x more research or 3x more research, I don't remember the number, rather than customers who purchase new. But in conjunction with that, used phone buyers are much more highly satisfied than new phone customers. And so I thought that was really interesting that prepaid people do a lot of research, but they're happy with their product. So I think that speaks to the OEMs and the people in the room here who are doing their own repair and refurbishment, the quality of that. I think it's really, really important.
This is good research, good data. So one more piece of data, 10 minutes. Way back when I first came with the idea of what became the Samsung CPO, which was the first OEM, the first phone CPO in the world, we did some research as well. And at the time, about 15% of the population was even open to buying a used device. That's it, 15%. Look how far we've come.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Massive
insane.
step.
Absolutely insane. And back in the day, so we did the Samsung CPO, and there already we saw what Craig just mentioned. Our rating on Amazon was higher for the used phones, for the CPO phones, than it was for the brand new ones. Which
That's still true today.
yeah. So right. So now it's CRN, but it's still true. So of course, we are pretty proud of that. The new phone guys a little less so.
Great. I think just following on from that one is can refurb devices help brands serve lower price focused customers without discounting new flagship devices? So is it a way of enabling us to get more products out into those hands?
The new phone guys that G was talking about all the time are panicking, like, oh, cannibalization. You launched it 6 years ago. I've been doing it for 5. We have not seen any cannibalization because when you look at the price waterfall of new, and then I'll take Samsung here because it's what I'm authorized to speak on. So new Galaxy flagship devices are here. A series is here. There's a huge gap between our flagship and our A-series devices, and that's where our certified renewed product sits, and it sits very squarely right there in the middle. So while we love our A-series devices, they give customers choice. Some customers do want the Galaxy flagship product, but don't want to pay the latest and greatest price, and they're okay with the previous generation or even 2 or 3 generations older. That, for us as a manufacturer of devices, gives us a great way to get customers into the latest and greatest camera or features like Galaxy AI and things like that. So for us, it's about keeping customers in the ecosystem, but we're able to do so in a way that is affordable for them. We do the things that it was that one slide that you put up. I thought was a CRN sales pitch slide because we offer a 12-month warranty. We always use genuine Samsung parts. We replace the battery in every single certified renewed product. So for those reasons, we are able to provide a high quality of trust in our product. We made it. We do the certified renewed refurbishment in the same place, right next door to where the new devices are being produced. For those of you who are obviously not an OEM and not able to do that, there are different levels of refurbishment that you can provide to a customer. When you think about the WISE level of repairs, right? A level 1 repair is just something that you don't open up, you just do a buff and polish. There's ways to do buffing and polishing that does not degrade the quality of the screen and the screen integrity. There's level 1 repairs where you can use genuine parts that you can uplift the device's value and be able to sell it. Now, as an OEM, I don't like it when anyone else uses the word certified in front of something. I made it, I can certify it, you can't, right? Same thing for the other OEMs. But if you are an authorized repair facility by an OEM, then sure, you can put the certified stamp on there. But I think adding that trust and transparency into the device is really critical, and we'll talk more about that later today. But the value that you're able to add to the consumer, you will get back when you go to resell it, and then the consumer will have that value and stay in the device ecosystem and have a good experience. And so I think, again, as I mentioned before, they do a lot of research, and so you need to make sure that the quality of your product is there, that you're going to guarantee it, that you're going to have a return policy. That was one of the other things. All of those things that will keep the customers happy and satisfied, because I heard Rich say in the previous session that the rare earth minerals and things like that will eventually run out, right? You have to be able to use these devices and reuse these devices, otherwise we're going to strip the planet clean and not have anything to build.
Absolutely. I love that stat about refurb consumers spend twice as long or do twice as much research as new, and I think that really shows the level of thought that consumers put into it, therefore the level of response that we need as an industry to those consumers to reassure them and provide that confidence around that product. Okay, I think we are kind of running out of time now with just 5 minutes left, so I think one last question, I think from my side, maybe for each of you to answer in turn, is what is the one action that retailers, e-commerce businesses, telcos, OEMs can take to drive growth of trade-in and refurb products? So what's that one wrap-up thought that you each have that we can leave for the end of the session? Go on, John.
I'm going to use 2. Sorry. One, I think, is raise the profile of trade-in in the proposition. I think a lot of the work, again, we've done with retailers is they have a trade-in proposition, but you have to find it. It's not front of mind. It's not. If you look at kind of marketing visibility, in-store experience, it's in there somewhere. But again, it's not front of mind. And again, some of the work we've done is kind of treating trade-in like another OEM in terms of awareness and visibility to the consumer. I think that's the most important thing. I think then the other piece, and again, we've seen this recently, and it kind of goes back to Craig's point, is look beyond mobility in terms of the categories that are available to trade in now. There's a lot of technologies, a lot of categories where there's a high residual value, There's a lot of customer awareness. There's also an ecosystem to consider. So I also think one of the opportunities really is to go beyond mobile and look at and beyond tablets and wearables and look at the overall tech category and where potentially there's opportunities, because those same pain points that mobility have, you're starting to see in other categories as well. So they'd be my two main things.
To me, the number one remains price. Money drives behavior, and we need to increase attach. Something the OEMs do, the carriers do, is they incentivize. They invest money versus doing marketing spend. At the end of the day, if we don't have good value, good trading value, there is no trading. So that's the single thing that people have to focus on.
I would say robots. And what I mean by that is accurate grading. If you're going to run a trade-in program, you have to have good triage, and you have to have accuracy and consistency and velocity. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to fund the enhanced values that you're talking about, and you're not going to be able to pay for the e-commerce support to make it top of mind. You have to have a solid reverse logistics program with good grading, using the CTIA grading scales, please, and then making sure that the product that you put out there has trust and transparency in what you're providing to the consumer. So, robots.
They're the future. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, G. Thank you, John. Thanks very much, everyone in the audience.
Okay, make sure to stick around. We have another session coming up with Apkudo, which will be also highly informative. This is not a session you're going to want to miss. So again, grab something to drink and we'll get seated and we'll get started here in just a couple of moments with Apkudo. Apkudo is not up next. How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Anyone? Well, I'm probably going to hand you this mic, and then we'll have those three.
Where do you put the clicker? Take off the clicker? No.
How do you want to be introduced, by the way? Security, please remove Sean Cleveland.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got slides.
You really thought it was a good idea to put him up here? I said, you really thought it was a good idea to put him up here?
She got hot box into it.
You do know his proper name is Shauna?
Shauna. I don't know, but whoever registered me for this event registered me as Shauna.
Christine registered him as S-E-A-N-A.
I like it. Just gotta bring it to
You could probably pull off a good shot.
I can pull a Shauna. Get my heels out. Do a little strut. Yes, I do.
Well, this session and yours will be the best of the agenda, right? That's what I'm thinking.
Aside from the one I'm doing later. Yeah.
That's why I said this. I said this and yours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
No pressure, but that's what they are expecting. You need to deliver, so show
I
up.
deliver, baby.
Show up. Not what your wife says.
Well, that's also. Josh,
Guilty as charged. How are you? I know. Good to see you. I hate that. Are we ready to start? 2-minute warning.
Anytime we would do presents at Verizon, we always had the confidence monitors.
Oh, yeah.
Which was handy. Telecom. Well, not necessarily that, but just that you could see the presentation. And if they were really nice, you'd have two, and one of them would be your notes view.
Right.
So you could have one that was a slide, and you could have your notes. So, yeah. So that would be a professional.
This conference will get
That'd be a professional
a decade from now. This will be
Only if someone else.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Slide toward the middle.
Good morning. My name is Bob LaFawn. I'm one of the founders of the Mobile Disrupt Conference. Welcome to the event. This is our 5th annual event, which we are so excited about, because honestly, there were some people that I remember from our founding that literally said they thought there was no way we could pull this off. Well, 5 years later, we've enjoyed about 20% year-over-year growth. So obviously the industry likes what we're doing, and we appreciate you all being here. We have a nice session coming up here, very informative session as well. I think you're going to get a lot out of these data points. So with that said, I don't want to belay this any further. I'm going to hand this off to Simon, who is with FDM CCS Insights, a fantastic research organization. So you're going to get a lot of good content out of this. So I'll hand this off to him, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bob. Yeah, the name is a bit of a mouthful. We got bought last summer, so it's FDM CCS Insight. Anyway, pleasure to be here. Thanks to Bob and the fantastic organization around this event, and Apkudo as well for setting up this session. What we're looking at in this session is around trust and transparency and that relationship between maybe a lack of trust, what impact that has on the market and how much people buy and how much they spend, what role transparency can play in addressing that trust problem, and then bringing in the topic of digital product passport. I want to give a shout out to the All Things Circular team as well, who gave a fantastic roundtable yesterday, sort of got our thought processes going on this topic. It was very good. So thanks to Peter and Rich for that. You know, thinking about the topic of digital product passport, I'm really pleased to be joined by what we genuinely consider at FDM CCS Insight as an innovative topic, and here we have really the companies who are really pushing the envelope in terms of the topic, in terms of driving things forward at various levels, which we'll explore on this call. Josh, CEO and founder of Apkudo, Craig Feely, the head of GVI in North America for Samsung, and Sean from the VP of Mobility from B-Stock, who you all know as well, well-known faces on the circuit and in this industry. So yeah, in this session, I'm going to give a quick overview of the market, really just to give a sense of this idea of transparency and trust, which might seem a little bit abstract still to some people in terms of how it affects the dollars spent and how it affects your business. So trying to give a bit of context there, then look at a little bit of consumer research that we've been doing with Apkudo to give a sense of what we're calling, and maybe Kristen came up with this term, but the confusion tax, which I'll explain a little bit more. But you know, it's a nice phrase to highlight this idea of how much is the industry losing as a tax because consumers are lacking confidence in their choices and decision making. And then fundamentally, what role could a DPP play in addressing some of those challenges? You know, I think in this room and at this event, knowledge around the topic of DPP will be very varied. My sense is it will be very low. I think many people, even here today, might be coming to really just understand what do we mean by DPP at the most basic level. I think at best it is abstract. You know, there is nothing about the idea of DPP at the moment that you could say is formulated. This is very much the formative stages of what we think about as DPP. And again, the companies here today are really driving a lot of the thinking around what will be a significant part of the market. You know, this market that we're in, the circularity market, the refurbished market, the trade-in market, is fraught with complexity and dynamism and opportunity. This is one part of the puzzle, but hopefully we'll kind of bring out in this session the importance of that part of the puzzle. Before I go into the market setting, Josh is going to give a very quick overview of DPP without kind of stealing the thunder from the rest of the session, but a quick overview of what we mean by DPP and sort of where it sits.
How quick is quick, Simon? Particularly given the accurate framing you just gave, which is not only is there a confusion tax in the consumer realm, but there's absolutely consumer tax, a confusion tax in the realm of understanding DPPs. I echo the thanks to all things circular, Rich and Peter, with the roundtable yesterday. I thought that was fantastic, and I thought it was really indicative and instructive when the first question on the roundtable was, hey, what's a DPP, right? And in fact, I heard that, I was had the privilege of being at a large DPP-focused conference in Cologne last October. That was also the first question there. So you literally have a room full of DPP industry people, and the first question being, what is a DPP? So I will attempt to be very quick. DPP is at once very simple to understand at one end of the spectrum. It is also at the other end subject to a 400-page EU regulation, so clearly not that simple. Let's start with the simple end, kind of explain like I'm 5. Super simple. You all have a passport. It gets stamps when you go places. That's it, right? You're all familiar with Carfax, I assume. I would hope. Perhaps those of us not outside the United States less so, but Carfax been around for decades. Everything that's happened to your vehicle, right? It truly is that simple. Next level down, kind of explain like I'm maybe 25. 2 key words that you should understand, traceability or tracing and tracking. Really 2 simple concepts. Traceability, what went into the thing, right? What stuff went in to make it, and tracking what happened after the stuff went in to make it, right? What happened with the thing in the rest of its life. Super simple concepts applied to a DPP. What that means is you got a passport, it's got stamps on it, get stamps when the stuff is made, the thing is made, what went into it, get stamps on every other step of the journey. If I can have maybe 45 more seconds, to make that extremely concrete, because again, I agree that it's often spoken about in the abstract, to make that extremely concrete for our industry, and if we had a whiteboard here, any of us could trivially draw the life cycle of a device, right? Start with the design and development of it, the manufacturing, the sourcing, the first launch of it, the forward logistics, the acquisition of it, the first sale, now it's in use in the hands of consumer. One hallmark of connected devices is that they're pretty complex. They have stuff happen to them when they're in the hands of a consumer. Software updates, for example. Adverse events, warranty claims, insurance claims, non-adverse events, trade-ins, like the subject of the previous session, upgrades, lease returns. Device comes back into the supply chain, and then everything that happens on reverse, return processes, refurbishment, reuse, that would be a trivial thing, I think, for all of us to draw that life cycle, and I think most of us would get it roughly right. If you threw a dart and hit anywhere in that life cycle, underneath that dart is some set of stakeholders, everyone from obviously the device manufacturers to the marketplace enablers, telcos, third-party refurbishers, insurance players, traders. Underneath that dart, some subset of those stakeholders exercising some business process around that device. That business process can be expressed as a set of events, right? And a DPP is simply, if you could segment up that life cycle, you draw little circles around each major part of it. We call that a program in the DPP that we call Device Passport, right? So we level it all down to a program. Some programs are really obvious because the industry also calls them broadly programs, so trade-in programs, insurance programs, but really you can call everything a program. You have a sourcing program when you go to manufacture the device. You have a manufacturing program. You have a sales program. In the context of a program, you have events being executed by some set of stakeholders, and Device Passport, or a DPP for the device industry, is simply the tracking and traceability of everything that happens throughout that. There's a ton of complexity in all the governance and privacy implications, but that sit below that somewhat, I hope, concrete explanation that we'll dive into, but that's it. It's that simple.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, let me give kind of an overview of the market, really leading in to this idea of where DPP can address a key part of the market. I'm going to be putting my hand up every so often because I don't have a clicker. Yeah, can you put, thank you very much. Really high level, where is this market that we are operating in at the moment as an industry? This is the worldwide refurbished smartphone market globally. Last year, we had this pegged at the total second-hand market at just under 340 million units. But really the key figure that we're focused on is the light blue segment, the 109 million units that we call the organized secondary market. You could also call it the refurbished market, in the sense that all of those devices have been collected in some way via a trade-in program, they've been tested, they've been wiped, they've been graded, and critically they will have a warranty attached to it. And that's really what we call refurbished. Now, part of the theme on this panel is there's lots of terms that are flown around this industry, and some people would say, well, no, I don't consider that refurbished. For argument's sake, we're going to call it refurbished, okay? But it's critically different to the unorganized market, which you could look at it as a sort of channel level in the sense that it's peer-to-peer transactions. It's one person to another via a digital platform like eBay, or physical, which we see in lots of parts of the market, message boards and all this kind of stuff. Or it's a phone repair store, which, this is, as you can see in the chart, this is where the vast majority of volume of second-hand devices changes hands globally, and where money is spent, it is in that unorganized market. But it's the organized market where we see the direction of travel. So, overall, you see the second-hand market growing. I think you'll look at that chart and say that is not an exciting chart. That's not the kind of growth as an industry we would like to see. We would like to see steeper curves than that. But the reality is this is part of a wider mobile devices market that's struggling, that's down. And the flagships are doing well, the Samsungs and Apples are doing well. Many of the other companies are struggling. So the overall market is very sluggish, and the second-hand market keeps chipping away in almost all regions that you can think of, right? And then within that, the organized market or the refurbished market takes share from that peer-to-peer and small independent shop segment. So, what that's telling you is there's a trust point. People are, or a risk point. People, when they're given the option of saying, do you want a low-risk transaction or a high-risk transaction? You can go to a peer-to-peer transaction and you're taking risk. You might get a better price, but you're taking risk. Where consumers have the option, they will generally, according to the market data, favor a big brand offering them a refurbished offering. There is also another point in terms of that shift, and it is supply-driven. You've now got the big carriers, the big OEMs, the big retailers, the big retail chains moving into this market because it's the market forces. They're seeing their traditional revenues falling and no real sign that that's going to change, and this market is doing very well. We're just looking at volume here. When you look at prices in some markets, the growth is absolutely phenomenal. So people are spending, $400, $500 on a refurbished smartphone in many markets, and that's why the big players are getting involved as well. So it's supply-driven, it's market-driven. People like less risk, and they like this market. But it's fair to say that when you look at this at a country level, refurbished doesn't exist in many markets. It's absolutely tiny. There's still huge opportunity. In Western Europe, in North America, we see this refurbished market, but actually in many markets, there's a second-hand market, but not a refurbished market. And I would say the US market is a relatively weak refurbished market. You have a lot of supply, but a lot of it leaves the US. The US, like markets like Japan, are just incredibly good at selling you new devices. Via the carrier relationship, they push you flagships. It does incredibly well. And the appetite for refurbished and second-hand is not there, unlike markets like Europe. And you can see that appetite in terms of price. People in some markets are paying huge amounts of money to get access to the latest refurbished devices, and that's why the US exports to many of those markets. So lots of different dynamics at different country levels. If you can just flick on the next slide. Some of that detail will be too small for some of you in the audience, but one of the big trends that we are seeing is the memory crisis. And by the way, you'll say, well, that's not a new theme, Simon. People have been talking about that for months now. And that is true. But I think what is significant is the severity and the uncertainty around this is very much unknown. This problem is spiraling out of control, right? Demand for NAND flash chips and DRAM to go into AI data farms is not stabilizing. This big bubble that we're all aware of is driving the demand for these components to the point where they're completely out of reach at costs that have been seen for the handset makers. So the handset makers are in a difficult position, and not just handset makers, laptop makers in particular as well. So this problem is a very real theme, and it's going to keep getting worse. And in the US, we haven't really seen it at a consumer level yet. In Western Europe, we haven't seen it at a consumer level yet. The reason we're showing an Indian chart here from our research is because some markets are at the very sharp end of this problem. They are characterized by being low-end markets where those vendors can't absorb those costs. The operator doesn't sell the devices to consumers. They're all bought outright, $50, $100 handsets. So when the memory cost increases within the BOM, you see it straight away in the market. And what you're seeing there is prices of new handsets being 50, 60, 70% higher than the previous model a year ago. Every month you're seeing these increases. So we're seeing this, and by the way, it will come to all markets. And Apple's announcement that they will be increasing prices, that announcement came much quicker than we expected. It's going to affect all manufacturers, and we're going to see those impacts over the next few months. And when prices increase, consumers will delay purchase. They'll trade down where they can, and they will consider alternatives. And there's no question that within that, refurbished comes heavily within the mix. There's other things that will be considered. But the industry action is significant, and we're talking to operators in Europe, in Asia, and in various markets, as well as the OEMs and the large retailers. And they're very, very, very concerned about this problem, because fundamentally, the under $500 handset market is 80% of global demand. It's not that share in the US or in parts of Western Europe, but globally it's a huge portion. Even in most of Europe, it's a big portion, and a lot of that is wiped out over the next year. So how do you serve those customers? And they're looking at affordability schemes like financing and things like that, but refurbished is heavily within the mix. But with all this in mind, the market's going to fall, right? And already in places like India and Asia, in our research, you're looking at 10, 20, 30% declines this year, and we're expecting the US and other markets to fall as well. Alongside that, you have this challenge of, well, it's all well and good saying there's good a demand on refurbished, but the supply is a big problem. And our assumption is that, excuse me, trade-in volume will struggle this year for a couple of reasons. One, I've just highlighted, if sales of new devices is falling, that's the upgrade opportunity to trade in your devices. So if people are buying less new devices, the trade-in volume will be negatively affected. Attach rates for trade-in in most markets outside the US and Japan are pitifully low, 40, 50, 60% in the US and Japan, but under 5% in lots of major markets in Europe. So the tie rate is very low, and what companies are finding is changing that behavior is very, very difficult. So you've got already a tie rate challenge, but what this chart is showing, and Craig mentioned this in the last session, is tie rates in the US are going to be under pressure because suddenly you've got the carriers are decoupling this trade-in requirement. They're saying, renew with us, come to our network, but you don't need to trade in anymore. They're getting rid of that barrier because of the intensity of competition in the US market. So you've got a worrying sign. But luckily in America, you do have that behavior. And that's the hardest thing to manage. How do you get consumers to think, okay, I'm coming to upgrade, I'm going to trade in my phone. You've got that behavior. but the tie rate is expected to drop based on our assumption. So you've got a real challenge because a lot of the world relies on US volume exports. But overall, we're expecting the refurbished market to grow by about 10% this year. Now just changing shift, and I know you're not going to be able to see that, but we've included the content so that you can be having this as a takeaway afterwards. It's really about this point around then consumer trust. From a consumer perspective, and Stephen highlighted this with some of the research we did for them in the previous presentation as well, and this is a sort of other view based on a different methodology. But buying used devices comes with risk and uncertainty versus buying new devices. That's a really obvious statement to say. But when there's risk, people will pay less or they just won't purchase at all. And that is the lost revenue that we look at. And again, it comes out in lots of quant surveys. This is based on qualitative research that we've been doing with Apkudo. And it demonstrates lost revenue. Simple as that. Lower prices and lower sales. So we're attempting to unpick this with new research that we're doing with Apkudo at the moment to really understand what is that confusion tax put on the industry, because consumers fundamentally don't know what a grade means from one player to another, or they fundamentally don't know what the battery health is of the device and so on. We're halfway through it. We've just done loads of focus groups in Japan, in Germany, UK, and the US, and we're going to be doing a quant survey in the next couple of months, and we're going to be, from that, generating a view on what is lost revenue to the industry based on the confusion tax. But just unpicking some of the themes here, battery health is particularly important. Again, to people in the industry, you might say, well, yeah, okay, maybe that does make sense to us, but that information isn't available to consumers generally when they're buying a device online. It's particularly important. It's kind of like when you buy a car, you associate the mileage with the health of the car, or at least most people do. The battery is that proxy for the health of the mobile phone. Parts and repair is another major issue for consumers. Post-warranty failure is another concern, and channel trust is another major theme. Not on here is also the grading point that I mentioned that, again, Stephen mentioned this, but fair or good for most consumers, based on the research we did, really means very little to consumers. What does a fair device mean if I'm looking at Amazon or one player or another player? So, these are very rational concerns that the industry has. If you can flick it on, please. Is that the next one? Oh, yeah, that's it. There we go. Thank you. Then what does that mean in terms of that tax, in terms of that lost business because of that confusion? It has very real consequences. And there's 4 key behaviors that came out from the focus groups that we've done. People delay purchase, they hesitate, or they just wait. They trade up. Now you might say, well, that's a good thing, isn't it? But invariably they just say, well, if I don't know what I'm getting from a grade B or a fair, I'm just going to get something that's something a bit better. But that grade B could be very, very good, but you're not able to sell it. They're switching to new devices, so that comes out loud and clear. They say, well, there's just too much risk here, so I'm just going to go and buy a new device, maybe a cheaper new device. Or they consider switching channels as well. Next slide, please. And by the way, this is just one small snapshot of a fairly big study, again, halfway through it. But some of the feedback you'd get in a focus group isn't necessarily what you'd want to hear maybe as an industry. So for example, what came out pretty loud and clear was AI had really bad connotations. If you talk about, people kept saying, I want somebody to actually sign as a person what they did on this device. And the idea of AI and so on had some challenges for some people. But they strongly supported the idea of a product passport. We had a Samsung mock-up that we presented to consumers, and it was a really strong finding of the study. Across all markets, respondents saw real value in the concept. Because it signaled transparency from their perspective, it was an example of transparency. It showed confidence in the companies selling the devices, that they trusted what they were selling, they had the information, and it allowed them to make decisions from one device to another rather than just relying on, oh, well, that one's a good, that's a fair, that's a bit more expensive, that's one, you know. It actually gave them a basis to make decisions, much like you would with buying a car. So, but the key point here is this is a major consumer use case, you know, because what they told us is once you see this detail, you wouldn't buy a used phone without that detail. So again, there's a kind of consumer use case here that could be considered a competitive advantage for companies who are offering it. Very quickly, before we dive into the questions, if we can just go on to the next slide. You know, really quite significant cultural differences when you look at the different countries where we did the research. You know, in markets like Japan and Germany, where refurbished is still quite low, you know, these are massive potential markets, absolutely enormous potential markets. But awareness is low, they don't really understand the concept. There's a real trust issue, unlike in the UK and US where there was an awareness about it, they understood it a little bit more. But yeah, trust is a big problem in Japan and in Germany. And you know, fundamentally, it's I think a characteristic of German consumers. They need more detail. I think British and American consumers are maybe suckers for marketing materials, whereas the German consumers were saying, I don't want a tick. I want to know what that tick means. I want to know the data. I want to know who verified that data. And they kept saying, we need more, we need more, we need more. So some real differences, I think, between some of the countries. But, you know, high level, really the overview here is that as an industry, we're at a very interesting point in the development of this market. Trust is slowing down adoption, and DPP, based on this first part of the research, could have a positive impact in terms of driving that change. There we go. Now we can dive into questions. Okay, maybe I can just start by, I guess, focusing on the trust topic. I've kind of presented a view from a consumer perspective, but maybe you can kind of highlight some examples where you see trust affecting the market today. Maybe Sean, I can kind of just come down from your side.
Yeah. Am I on? There we go. Yeah, certainly there's, you know, the consumer end, they're wanting more data, but, you know, selfishly on the B2B side, there's we still suffer from marketing words and not facts. It's getting better, but it is still not clear. So bringing this to the market is really important for adding that transparency, because you'll know exactly what you're getting. We can't do that yet today. There's still a bit of hedging and guessing going on, which really makes it inefficient. There's double and triple work being done because it is not transparent.
And out of interest, how does that manifest in terms of day-to-day transactions in the industry? You know, is it just a known thing that you're telling me you're selling me whatever volume of a certain grade, but fundamentally we both know that there's a portion that will just not be what you're telling me, and that's just a known fact.
There's some hedging that definitely happens. Experience can set the value of a future transaction. So there's just time and experience, which is a barrier of entry. It makes it harder to bring new customers in, and that'll trickle down to the consumer transaction.
Very good.
There's layers to that too, right? So if you think about you know, the building blocks of trust, it starts with triage, right? When you get the product back in, whoever is doing your triage for you does an assessment of the device's condition. What level of trust do you have in that triager that what they said is what it is and what it will be? One of the things that I hate, just absolutely can't stand, is mixed lots. Not only mixing of product, but also mixing of grade. And then what's worse is then you have no transparency into this is what you were saying, Simon. If you're selling a lot of Galaxy S22 Ultra 256 grade A, the key phrasing there is yield. What is your yield of A that's going to come out of that lot? And back to the triage, who did it, right? So BStock is my auction provider, and on every single BStock auction, it has the location of where the device currently sits. And I asked Sean a long time ago, like, what do you put the location on there for? What does that matter? And he said shipping and a couple other obvious things. But what he said really is like, so they know who triaged it, right? And if you have a bad triager based on, oh, it's in this city, or oh, it's in that city, like good city, good triage, bad city, bad triage, they will price in their yield, right? So if they know that they're bidding on S22 Ultra 256A, they will say, okay, well, this was triaged by this facility in this place, and their yield is really bad. So I'm going to pretend that I'm going to only get maybe 30% A's, and there's going to be some mix of B and some mix of C, and I'm going to cost average that down to minimize my risk. Without that transparency, the prices and the residual values continue to go down and down and down. Adding trust and transparency back into this ecosystem, starting with triage, starting with aligned grading standards, is critical, but adding that transparency to the buyer, whether it's a B2B buyer on an auction marketplace or if it's a direct-to-consumer buyer as it ends up in the final life cycle of the supply chain, is critical, because customers then will not have to worry about yield. They can truly price the device what the market says it's worth. And there's not this guessing game of who did it, is it good, is it bad, what am I getting, I don't know. What programs can I apply these products that I'm buying into? What channels can I put them back into? Adding that trust and transparency is key, and will drive up the residual values, which, to the session that we had previously, higher residual value means higher trade-in value, which means more value to the customer, which means lower barrier to entry, which means more products that are accessible in the market. And the virtuous cycle goes on and on and on. Without that, the customers just have a guessing game, and that's not what we want.
And can I just touch on one point there? So, a number of devices aren't triaged is the key point. And that comes to a point in the previous session as well, I think, in terms of velocity. And that's a key factor. And I guess robotics come in to help in terms of more devices being triaged as one factor, because that's still a big challenge, just the amount of devices that just aren't triaged, or a company's choosing not to triage because fundamentally they are just trying to push stock.
Or the level of triage that they choose or elect to perform, right? So if you think about within the word triage, you've got manual triage, you've got robotics and automation. The manual triage accuracy is something like, 40 or 50%. The CTI grading scales have been published and put out so that even if you're not a robot and you can't program it in, we've put training out there to help improve that percentage, but it's still never going to get more than 60% or something, right? Because you have human operators, maybe someone's having a bad day, maybe their boyfriend or girlfriend broke up with them, maybe they're hungry, maybe they're trying to get through to their shift, right? Like go to take a break. Like, the human element of manual triage is so inconsistent and will never be any higher than a threshold that we would deem to be accurate. That's where robots do come in. But what level of investment does the triage operator want to make, right? Are they willing and able to invest in the robots and the automation and the processes that go along with that, so that your yield can be higher, right? And your confidence score that you can put into these digital product passports can be higher. I think the passport will, once we have it live, and you'll see examples of this here in a minute, I think it will push the people in the supply chain to do better, right? To perform better, to have better quality triage, have better quality product that they put out there, because you're not going to be able to hide, right? There's a lot of unscrupulous actors out there in the gray market. Rich talked about in his master class yesterday. Gray market, you can call it gray, or I think there's even a black market of bad actors out there that are putting fake parts in devices. They're calling things triaged when they haven't actually triaged it. And there's, not to quote Ghostbusters, but who are you going to call, right? Like, there's no watchdog, there's no audit, there's no check, and there's been for many, many years a number of really good, consistent players in the space, and then just a handful that just continue to fluctuate in and out. New LLCs come up all the time, new operators come up all the time, and they're just looking for a quick and easy buck. And I think this will eliminate those bad actors. They're not going to be able to hide anymore.
Absolutely, and that touches on a really important theme in this industry that's becoming acutely significant, again, especially in Europe, and it is about fraud, and it is about products coming from various countries, hubs, acting as a hub to kind of move these devices out. But fraud is a major, major challenge in this industry that's just growing at the moment. And that is creating a further kind of challenge on the industry from a price point and various other aspects. Can I just ask Josh, from your perspective, when we think about the trust and transparency point, there are the kind of two levels we've talked about here. One is, again, from a kind of consumer perspective, I guess, or an end user perspective, it kind of raising the tide, improving trust, more demand, everyone benefits, or growing the pie for everyone. But the other aspect is about the transactions within the business and the trade and so on. I don't know, do you kind of pinpoint where you see the trust point being more acute or anything along those lines?
Yes. It's hard to beat a Ghostbusters quote, but I'll give it a whirl. I think what you're hearing here, you heard earlier two keywords from me, traceability and tracking, within which to understand DPPs. You just heard another two from Craig and Sean here, which is truth and trust, right? And making that really concrete, linking those two concepts, making it really concrete in the context of device passport is one of the things that our device passport infrastructure does is assigns a confidence metric to each and every data element that gets pumped into the data spaces infrastructure. We'll touch on exactly what data spaces means a little bit later. But every source of every data element that in any way gives insight into the tracking and traceability, the first two concepts, carries with it some element of ground truth, right? But that ground truth must be accompanied by a determination of trust. And it's very complex the way that the infrastructure determines that. But Craig touched on a couple of examples of it where clearly, all other things being equal, clearly you can trust a objective robot more than you can trust a subjective human, as an example, right? Clearly, all other things being equal, you can trust ground truth state of a device that was assessed just yesterday more than you can trust ground truth state of a device that was assessed 3 months ago, particularly if you don't know what has happened to that device since then, right? All of these elements get combined and contribute to a determination of the trust that you may have in ground truth, and where the rubber really meets the road in that sort of kind of context to then answer your question, which is it is absolutely imperative for us as an industry to find ways to present ground truth to consumers in a digestible format, right? And that's a really hard thing to do. Initiatives like the CTI grading scales are a tremendous step forward, and there's now a focus from that same standards body on pushing it further even more into a common consumer language that consumers can understand. That's tremendously hard work. It's absolutely necessary. It's not sufficient though, in that the consumer touch point with the device is just at one point in the flow, right? What needs to back the derivation or kind of the projection of the ground truth with a confidence metric, what needs to back presenting to that consumer, however you present to that consumer, is a supply chain. And that's all of us in this room right now are that supply chain. So again, directly answering your question, every step prior to that interaction point with the consumer, every transaction that occurs between those set of stakeholders, many of which are in this room, at every major program in the device contributes ground truth data with a trust metric that leads up to the derivation of which is presented to the consumer. So all of that is what's important. Obviously the consumer touch point is critical. That's rubber meets the road on the device being reused. That's what we're all here for, right? And reuse means getting it back in the hands of the consumer. But it's every step that comes before that's critical.
Okay, very good, thank you. So, you know, when we think about DPPs, I mean, I'm amazed when we had a session back at Circular Markets back in February, how much has moved on even since then. You know, it's really gained quite a bit of momentum since then. But and now people are sort of saying, okay, there's the regulation point that we need to be aware of, but there is also a commercial opportunity and various use cases in terms of using DPP. But kind of just getting a sense of What's the biggest single driver of where we are with DPP today? You know, in terms of the manifestation of a DPP. You know, I don't know. Where do you see DPP today in terms of a market reality?
Yeah, there's really two drivers that are happily coalescing. One is the regulatory tailwinds from the EU, right? That's giving kind of a critical context for the driver DPPs across all industries. Ours happens under those regulations to have till roughly 2030 to get there, which is great. But we cannot ignore that regulatory reality, and that's really what has, at the highest possible level, kind of injected the term DPPs into industries, right? So that's kind of driver one. In our industry in particular, though, what we're really fortunate, there's several things that we're fortunate, I feel, as an industry. And the second driver for us is something that you just at a high level touched on, which is growing sophistication of our industry. And not only growing sophistication, but growing acceleration of that sophistication, right? It took 30 years to get to the point of a CTI grading standard, and it's taken only 2 years to get to just a remarkable accomplishment of so many stakeholders coming together from all different stakeholder segments to make an agreement and significantly push the ball forward. I suspect it's only going to take another 6 months to advance that to the next level. So the acceleration is accelerating of sophistication, and that's a tremendous coalescing point, I feel, around DPPs, that once you've got this tremendous regulatory pressure, 2030 is just around the corner, meeting the moment of an industry where sophistication is accelerating, right? The real opportunity we have as an industry is to get ahead of that regulation, right? I don't think there's ever been an instance where industries getting ahead of regulation has not been a good thing, as opposed to the regulation being the dog that wags the tail, right? So I think those are the two key drivers, and I think we're tremendously fortunate as an industry to be at the moment that we are.
Very good. And
I'll add,
Craig.
I'll add one complimentary one to that, in agreement with you, but the residual value is key for me as a seller of the product, and I think to many in the room who are watching online, buyers and sellers of the product, this has a real material impact to you and your business. Because you should be able to see lifts of anywhere between, depending upon where you're selling, between 10 to 20% value increase. And I think that we're seeing that in these early pilots where customers are seeing this transparency and are willing to pay more. Your survey data says that, your focus group data says that, willing to pay more for the product because they know what they're getting. They don't have to worry about returns. And as I mentioned in the previous session, and I'll say it again, our friends from Circana do excellent research every year that continues to tell us that purchasers of used smartphones do 2-3x, whatever it is, more research than those who buy new. And so this is that level of research for them to do. The other thing is, because they do that research, it does increase the buying cycle time. So we all know that time is money, and the faster we're able to deplete these devices, the more recovery value we have. Providing a tool that is a trustworthy data source of what ground truth data of what the product actually is should, in theory, shorten that buying cycle time, which means more product is moving through your channels and out your doors and off of your PDPs and into customer hands faster, right? And that's good for all of us, especially those of us in the circular economy ecosystem. So the faster we move the product, the better it gets into the customer hands faster, and then the values go up, which means we can invest more, and the cycle goes on and on and on. And so, Sean, I think for you as a marketplace seller, that's higher GMVs, that's less returns, that's, I mean, tell us, Sean, like why does it, tell us all the beauties of what it means to you.
Yeah, the dirty capitalists in the room. I mean, we know
we all are.
Yeah, we all know, like intuitively we say, like transparency is going to drive the value up, but there's even still a fear at the carrier level, like, ooh, no, I just want to sell it like this. I don't really want to know. So this push is helpful because it enables somebody like us to go, no, here is the monetary value. By doing this, there is an increase in that residual value for every device you do this. Yes, you might know that something is more broken than you thought it is, but that's okay. It doesn't just take the floor out of the value. It lifts really all boats. So I mean, we've seen it even from back when it was just grab bags of phones. Even implementing grading standards would take prices up 10, 15%, like in the B2B market. So this is just incremental because we're taking, there's the trust and transparency, but the sophistication also comes with efficiency. If we begin to trust a triage, then I don't have to do it again. Because today there's a lot of testing and retesting, and I don't believe it, so I'm going to do it at my place. So it's just going to bring efficiency, which means values come up.
And can I put both of you on the spot and ask when you would be implementing DPP at the front end? Like that was a mock-up that we showed in the consumer research, but do you have a sense of when you will be kind of showing that kind of information on Samsung.com?
Yeah, as soon as humanly possible. Like we're in commercial negotiations now, and my plan is to be first to market with this. There's a lot of, as Josh mentioned, regulatory issues and things, but I want Samsung to be at the forefront of this truth and transparency in creating this circular ecosystem for our customers, whether they be B2B or B2C. So in partnership with Apkudo and with Bstock, you should see this pilot very soon.
Okay, very good. That answers both, I guess.
I concur.
You concur, very good. One thing I want to touch on, it came out quickly yesterday, and I'm not going to dwell on it because of time, but it is about the different use cases of a DPP. You know, we've talked about the consumer use case. We've talked about the B2B use case in terms of margin, residual value, and so on. But they're very different use cases, looking at different information within the DPP. And there are other use cases, again, it was kind of discussed yesterday, around even why regulations even exist. It's for tracking devices, it's a tax incentive for a government in terms of understanding the devices that are coming in and out of a particular market. And we've also talked about fraud as well being a very significant factor of bad actors. And by the way, no bad actor thinks they're a bad actor. So as this kind of plays out, people will be saying, is this good for me or is this bad for me? You know, to give you an example, Europe relies on, as we've talked about, almost 40-50% of their used devices come from North America. Those devices aren't supposed to be in Europe. They don't come with the official CE mark. So DPP might be bad for that situation. Now, by the way, everyone in Europe, bar a few companies, would say, yeah, we need those devices. So if DPP kind of prevents this, that's bad. I'm just trying to, you know, the DPP will flush out a lot of information and it will expose a lot, but there's different use cases is, I guess, the one quick point I wanted to highlight. Conscious of 5 minutes, but where do you see the greatest resistance? Or if we think about it as barriers, and if we think about, you know, one theme around data privacy in particular, which has come out, you know, the phone industry in particular, with IMEI numbers linked to people's personal information is a real challenge, especially, you know, we talk a lot about the car industry. The big difference with the car industry and the mobile industry is the flow of devices globally. So a phone could end up in France, in Africa, and a DPP could, if not managed well, expose a lot of information potentially. And that, I think, is a theme that has been coming out. But do you see that as being a real barrier? It is
without a doubt, absolutely. And maybe just to formalize that barrier, it's that you've got a tremendously competitive industry, which it should be, that benefits all of us, in particular consumers. You've got this ongoing push, as we spoke about earlier, an ongoing kind of tide being raised in terms of sophistication, and you've got a number of dynamics within that absolutely need to be addressed. I think the biggest one side of the coin is viewed as a barrier, the other side is viewed as an opportunity and an answer to that barrier, is neutrality, right? And the desire, we heard this from the workshop yesterday, the desire, it seems very natural to have this desire that a neutral party is the operator of the DPP for the industry, right? We are tremendously fortunate, I mentioned earlier, that we're fortunate in a number of ways as an industry. Here's one, we're tremendously fortunate that there is a single global authority that issues all the way at the beginning of life of the device, the cradle stage of the device, that issues the identity set under which a connected device may be manufactured, and that is the GSMA, right? And that's that's just a phenomenal, not only achievement for us as an industry, but an opportunity for us as an industry to have an independent, neutral body that already does this, right? They already control and regulate and enact the standards and manage the issuance of the identity set at the cradle stage of the device. That's the natural party to be the neutral body that governs it the rest of the way through. And it's why we announced just yesterday with the GSMA our pilot of device passport with them, specifically around the very first use case. Very funny word called homologation, right? It's a great term. But very first use case, which is simply, has this device even been manufactured, right? Does it even exist? And I think it's funny in the context of, and it really is quite curious, in the context of an industry context of such significant sophistication and accelerating sophistication that we spoke about earlier, that the simple question of, does this thing even exist, is still needing to be asked and answered by regulators and governments and other stakeholders globally. So that's where we're starting. That's where the GSMA is starting. But I think we're tremendously fortunate to have that single global authority, and I think that certainly gives me extremely high hopes that the notion of an industry getting ahead of those regulations for our industry more than any other, that is possible.
More specifically, and I agree with you, but for those in the room, I think a barrier is, well, how do I participate? Like if I'm a trader, if I am a processor, if I am a software company, how do I participate in the global device passport ecosystem? That's going to be a barrier that we all need to get over, because I'm still having trouble as the co-chair of the CTI grading standards with getting people to adopt the standard. So please adopt the standard. But then also think about how I can apply that standard into a future digital device passport. I think Apkudo, I'll give them credit, because it's not the Apkudo device passport, it's device passport powered by Apkudo, right? They are operating with the GSMA in partnership rather than making it their own thing. It is something that they are giving to the industry and sharing out with all and making it accessible and available to all. So that to me is why I am choosing to partner with Apkudo on this partnership, because this is something that will be free and open to everyone to participate and to upload data. Who touched it? Where did you do with it? Where did you do it? What did you do? All the things, all the device attributes, all the device touches will be available. And that transparency, we talked about trust, but that transparency has to exist at all levels and all touches of the ecosystem. From birth, as an OEM, I will upload my data into that, all the way to death. If you're an end user recycler that's recovering rare earth minerals and you're gonna end it and that TAC range should never be activated ever again, there's so many different touch points along the way. Every single touch point has got to participate. If you find yourself not participating, I think you're going to find yourself on the outs, because customers will want this confidence. They will want this passport to drive their purchasing decisions. And if you're not a part of that, you may find your business not doing the volume that you had before.
Thank you. And I want to touch on one quick thing quickly before I do the final question. Bob hooks me off, but and it kind of touched on your point there, Craig, but it's about accessibility of the data, and this is coming into the spaces point. But any company's willingness to share data will have to depend on who's going to be seeing that data, and that's a big complexity in the industry. One of those big barriers that you've been talking about, Josh, and maybe you want to share. Yeah,
that fundamental challenge, which is really rooted in the keyword there means sovereignty of the data, the ownership that you have in your data, and your varying levels of willingness to both share it, and that can be both a binary decision, do I share it or do I not, with who, but it's even more complex than that, is it can be a granularity decision. I am happy to share that I repaired this device, I'm happy to declare the authorized components I used to repair it, but I may not be happy to share the specific facility location, but I may, at some level of granularity, be happy to share the country that I did it in, right? All of that, the notion of sovereignty, and the second keyword being federation of that data with strict governance and controls around it, demands a very sophisticated infrastructure. Again, many reasons for us to feel fortunate as an industry. There is a set of infrastructure principles that have been ideated on for many years and formalized into what's called data spaces, headlined by the IDSA, the National Data Spaces Association, and that is what Device Passport, it's those principles and that architecture that Device Passport is built upon. And at the highest possible level, that's really quite simple. You own your data. You have an isolated data space that is truly yours, is only accessible to you, and you can federate out of that with strict controls under your decision what data, to whom, and at what level of granularity your data is shared.
And Abkudo has been great in this process. He's not just saying that I have full control over, I want this to move this here, I don't want this shown, I do want this shown. It is in the most truest sense of what Josh just said, that data sovereignty and that federation of data is so critical to me, because there are some things that I want visible and some things that I don't. But having a global standard that can look at the whole thing that's neutral, I feel good about, and I think others should too.
And the theory would be that the GSMA would be the operator of that. You might be the technical enabler, as maybe other companies, but GSMA would be the enabler of those, or the operator of those spaces.
That's right. We're simply the infrastructure. We're the AWS, right?
Perfect. Thank you very much. One final question, if I could just go down the row, maybe starting with you, Sean. What's the one change the industry needs to make in the next 3 years to address this point of transparency and trust? And you can't all just say DPP.
I think that was the all of the above answer. No, I think it kind of goes back into the sophistication piece. Like the more that the data and robotic solutions like are prevalent throughout the industry, it will enable us to have this data and build the industry trust that the passport actually, the phone is what the passport says. So having that sophistication continue to grow so we can trust it is vital.
Thank you.
I think that at the end of the day, as I mentioned before, there are layers, right? And if you don't have, not to keep harping on it, but if you don't have a good consistent standard, and when I say standards, I don't just mean the grading scales. I also mean what do you call the product, the marketing terms, the product attributes. You have to have consistency in your data, and you have to have a standard of what the device is, so that what the data that you're putting into the digital product passports makes sense and can be compared, right, as it moves through every chain in the ecosystem. If I call it a Galaxy S21 space 5G and you call it a Galaxy S21, is that because it's a 4G phone, or is it a 5G phone, or did you just leave off the 5G? Is my A+ the same as your A+? All of these things matter when it comes to following a device through its birth and death life cycle. So creating a standard, not just the grading standard, that's very important, but the standard of terms across OEMs, across platforms, across countries is absolutely critical, because otherwise this data will become untenable and you won't be able to do anything with it. So standards matter.
Thank you. Josh?
Craig said, who are you going to call? And I appreciate the Ghostbusters quote, but I would say that it behooves the industry, in answer to the question, as what is the single thing the industry needs to do over the next 3 years? I would say it's in 3 years' time, we're all sitting here and there's a very strict answer to who you're going to call.
Very good. Good answer. Well, I'd like to thank Sean, Craig, and Josh. I hope you enjoyed the discussion, and thanks for sticking around and listening. Thank you.
He's not a client, but
Yeah.
All right, if we can have the representatives of Blanco for our next panel come to the stage, please. We'll try and get back on track. George? Okay, if you're planning on sticking around for this one, I want to ask you if you can have a seat, because we're going to try and get back on track here so that we have lunch coming up next so we can keep the session moving without any further delays. Turn my back and all of a sudden there's people in chairs. It's like magic. All right, this next session is going to be particularly interesting because Blanco's taking a look at this from a perspective that a lot of us tend to forget when we're talking about data, and I'm going to call that monetization, because they're talking about unlocking margin through AI, and that's a big question that comes up. I work in the consulting space, and I have a lot of clients who say, how do I use AI? Well, the more important question is, how do I use AI to make money? So I think this is going to be a very interesting conversation. And with that said, I'm going to hand this off to my good friend George, and George is going to take it from here. George?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. I'm glad we filled up the room. This is very encouraging. So I think we're excited about this. The Q&A will be great because I think everybody will get a chance to ask questions. So that's the positive, right? Thank you guys for joining us before lunch. We'll try to keep this short, easy, and sweet. When we were talking about this and coming up with the panel, we wanted to talk about something that we felt was going to be exciting for the market in terms of what else are we using AI for, right? And unlocking margin is definitely something we're always looking at doing as an industry as a whole. So my name is George Abdelmalak. I'm National Account Manager for Blanco. I've been with Blanco for about 6 years. I've been in this industry since, God, I'm old, 2009, so a decent amount of time. And then I will turn it over to my panel to introduce each other. Let's kick it off with you, Josh.
Good morning, everybody. There we go. It's working now. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining today. As George said, very excited to speak on this panel on what is a really important topic for the industry. Personally, I've been in the industry now for 16 years. Started when I was 1. So a lot of time. Currently, I'm CEO of Early Upgrade, and I'm a board member of Quick Ship Brands, both in the reverse remarketing and recycling domain of the industry. So very excited to be here, and I'll pass over to you, Sri.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Tvika Shahaf. I'm leading the product at Blanco. Recently joined the company, and in the past 2 decades, I've been spending most of my time solving problems in the IT space and addressing different technology trends and delivering value, through product innovation. So excited to be here today.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chris Cornell. I'm the Senior Manager of Strategy and Operations at eBay. Part of my remit is third-party partnerships, including diagnostic partnerships, and eBay works very closely with both QuickShip and Blanco. Very nice to meet everybody.
Yeah, and we did not pay him for that endorsement, just saying, sure. So I'll kick it off with the first question. Josh, as you said, you have been in the industry for 16 years. You've sold devices, insured them, refurbished them, traded them in, and disposed of them. In all of that, where does the most value get lost?
Well, I think the first thing that we quite often miss out on is knowing what we have. And it sounds like a real basic fundamental, but it's something that we all struggle with, because typically you don't know what you have until a product's already arrived at your facility, which from a value chain standpoint is already too late. Because you can't be prepared for it, you're working on the fly, and that brings a whole load of inefficiency to your processing operation by adding steps to the journey and all around creating more work. Secondly, you've then got optimizing the facility itself. There's lots of different ways you can lay out a building, lots of processes that you can build into your operation, and if you don't have them set up in an optimal manner, you're adding touch time, you're adding manual labor, all of which cost money. And let's be honest, we're in a very fine margin space, and pennies count. So if you're losing seconds in time for every device you process, and if you're working at scale, that amounts to a huge balance that is ultimately coming off the bottom line of your P&L. Sure. So they're the 2 things I would call out.
What about, where does like the consistency kind of weave into that, right? I mean, you've discussed knowing where it's coming in and then the process in itself in terms of lost value. But what about consistency? Do you see consistency being a reason, or are you confident in the line that you've set up?
I feel like when it comes to functional testing and things like that, there's a level of consistency because you're using platforms to do it like Blanco, which gives you a set list of tests to conduct and a set list of output. However, when you look at things like grading, for example, grading is a subjective process. And there's a lot of variance in that, which happens because you pick up one device, it might have a mark down the left side, another might have marks to the center of the screen. It is a more subjective process. I feel like with functional testing, though, that's been streamlined, but there's still a lot of work that we can do to bring the overall process into a more efficient narrative.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, I think that, to Josh's point, the discovery part maybe is like the first obstacle that a lot of processing kind of organizations are kind of seeing. Gathering the data about the specific assets, understanding the chain of custody and the actual state of that asset is like the starting point for everyone. And streamlining discovery and making that process easier for everyone, more transparency around that, I think is a foundational element. We'll talk a little bit more about how does that serve AI as kind of the next frontier, but as a starting point, I totally agree that discovery and working with your eyes open is key, for the rest of the process.
Yeah, I mean, the places that I've visited and toured, consistency is always a question, right? Are we giving the right tools? Are we having the right expectations from our operators as to find that out? We are seeing a lot of discussions about AI advancing that consistency layer and increasing the efficiency on operations. Also, maybe determining the value of the device before it comes in so that at least you have a precursor to where you're going to go. So I think that there's definitely a lot of woven opportunity with AI to kind of solve those characteristics.
I think there's one thing I would add to this, and I think it's a use case that we're all familiar with, and that is the presence of things like MDM locks and encumbrances.
Sure.
If you're receiving products and you're moving them straight into full test without knowing that, you could be wasting a whole load of time.
Absolutely.
So if you can detect the presence of things like that up front, it allows you to streamline your back-end operation so you're not moving things into production until they're truly ready to move into that channel.
I have a lot to say about that, but I think Chris has been trying to say something for a couple minutes, so go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say from a marketplace perspective, consistency is king. And two of the things that I think are the most important thing about consistency is one is the work that we're doing on CTIA grading scales to make a standardized documentation of what consistency looks like. And then the second part is partnering with diagnostic software partners like Blanco and other providers who are top-notch, who can help provide consistency within the supply chain. So ultimately, a buyer of that product has a good experience.
Yeah, and that's a great point to that value. And just back to Josh's point about some of the locks and some of the things, it's not just wasted time, it's also wasted cost of labor, right? Like if you take a phone that is locked by either MDM or carrier lock or FMIP or whatever the case is, and put them down the line, and then you figure out it's locked, you've spent all that money and labor just trying to solve that. So a lot of people that we service, we've tried to help them build that into the process in the beginning to say, is the device, what are the specs of the device so we can enter it into our ERP, and then, are the locks cleared, and does that now go down the full line, or does it, wait in quarantine so that we're not spending the time and money on effort on it?
And you can validate that stuff up front. If you
Absolutely.
have a list of serials, you can run that before you've even seen the devices, and you can streamline that front end of your operation.
Yeah. I'll go to you next, Chris. As Senior Manager of Strategy and Operations, when a device is graded upstream and listed on your marketplace, where does that show up first? In the conversion data, the return rate, sellers, repeat business?
Yeah, so I think it's a two-part answer, George. Really, it's going to show up in the buyer experience. And then the second part to that answer is, well, how do you prevent that, right? So in looking at the first part of that answer, it's showing up in buyer experience. It's really going to show up in the form of returns. And on Marketplace, you're going to be dinged with what's called a SNAD, significantly not as described item. Essentially, that's where that inconsistency comes in, right? The buyer is looking at a listing, they're expecting to receive one thing, and they receive another. And I think that it's really important. Then there's secondary and tertiary consequences because of that. There's going to be a lot of noise in your supply chain. The customer's going to be calling your customer support to ask about that item, why it doesn't match the listing. eBay's going to be reaching out to you about why that return happened, why that item doesn't match the listing. And then the ultimate consequence, which is lack of trust and repeat buying with the buyer. The buyer's not going to come back to you as a seller on the marketplace. There's going to be distrust for the seller going back on that marketplace. And then ultimately, the buyer's going to be unsure about whether to buy reefer, which hurts the industry overall, which no one ultimately wants.
Yeah.
And then from a standpoint of seller operating model, how do you correct this? I think diagnostics is a great way to create grading consistencies. It really helps to solve the problems of what buyers are looking for in the form of is it locked, unlocked, the IMEI check, the financial check, battery health, power cycles. When these items are coming to the buyer with those not checked, then it creates inconsistencies, and that's a bad buyer experience all the way around. And the whole goal, right, of the diagnostic software testing and creating consistencies in the marketplace is to build trust in the industry, and it's a three-way partnership between the buyers, the sellers, and the marketplace.
Yeah, and when you say building trust, I mean, I would assume that the goal is, as you build trust, more buyers are coming to your marketplace, which will increase the price of the sale. Is that kind of the goal?
Yeah, so repeat buyers are always going to be more valuable to a marketplace or any business. And then, it's not only just increased prices like you talk about, but it's also that cost of the return, right? The time value of the return coming back through the reverse process from the buyer back to the seller. And then the cost of those returns, right? So you're going to have a bad buyer experience score on eBay. You're going to pay increased seller fees, and then just then you have to rerun that item through your logistics and QA process.
Yeah, maybe to add to that, I think the loss of trust basically leads to loss of value, on both ends, and it's true both on, from my perspective, it's true both on the commercial or retail as well as on the enterprise side. And what kind of the gap is really that trust infrastructure that streamlined the process. It starts from the discovery that Josh was referring to, and it then goes to the actual state of that asset, the ability to assess the hardware, the software, the exterior and overall shape of the product, and actually go beyond just the sticker price that you would typically see on any secondary marketplace. I heard in the previous panel, but it's just worth addressing it. Same problem in the, used cars or, pre-owned certified cars was resolved with the trust infrastructure that solves similar problem.
Yeah.
You have, the chain of custody and the notion of where a certain vehicle was coming from, pre-ownership and other risks, any mechanical issues that you should be aware of, and the overall history of that, plus the ability to do a full 360 kind of grading of any vehicle to actually define in an AI-based really what is the fair market value of that device. And I think that the industry we're operating in is ready for that same disruption. I think that just to put a statement that I really like around AI to tee us up for this discussion, if you think about it this way, the experimentation of AI is where we're all looking for new ways to use advanced technologies. It's never been cheaper to experiment like it's today, but it's never been so expensive not to try like in the days that we're living at now. So everyone, in most recent kind of events are talking about AI readiness and where can that fit. We're definitely seeing that demand. We're definitely seeing that appetite, from processors to automate more, to regain that trust in the process itself, in order to maximize value and expedite, processing time as it is today.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, one of the things that you said and kind of got me going, why do you say it's cheaper now? It's never been cheaper now. Just clarify. I think I know the answer, but I just want to.
I think that the foundation for that is the age of data that we're all living on, or at, and the amount of data that you can actually aggregate from really in-depth diagnostics and overall pricing strategies. If you leverage that properly, you can experiment more and you can task agents to support these processes at scale. Like if we look at just, 2026 is going to end up with what, 22 billion connected assets, in the industry. These are numbers that it's just kind of outgrown what the human, capacity can handle and process, and we all need to find more automated and productive ways to handle that. That's where AI is kicking in, and definitely overall token cost and the ability to leverage
and be able
agents.
to process more information using AI, and it is definitely cheaper. That's what I thought you were going to say.
The cost point's an interesting one as well, because quite often we obsess about like cost per click or cost per use, but we've really got to think about the overall cost picture. Because to use Chris's example of returns, to bring one product back, how much does it cost you in freight alone? $13, $14? Yeah. If you're talking about a cell phone? Like if you can spend 20 cents to make sure that that product is as you describe it up front and it's not going to come back, you're alleviating $14 of cost by spending 20 cents. It's a no-brainer. But quite often we obsess about that upfront cost, which has a big knock-on effect on the back end of the supply chain.
I would love to. Can you say that one more time? The obsession of the.
I'm not selling for you.
It's thanks. No, it is true that there's a lot of times we are penny wise and dollar foolish, right? We'll take the risk of what that return will be like as opposed to putting in the extra work and effort in the beginning. But I think a lot of people are seeing the value of that, and it is expanding. So it's definitely moving in that direction. Josh, I'll take just another question to you. Early upgrade services, trade-in programs, corporations, you're in the middle of multi-chains of simultaneously offering these devices. When a device arrives from one of those channels without its intelligence, what do you actually do with it? Like, what is it? How do you streamline that if you're not getting that information up front?
It's tough, and I like to use a sports analogy for this. And seeing as it's the World Cup, it seems fitting to do it. But it'd be like
Egypt. Sorry.
Yeah, it'd be like managing a football team and having 11 players turn up, but not knowing who's going to turn up before they arrive. How do you know what you're going to do, how you're going to play, what you should do with it? And you start following a standardized process. And that standardized process doesn't work for every device because you've got encumbrances, you've got different processes you have to follow according to customer rules, and one size doesn't fit all. Yeah. So you're working blind, which means that you have to then categorize things on the fly. It adds front-end processes in the building because you're trying to work with what you've got versus knowing what's coming in and knowing what you're going to do with it. It just creates a whole lot of inefficiency and uncertainty. Which does put strain on the operation and ultimately, redacts from your bottom line.
Yeah, that's a good
Just
point.
making sure, football or soccer?
Soccer.
All right.
That looked like it hurt, didn't it? Savika, what's the infrastructure parallel? Like, what does the broken intelligence chain actually look like? And why does the industry keep accepting it as a cost doing of business?
So again, back to the trust issue that we discussed about, like, again, everyone's checking all the boxes today, but in a very inconsistent and manual kind of way. When a device gets to the warehouse, manual processing, like, Josh would take a device in hand and would typically describe the, exterior condition of the device with a potential scratch on the screen, and I'd say it's a dent, and, the beginning of the shift to the end of the shift would probably look different. It's really hard to maintain that consistency. It's really hard, and we hear from different, processors that different sites, different warehouses, different geos, see certain discrepancy. And a lot of what we hear is that people are kind of taking the loser approach on that. So by default, device would be downgraded, to ensure that there is no write-off or, loss of revenue on returns and other problems that people are seeing. So back to that point, really, I'm taking it again to the trust part. When you look at other verticals or other segments, the outcomes of building the right, trust infrastructure ends up with higher value recovery. If you look at the, again, vehicle or, cars market, pre-owned certified cars, Ever since COVID, the average, selling price kind of, I think, rise close to 30%. All in all, the overall close time of potential deal dropped significantly given the trust and also, warranty and other aspects that kicked in rather than just dealing with a dealer that you don't know anything about or where the car is coming from. So the ability to establish that, trust infrastructure and the ability to process so much data points globally, and as we're seeing that a lot of devices are, changing hands and moving between global markets, and we have a global footprint kind of perspective on that, is key. And that's where, we're living in an exciting point in time where AI can actually help on that front.
Svika brought up an important point there as well, because when we think about the value chain in mobility, we quite often modularize it. Whereas we really need to look at it across the board. When you're talking about selling a product, processing a product, buying a product, you need to think about the whole thing. Because like to Chris's point earlier, when you're selling on a marketplace, description is key. If you're not describing that product for what it truly is, there's a high chance it's going to come back, you're going to have a disappointed customer, and that doesn't, remain to that one transaction. That disappointment impacts the entire industry. Because that's one customer who's going to be detracted from buying a used product again in the future. So descriptions, the sales journey, the processing, everything needs to be looked at across the board.
That's a great point.
Now, if we want to add to that, more pressure around memory pricing, the overall, list price of new products that is driving more kind of recover first, I'd say, strategy that we're seeing. Yeah. That means more devices to process. That means, processing at scale, trying to do more parallel and automated work around that. These are new challenges that everyone's kind of addressing and trying to kind of deal with. Just recently, Apple announcements on overall, pricing, price bump, and others that we're seeing in the market will drive more need, and sense of urgency around processing at scale, and reducing while doing that, the overall processing time. So it's kind of within those boundaries, how do you come up with positive business outcomes in the space? That's where, again, the technology should kick in and build that trust as we scale.
Yeah, you kind of got me thinking about a different point, but that it all kind of aligns with it, right? As the cost of memory goes up, and I think in earlier sessions they were talking about hyperscalers and taking up a lot of the memory, there's going to be an anticipated increase in sales in the secondary market, right? I think that we all can see that. Chris, and I hate to put you on the spot, I know we haven't talked about this, but is that something that eBay as a marketplace is kind of looking at in terms of forecasts to say we will see more secondary sales, and is that B2C or is it C2C or is it a combination of the two? Just kind of curious as to what your thoughts on that are.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely an appetite there or demand for more sales within the marketplace to do that. But I think that the real important point to hit on is there's a lot of value already in the supply chain that's being lost, right? And so if sellers are coming on the site and they're having to sell an A-graded item as a B grade because of grading inconsistencies or lack of buyer trust, there's value inherent right there that's at your fingertips that you can go out and get immediately just by improving your grading consistency and your listings.
Actually, so you're leading me into the next question. It's a great point. Svika, I'll ask you this. So a processor has an operator that takes about 90 seconds to diagnose a phone and process it through the system. 6 weeks later, it comes back, right? And oftentimes we do not connect those two events, right, as to the inconsistency. What are some of the parallels that you can find in that and the cost lost or the cost of that return coming in, based on those two events?
So the loss of value basically is created, when an asset is exchanging hands. During that point at that intersection, there is a structural gap that we kind of see around, loss of value, given the blank, sheet that a processor has when a device gets into the warehouse, and also like how much can you actually assess in 90 seconds and looking holistically at all software, hardware aspects, and again, the subjective assessment or grading the exterior aspects of the device. That alone, like, just imagine yourself trying to do that at scale and with greater expectation to recover more value. Yeah. It's almost kind of mission impossible, and the ability to scale that up. So the parallels of that, in my mind is like, how can you automate more, to reduce that risk? How can you scale and, accelerate the process itself with the expectation to reduce processing time? Yeah. And we hear that, from all processors in the marketplace. And how can you also report on that and create more visibility as there are more parties involved, whether from enterprise side that is, again, creating more, kind of a demand for that, and as well as on the retail side, and provide everyone with evidence and the ability to share any kind of proof, or everyone's talking more about the passports that are becoming part of assets. Creating that kind of visibility to all, I think, is really key.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about it, it's one of two things that has to happen. You either increase that 90 seconds to however much time, maybe 5 minutes per device, which doesn't make sense considering our cost of labor, or we find better ways and more efficient ways to increase the trust through consistency, and maybe we leverage AI to do so. Is that kind of what you were talking about?
The key is about, disposition decisions. How can you improve the ability of human beings to take decisions faster, and by recovering more value or extracting more value out of what Chris described as, billions of assets that are out there that can be, salvaged or can be recovered and gain more value to their owners in secondary kind of activities that are happening in marketplaces. I think that is the key. If we can support, processors with better decisions, that's just like the ideal state where the market is looking to get into a more balanced point, rather than the current, I'd say, subjective considerations that we're seeing around those decisions.
Josh, I want to go to you from a processor standpoint. In that same scenario where you're having, this disconnect of the processor to the return, and how are you going to solve that problem? What are some of the things that you would look at to kind of reduce the returns on that and increase, the trust factor with customers through that intelligence?
So one big thing that we're focused on at the minute is taking decisions away from the warehouse floor. And what I mean by that is, going back to your point around subjectivity, if people are making decisions on the fly without kind of a strict guideline as to how it should work, that's when you get variance, that's when you get dissatisfied customers, that's when you get returns. So by trying to follow a more kind of scripted process on the floor, we're seeing a greater consistency, fewer returns, and ultimately more equality of outcome for all stakeholders.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. And how's the success of that running for you now that you guys have implemented some of those changes?
Much better, and when people are following the same process consistently all day, every day, and it's a guided process step by step, you get more efficiency. And all of us talk about UPH in this industry. Your UPH goes up when you've got consistency, when people have got a repetitive process that they're familiar with, that they understand. I think it's really important from that consistency point that we keep talking about.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So Vika, I'll go to you next, and it kind of changes a little bit to some of the implementation. So from your background, and you've ran product for large organizations, and you've implemented large organizational usage of the products that you had, portfolios from hundreds of devices or solutions to however many. What are some of the things that you can think of for people in this room that maybe not large scale, maybe they're processing 100 to 500 devices a day? Would that still be something that they would utilize, all of these things that we're talking about from intake and intelligence and streamlining the efficiency, or do you see that differently depending on size?
I think that there are a lot of similarities. By the end of the day, we're talking about people, processes, and tools, and how do you bring those to better operate together. So larger kind of scale processing or smaller one, I think are following the same. We all want to extract value, we all want to process faster, and we all want to ensure like the best service that we can provide, and also embrace our people, and kind of set them for success and for delivering value to end customers. And in that sense, I think it smaller to larger kind of processors are following the same. We're all here for the same purpose. It's just, you know, the order of magnitude of the operation, or how do you fit the operational model, the business model to fit into that. It's still like, by the end of the day, we're processing the same devices, the same IT assets. So, and I think what AI also unlocked is like the ability to leverage tools, you know, at a smaller scale and gaining, you know, productivity from the get-go, rather than looking for a turnkey project that replaces everything that you have in place. So there is always kind of the internal resistance. There is always the fear of, you know, starting over with certain things, but it's just first, if you can define the operational model that fits and where AI can fit in that process, build that trust, you know, step by step, and, you know, start riding that bike. I think that the size of the organization comes secondary to just the decision, you know, to automate and to rely more on, you know, agentic capabilities that can provide that kind of productivity gain or overall value to the org.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I was going to say, from a marketplace perspective, we deal with sellers of all sizes, from large, medium, and small businesses. And the fundamentals don't change across the size of the business. I mean, if you think about a P&L, the order of magnitude, it doesn't matter. You're taking 100% of your sales, and then if you bake in a 10% return rate, if you can reduce that to 5% due to grading consistencies and lower SNADs, lower returns, then you're returning that money to your bottom line, whether you're a large seller or a small seller. It's indifferent.
Yeah, and what I would add to that piece is you can follow the same structural process using different ways of getting to the same outcome. That was a really weird way to describe it, but some companies will use automation. They can justify that. It makes sense for their business. Others still rely on semi-automation or manual processes, but you can still work towards the same outcome no matter what channel you're following. And again, it doesn't matter if it's a mom and pop shop or a large enterprise. Like, all businesses should be working towards that same outcome one way or another.
And I think that the key in that, and seeing, you know, to your earlier question, George, around, you know, technology adoption, it's like, how do you create a gated process where you still put people in control and ensure that they get the right recommendations around disposition decisions? You still want to have, you know, the captain on seat, and just ensure that technology supports different decisions and different, you know, automated activities, and for sure handling the amount of data that we all need to process. So as long as the process is gated, as long as the process is, you know, assessed, you know, the top line is also being kind of reviewed, and then we're all contributing, you know, to the right goal, then again, the size of the organization is, as I've mentioned earlier, is secondary to that.
To put it simply, it's decision tree methodology with next best outcome. So if X happens, then do Y. If Y happens, do Z. Same type of thing, where you're not asking somebody to come up with the outcome, you're giving them an outcome based on the inputs that they're giving you to work with, which I think is crucial.
That's what agents are asking for today. Just describe the outcome. They'll take care of the rest, right?
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point with AI and agentic AI about how that will play into part. You know, a lot of the times we deal with operators of all different sizes, from ones that, to Chris' point, that do, you know, 100 a day to, you know, 50,000 a day, and it doesn't stop from them asking, hey, am I doing this right? Is there a better way to do this? As advice to everybody in this room, if anybody wants on, talk to the marketplaces that you're working with. Ask them how you guys measure up in terms of like discrepancies. How could you reduce those things? Talk to your service providers. Ask them, you know, what are some of the things that they see as best practices? How could they become better at it? Because all those things are just conversational, right? These meetings, going to conferences and meeting people and networking, great way of seeing how you could be better. But really the idea of it is you're not too small or too big to ever become better at what you do, you know?
And the solutions like the ones Blanco offer are available to anyone. I think there's a common misconception that if you're a small business, you won't have access to a solution like Blanco can offer, but everyone can access these tools. And again, going back to the whole kind of penny wise, pound foolish argument, if you're going to spend 20 or 30 cents doing a diagnostic, sometimes that can alleviate a boatload of returns on the back end, which has a much bigger commercial impact. So whether you're a small or large business, you've got access to all these tools.
Yeah, and you know, and not to promote that, but there are definitely a lot of programs for different people, different sizes. It's not a one size fits all, but your service provider as a whole will work with you to improve on it. Blanco is one of those, and we can go from that.
I think just to add to that, you know, to Josh's point, again, building AI-based solution always starts with data, you know, and how much of data can you ingest in order to, again, get to those disposition decisions. If you're relying on publicly available data and you're trying to crack pricing decisions, that's probably an easier task to do, and everyone's kind of playing around that and trying to parse data or ingest data from multiple sources. The question is, how do you enrich that, you know, to address the subjectiveness aspect of it, and how do you make disposition decision based on objective data sets and as wider as possible, really understanding the actual condition of the device, getting deeper into diagnostics and other challenges, so that you can have more deterministic, you know, kind of approach overall into grading and value recovery of assets. I think that is the key. That's probably one of the biggest challenges that I've been addressing in my role, and see, you know, kind of the demand around that. And, you know, just wanted to call that out, that whenever you deal with AI, it's just like, how wide is the data set that you're actually training agents and relying on to take those kind of decisions, and it's not just, you know.
It's interesting because AI, and we'll get to Q&A in a bit, but you know, AI is great. It's a great tool, great frontier, very exciting. But I think that the one cautionary tale is we can also really get buried in it or drown in it because we're spending so much money on AI thinking that the return is there. You know, just be cautious about that. Go to people that have kind of put this together, because in the end, AI is just a tool, but it still needs to learn, and so you need to have the right data and information and experience to be able to teach it. One last question before we kind of close up, and I'd just like to have you guys think from your own perspectives, right? You know, Josh from an operator, Tavika from, you know, head of product at Blanco, Chris from eBay. You know, what is one decision, and just if I get a decision, like one sentence from each of you. What is the one decision an operator in this room could make in the next 90 days to improve grading consistency, reduce avoidable condition mismatch, and build stronger foundation for the brighter trust, all of which will move their margin per device? That was not rehearsed at all, but you got it. Josh, I'll start with you.
Again, it's that word, it's consistency. If you can leverage tools that allow your operators to follow a standard guided process, I guarantee you the quality of your output will go up versus trusting people to make decisions on the fly.
I think my best recommendation would be become more strategic, you know, try to elevate yourself above the tactics and just the overall efficient process that is already happening on the processing floor. Start thinking about decision-making process and how do you change that and how do you elevate that in order to gain more value in a very marginal kind of business.
Yeah, so I think that from a marketplace's perspective, the decision that I'd make is to make grading consistency measurable through the intake, physical grading, and then the post-sale review. And the best way to do that is through, you know, diagnostics and being able to diagnose, like, hey, why do we have that return rate or that SNAD that we do? Because that's going to ultimately improve the trust within the relationship between the buyers, the sellers, and the marketplace.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think it was mentioned in the previous session, and they were talking a little bit about the device passports and the overall attention that the market will be putting in the next couple of quarters into the chain of custody and the actual state of the device. As more regulatory kicks in, I think that organization needs to start planning ahead of that, you know, and fit processing, you know, kind of procedures to meet those expectations. Diagnostics become key part of that because, again, when you have 90 seconds to assess a device or process a device, if you don't adopt a more data-driven approach and rely on factual data, you know, the lack of trust will will still be there and something that we'll still see, and it will be translated into more returns, into lack of customer trust in the process and in secondary marketplaces, and we're all here to change that trajectory and build more trust and the infrastructure that supports that.
And by leveraging technology as well, you enhance the quality of that data that you can then rely on and look back on. There's also an independent element to it, which is really important, because sometimes if you're a customer, you might not trust the guy you're buying a product from. Whereas if you can look back at like a Blanco report, for example, and see this device has been tested to this standard, it again builds the trust amongst the customer base, which is really important. And then if a device does come back, you can look back at your records, you can see this is the standard it was tested to. And ultimately, you've got that chain of custody then builds trust, and it's something that you can use moving forward to improve your processes.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, I think that device information carrying all the way through the life cycle of the resale process is critical to building that trust, like you said.
Yeah, and we're going to start to see that in the market, right? I think EU is launching their passport within, I think by end of year. We'll start to see that, just like they changed the chargers of iPhones because of the EU. So I think that we will see this across the globe. Some of the things I'd like to leave you with, first and foremost, thank you for the panel. Chris, Savika, and Josh, Savika, and Chris, thank you guys for your time. But as we're talking about this, the most thing that came up, we were talking about AI. It came up with consistency. It came up with trust, and it came up with a lot of things to unlock the margin. We're in a very margin-type business with a lot of volume. And I think over the next 3 years, we're going to see more volume, less margin, and really where people are going to buy it from, it's going to be the places that they trust the most. And so using technology will help you get to that point. Would you guys all agree?
Absolutely. And don't be afraid to spend up front on a solution that can help you with the overall value prop. Don't think that spending 20 cents over here is going to, tank your P&L, because it's not. On the contrary, it's probably going to help you overall generate more margin and ultimately build more trust amongst your customer base.
Yeah. There's also a lot of other applications that you can do with this. So, if a device is not sellable as is, or if a device can be fixed to be sold for more, or let's take it for parts and sell it, right? There's always going to be value that you can extract from a device, and technology could be the pinpoint of where it goes based on its information.
Yeah, and then the ability to justify that is always around ROI. Yeah. If you can justify investment in technology and translate that to ROI, then you're probably betting on the right, kind of solution. If that doesn't address the problem or solve either, velocity, value, or risk, then you probably bet on the wrong tool, and you need to rethink the process or the operational model. But I think that with the right bets and the right investments in technology, this can definitely translate into ROI, and in a very, as we said, kind of marginal space that can unlock a lot of the value that currently resides in so many billions of assets that we talked about.
Yeah, or might be lost. Yeah.
Yeah, and loss of value.
Yeah. Are you good? Okay. I am going to open this up to questions. I think we got about 5 minutes, and then we're going to sprint off to lunch. So back there, I don't know your name, but I will take that question. There you go.
Hello. Thanks for the panel, for the great conversation. My question is, do you think there's a situation where we might be looking at too much data, since we're talking about AI and using that data, and it requires the data? But I'm thinking if you see a situation where the gathering or trying to act upon that data is too much and it starts interfering with the efficiency gains.
As a product guy, I would say that there is no such thing too much data. It's only a question of what are you doing with the data and how do you translate that into business decisions or technical decisions. You can rely on subset of the data, or you can build a model that fits to your need. The question is like, what are the problems that you're trying to address? If that's around grading, the more data you got, the more accurate and the more objective kind of solution you will get on the other side. When it comes to pricing, again, I've seen different kind of perspective into that. People that are trying to rely on their own proprietary aspects and not to share with others versus relying on more publicly available data. So I think that we're living in an age of data, and as much as you can leverage that data, it makes your decision-making process more accurate, more objective. So, you know, just sharing my perspective. Unless you have any follow-up question on specific areas of data, that would be my answer.
Yeah, and what I would add to that is I think when it comes to data, it's less about quantity and more about quality of data. Like, the more reliable data that you can feed into an engine, the more accurate the outcome you're going to get from it, essentially. So I think the more data you have, Ossie, as long as it's reliable, the better. If you start feeding in data points that are meaningless or don't have correct base or substance, that's when you're going to get problems.
So we were looking at some of these aspects, you know, and as we build our, you know, agentic platform and solutions, we've been looking at almost 3 decades of data and talking about hundreds of millions of assets, you know, processed over the years. It gives us, you know, better confidence when we show up with certain solutions rather than relying on the past 3 weeks of data. So in that case, I think it's a strength rather than a weakness, or, you know, kind of a, to your point, too much information or too much data. The question is, how do you translate that into an operating model that is efficient and is not creating more hustle or more concerns for people, you know, having to deal with so much data. That's where, in today's reality, again, a lot of agentic solution and a lot of technology pieces that are kind of being put together are helping you. Every manager you would speak with would say that they probably suffer from some fatigue of data because they have too many dashboards and too many spreadsheets and other things to handle. But if you would ask one of your, you know, AI assistants to summarize that data for you and give you the bottom line of it, and also highlight risk or any other, you know, skill that you would ask AI to support, that's where data processing becomes more affordable and more convenient for people to consume these days.
Good question, though. Any other questions?
How do you see AI improving remote diagnostics from a functionality and cosmetic perspective so that devices can be pre-triaged before they even reach the warehouse?
So again, diagnostics can happen on site, either on the customer, you know, or consumer side, or at the enterprise side. It depends on the source. There are very clear and well-defined aspects of diagnostics on the software, the hardware, you know, the physical condition of the device, and as many data points you can collect, the grading becomes more granular and more accurate. You know, it's also a matter of building the right model when you weigh each and every element, you know, within the grading. So we're looking at dozens of data points per each and every type of assets, whether this is mobile or endpoint, you know, assets, and in those cases, the more granular and the more in-depth we can go gives you the ability to be more objective, more accurate, and also by the end of the day recommend the disposition decision around that device or how to recover it to maximize value.
You've also got to think about the customer experience, though, because if you start building friction into your journey, it's going to ultimately cause churn and customer frustration. Something else that you mentioned there, Svika, was around physical condition. It's really simple to run a remote diagnostic or run a remote encumbrance check on a device. That's straightforward. Doing a remote grading on a device when you don't have technology available for the customer to use and you're reliant on mirror tests or AI grading, it becomes a little bit more difficult. And again, it builds friction into that customer experience, which leads to churn and drop off. So it's a fine balance.
Okay, we're wrapping up. Any last questions? I think I got a signal from 5 minutes. Okay. Any other questions you guys might have? Yeah.
You're getting a workout today.
Love it. It's very impressive.
If we can get the next question from that side, that'd be great, right?
Well, thanks, y'all. It's awesome. And this is for the Blanco team, but it actually kind of affects Chris downstream as we talk about
passports and everything else. But Blanco is an incredible product. I think I've been probably at 3 different small mom and pop shops, repair and ITAD shops in the last month, 3 to 4 million small mid-market that actually are going off and they're vibe coding their own solutions for diagnostics and stuff here. So this question is more of a curiosity from an eng and a software perspective for Blanco, but you know, AI has kind of changed what we see as our foundational moat in the software world. So I am wondering, like, you know, if you move to an MCP architecture, if you can plug in agential bots at a rip, I mean, that's a game changer, right? You're seeing mom and pops now be able to say, I can have a 3PL logistics agential bot that now all of a sudden tells me if I ship out of Oakland rather than, you know, SFO, it's 5 days faster and a 20% drop. Barrier to entry is still massively high for that, but I'm wondering, as you guys are looking forward on the product side, what are you looking at? I mean, I don't think you want to be expanding into a full ERP solution probably. So what are you even viewing as your foundational moat right now?
So a couple of nuggets in that question that I'll address. The first one, again, I agree with you on entry barriers, but still, you know, most of what we provide in the market is certified erasure value. And around that certification, you know, you cannot allow any kind of irresponsible, you know, processes that may happen. And, you know, we are all seeing the increase in data breaches and, you know, data leaks and other activities. That's still what we're kind of standing behind and the promise that we provide to the marketplace, that certified erasure. Again, for smaller shop, to George's earlier question, yes, I agree. The entry barriers are probably lower and you should probably adopt more kind of homegrown solutions or things that you can kind of vibe code and build on your own. As we're looking and reading also the market trends, you know, we're definitely investing in AI. We believe that, you know, the ability to build a platform that provides more value to the user by reducing same entry barriers, making onboarding easier, making everything more conversational by definition is definitely where our product is going, and, you know, more announcements around that in the very near future. So I don't want to turn it into a Blanco event, but just to say we're riding the same waves, we're seeing the same kind of trends, and we're still standing behind that promise and the value of, you know, certified erasure, given, again, the growing number of assets in the market and the fact that more devices are now recovered first and not destructed first, would require more certified and more responsible adults that would ensure that data is not, you know, kind of populated where you don't want it to be.
No, that's awesome. And to be clear, I think everybody should be using your product. It's just, it's very interesting because it will affect interoperability as it comes down to trust certificates and everything else down the line.
Yeah,
so it's interesting.
And then just to add to that, again, we are looking, you know, at further adjacencies and our ability to fuel, again, decision-making process, you know, relying on the data that we have been generating for, as I've mentioned, decades, and then the ability to ensure that, you know, an agentic world can actually support that growing number of assets in the market and the overall disposition decision, so that everyone can regain more value, process more, and address, you know, the growing challenges we all see. So you'll see more, you know, coming on that agentic front from Blanco in the very near future. Thanks.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think that's a really good point about people now thinking, oh, I'll just do this myself. You know, there is something to be said about sticking in the lane of expertise, right? Knowing what you're going to do. You know, Blanco isn't just based on offering a diagnostics and erasure tool. It's based on 20 years of experience, and AI is a learning tool. So if me and you were to both use any kind of AI and put in the prompts, we're not going to put the same exact prompts. We're going to get different outcomes, right? And so the challenge then becomes, are you really putting the full capability that you need in there, or you think that you need? And that becomes the difference. And then do you manage to that and the upkeep to that? How is that going to compare or be consistent to others? I think right now there are standards for erasure like ADISA and so forth and so on that are required in a lot of aspects. I think the next stage will be for grading as well. And so I think that will eliminate some of the self-developed kind of diagnostic tools because they won't be that grading. The other thing is, I don't know about marketplaces, I won't speak for them, but let's just say in general, you don't want the company that is processing to write their own diagnostics and then be able to trust the outcome of that in a consistency of an industry that's always struggled with, are they playing in the right lane or not, right? Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to add, I think that it's the outcome that really matters. Josh said this earlier. There's a lot of different ways to go about delivering, consistent grading within a supply chain. So it's about the outcome and does it work for you? And that shows up in the metrics, right? George talked about Blanco having 20 years of experience. It's not just 20 years of experience, it's 20 years of results. From an outcome perspective, QuickShip as a seller, Josh is very familiar with their business. They have very good outcomes. And that's the most important thing on a marketplace is, can you drive consistency and trust with the buying experience? And that's what good operators and good software companies do.
And also, Jonathan, think about like the opportunity cost for a small business to go and build some of these things and actually get it certified in terms of time and cost and what it takes away from the core business. There are ready-made solutions that are available that are relatively inexpensive, that are trusted, that are certified, that we know work. So going down your own path of creating something totally new often doesn't make sense commercially for some of these smaller businesses.
I think that the certification part and the validation part are things we need to kind of emphasize for a sec. So if you think about what happened in the market, let's take a look at AI code generation just in the past 7 months since, Opus 4.5 came out and other kind of models around AI coding came out. Every engineer is using that today. Like over 55% of enterprise, code is generated by AI, but it didn't materially change the release cycles or the time to market, despite the fact that coders are coding faster with the help of AI. Why? Because of that trust, because of verification, validation, and the fact that you're serving regulated, industries, and you just cannot ship anything that, is prompted, on the dot. And I think that our industry is probably kind of in the same cycle. While AI can be infused in different processes and improve productivity, there are still checks and balances that are required to ensure that, certified erasure, to ensure that, everything is verified properly even after the erasure. Just as one example, but there are many others around that. So it's just like consume responsibly is my best advice around AI, and finding the kind of low-hanging fruit where AI can improve while still putting the right checks and balances, in the process. As I said, people, processes, and tools, and how do you blend those together is probably the key.
But building a solution is one thing, maintaining it is another, because the standards in this industry are constantly moving. I mean, look at IEEE, look at NIST. It's all changed drastically in the last year. So if, again, you've built a solution that's fit for purpose today, it might not be tomorrow. And then what do? You build again.
That's it. That's where I see the problem coming, is actually we're going to have a fracture and a breakdown between all that quality, which we work so hard to get up to.
Yeah,
so
it's a moving target.
And not to mention all the updates from our friends at Apple, right? And the new releases. Like those are always going to be kind of a landmine, and AI might be able to keep up with it. We don't know yet, and it's a lot to risk for your operations if you don't have the right tools in place, especially for what the cost is. That's the thing that kind of Josh was talking about that I kind of left alone just as an operator, as a solution provider. But the cost is so small compared to what the risk is, right? I got a wraparound kind of thing, so if there's any last comments other than that, I think we were going to call it. I think we're good. Thank you all very much. Enjoy lunch and go Egypt. Bye.
Test, 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 test. Is that as loud as it gets?
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully you didn't have too much to eat because it's a little warm in the room and we don't want anybody dozing off, although that can't possibly happen with this young lady moderating the session. Now, these other two I can't speak for necessarily, but you know, she'll keep it interesting, I can promise you that. This should be a very, very insightful topic, actually one that you might even want to take some notes on. But anyway, I'm going to stop and I'm going to hand the mic over and we'll get this session started. Aaron?
Thank you. I'm all ready to go.
All right.
Waiting for the slides to queue up.
Guys, keep the mics close to your mouth when you speak too, because otherwise people won't hear you.
All right, welcome. Economic headwinds and supply chain constraints. Oh my. Sounds daunting, but we are going to read past the headlines today and see what the data is saying about the market. I'm your moderator, Maureen Galvin. I'm Director of Strategic Industry Programs at CTIA, the Wireless Association. In my role, I convene the industry, supporting the stakeholders in the secondary market to develop standards and certification programs, including WISE, and our global voluntary grading standard. And with us today, we've got our two quarterbacks, Brad Accused from Circana and Sean Cleland from B-Stock. Do you guys want to go ahead and we'll start with Brad and introduce yourself?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the time today. Quickly about myself, I'm a mobile analyst tracking the market for over 25 years, very US-centric. We've been running a lot of survey work on the certified pre-owned market, and today we're here to share some of those interesting insights.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sean. I know almost everybody in the room. It's easy to see everyone. I've been at B-Stock for, like 12 years and head up our mobility division. And Brad and I have been working together to pull together data to kind of feed into, we have some hunches about the industry, but what is the data saying to back that up? So really glad to have Brad and Circana to support us. This is great.
All right, let's dive right in. So Sean, take us through, and I know you guys have given this presentation a little bit, but some of the data points have changed over the course of probably the last few months since you've last given it. So top-down approach, what's going on with the market today?
Yeah, top-down, I mean, not going to be a shocker to folks in the room, but definitely a supply-constrained year. Units coming down for a variety of macro reasons, right? Like a lot of the new phone sales are kind of driving a slowdown of devices coming back on the reverse end of the supply chain. But at the same time, because this, our ecosystem follows pretty logical economic models, pricing for devices is coming up at the same time. So really odd year behavior in the secondary market that's very much like it was during COVID when the supply chain was messed up there. But really the price increase is just being driven by massive amounts of demand. The U.S. is a supply market, so the demand is just really driving prices up. Yeah, and I think the last stat there is we'll go into more data about like what inventory we see coming back, but consumers are continuing to hold on longer. Like 40 months was coming out of 2025, right? You can see it in the data, and we'll get to that as a part of the presentation.
It's funny you mentioned COVID because I'm having a deja vu moment with being here at Mobile Disrupt and in a meeting and coming into these meetings today, and it's like, things are crazy. And I'm like, I swear I was here at this show having the same conversations, just different headwinds, so to speak. So yeah, but we're resilient, and we're gonna see what the data says about that too. Brad, is there anything you wanted to add?
Again, we have a lot of data to show you about what's happening in the market. To Sean's point, there is definitely a supply crunch out there, but given the high prices of smartphones, you're going to be seeing a massive wave of demand coming. And again, we're here to tell you what consumers actually think about these devices, and yeah.
And so all the data today is going to be based on a research study Circana commissioned. So can you walk us through how that data was collected and set this on sort of the definitions that will guide us today?
Sure. So this is our 5th iteration of the Certified Pre-Owned Demand Report. We launched about 5 years ago with a great partnership with Samsung. They really helped us, guide the report. In essence, we're going after certified pre-owned buyers, trying to figure out their overall purchase behavior, but at the same time, in our panel, we have a lot of new smartphone buyers because we know that a good chunk of them, give or take 30%, they actually at some point considered buying a pre-owned smartphone. And we also know that depending on their state of the household economy, their kids at some point could become pre-owned buyers. So we really wanted to understand what new phone buyers think about these second life devices. So again, a big study, and within the study, we are breaking up the market by different segments. We have the used, as is condition. We have the certified devices, but we also wanted to look at the market from a manufacturer certified, renewed, as Samsung calls it, standpoint, because we are seeing a very different program, coming out of the OEMs. And again, I'm going to show the data points. The satisfaction numbers are extremely high when the OEMs are in the picture.
So walk us through consumer tech spending at a holistic level. Are folks spending money on tech?
Yeah, so again, this is a very macro story, and this is where Circana is kind of privileged to have access to this massive point of sale data. We know exactly what folks are buying, where they're buying, all of their, shopping habits. And what we are seeing is that when it comes to tech, if you think about the two main income cohorts in the market, those who are making less than $100,000 and those who are making more than $100,000 within their household, the way they behave is very different. Now, you would always think that those folks, who are thinking more frugal about their spending, they are our main targets for these second life devices. That's actually not the case. It is correct that in the last 2 years, again, on a macro level, we had seen U.S. consumers pulling back on spending across the board. In that one slide, we're looking at on the left-hand side, looking at the age cohorts within the sub-$100,000 household income level. Every single age cohort simply pulled back on spending. What I'm showing you there is how much they spent compared to the previous year of that same month. So again, give or take, every single one of them spent 5 to 10% less than what they spent last year. Now, in theory, we have the higher income cohort driving the US market, right? The economy. They keep spending. These folks have exposure to the stock market. They're fine with their household economy, and they keep spending. However, within that higher income household group, you have different cohorts acting very differently. If you look at the youngsters, those aged between 18 and 35, these folks are actually pulling back on spending big time. And this is the main market, right? To go after with in terms of the innovative products and services, the foldables and so forth. But the reality is that they do not have the means to purchase those expensive, innovative devices, and that's why refurbished devices become so important for those cohorts. In general, yeah.
And then let's talk about consumer satisfaction. Sean, do you want to kind of walk us through where we're seeing the trend lines around that? So we know consumers are spending less.
Yeah.
But where is their satisfaction levels?
Yeah, I think Brad was saying it. Like on pre-owned products, the satisfaction is actually higher than new. Like there was a presentation this morning, and we were talking about how much more research the consumer does when they're buying pre-owned, and I think that kind of comes through in the satisfaction scores as well. Much higher rate. So it's good there's certainly headwinds. There's we are bringing up a lot of doom and gloom, but for our audience, it is an opportunity. Like getting more pre-owned to the consumer is a good thing. Like if we keep doing what we're doing, the satisfaction is there.
And I think we're going to dive in this a little bit later, but the importance of then standardizing that experience. So when that research is conducted, folks know how to find the information they're looking for. It's consistent across the channels that they're buying from, and then it's helping to promote and keep those satisfaction levels high as well.
Yeah, Maren, I just want to note that to Sean's point, and I believe Craig brought this up earlier during the previous sessions. When we ask consumers about the kind of the research they do before buying these devices, it's massive. They really want to understand what they're getting into. And therefore, the more information, the more transparent information you provide to them, it just helps the business big time. And I think that's why the initiatives that you have at CTIA in terms of providing certain guidelines for the entire industry is extremely important. And do more of the stakeholders here in the room and in the reverse logistics industry, the more they follow those guidelines, you are going to be seeing the market reacting very positively. We have those numbers. When you give them the right information, they know exactly what they're buying. And again, we'll show you those slides later on. Their satisfaction levels go up significantly. If you look at that one data in the previous slide I had there, I was showing the brand new smartphone satisfaction levels compared to pre-owned. They're almost neck and neck, especially if you look at the Samsung numbers. It's because of that strong program Samsung has. The phones come with new batteries. Folks know exactly what they're getting into. I think that's, the numbers just speak to the importance of being transparent and giving consumers any possible information.
And so when we talk about that satisfaction rate, is it, and we can go to the next slide, is that predominantly around CPO? Because I feel like 2025 was the year of CPO. So how are the OEMs and the carrier supplies kind of driving that portion of the market and product quality? So
again, with respect to the slide, I also want to call out one other thing. In the very beginning, I talked about the macro story, the fact that the cohorts, the high-income cohorts who are buying these devices. If you look at the brand new buyers versus used smartphone buyers, you would think that it's the lower-income households who are typically buying these devices. But if you look at the numbers, give or take 25 to 30% of pre-owned buyers, they're in these top-tier household income cohorts. So again, it's a very, very different model out there right now. The consumer behavior is shifting significantly. Again, 25 was the year of CPO, and I know we're going to be talking more about the supply story. Demand is going to be there. You're going to be seeing more of these consumers demanding these devices, but the question is, will supply going to be there? And to your point, what OEMs are trying to do is going to be key here.
Anything to add, Sean?
I don't think that the price point, we'll talk about that more as well, but just being able to offer, kind of these sneaky mid-level price points, and it's still very high quality product. But, even in a market where there's tight new supply, this is a big opportunity to get pre-owned out there and into a demographic that's looking for it.
So let's dive into the supply side, because everyone, I think, is hungry to know how are the carrier and OEM programs driving the supply, especially when we talk about trade-in specifically, which I know is a very hot topic in the industry.
Yeah.
Brad, do you want to?
Sure. I mean, I know this topic has come up in the previous discussions. I'm sure it's going to come up multiple times throughout these sessions. The reality is that if you think about, a year ago, every carrier, they were very aggressive with their trade-in promotions, but slowly we're seeing a lot of them kind of pulling back from that subsidy model. It's becoming very, very expensive to keep financing these devices. And with the prices going up, the MSRP is going up, it's just putting additional financial burden on these carriers. So with the trade-in numbers, with the trade-in incentives kind of going down noticeably, I think that's going to impact the overall, the supply in the market. I mean, that's almost given. But there will be some wild cards, which we'll talk about later on, but that's the existing story right now in the market. There are not enough incentives out there to push folks into these upgrades.
Yeah, that attach rate is staying the same regardless of less transactions for new. I mean, that came up earlier this morning as well. So it's tightening the supply. And I think what also changes things is the behavior of what companies are doing with the devices now. I mean, the trend has been, across the portfolio of companies that we work with, we need to reuse as much of it as possible. So a lot of the higher end, higher quality, that's staying in-house. Like, it's not getting into the open market. So it's creating opportunity for companies that can do effective repair. But a lot of the inventory is being eaten by the companies at the top. And so what's trickling out is a far different look on the grading scale than it has been in the past.
But we're seeing a little bit something different in Canada, where the model's a little bit different with the leasing strategies.
Correct.
Brad, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Correct. So I don't know if we have anyone, actually, Jeff. Yeah. So we know that, I believe back in 2017, the market shifted completely. It went from, locked models to the unlocked model in the U.S. where it's still not there. Give or take 20% of the phones in the U.S. are sold as unlocked. But in Canada, once the market switched to fully unlock, we had seen the carriers offering these leasing programs. If you think about the beauty of that for the reverse logistics market, everyone who's buying a phone directly from the carrier, they are forced to bring that phone back in after 3 years. So that has created a very robust supply, if you will, for the market. Unfortunately, that's not happening in the US, and to be very frank, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Because again, on a very macro level, if you think about what US carriers are doing right now, they're kind of moving away from being the mobility provider to being the connectivity provider, right? We have almost everyone out there now trying to bundle home internet services with mobile services. That requires a lot of CapEx. If you listen to their earnings calls, every single one of them, they're talking about boosting their fiber coverage. All of that money, the CapEx that goes to that, is basically taking away from these subsidies, these trade-in programs that we've been seeing in the U.S. market. Again, on a macro level, I'm not expecting the U.S. carriers to kind of switch model, go to a leasing program model and offer folks 3-year upgrades. That's not going to happen. And I have a quote which kind of makes me a little unpopular among OEMs, who are our clients, that I always remind everyone that U.S. carriers, actually every carrier out there, they're not in this market to sell smartphones. That's the biggest issue. But the market has been very much, accustomed to carriers giving consumers these devices in theory for free. That's changing. And when that changes, the entire ecosystem of the reverse logistics market will also change, again, from a supply standpoint.
But I also, just taking it back to Canada, though, on the trade-in, the leasing programs are driving. If you look at what TELUS is doing, and I'm a little bit of a fan because they have, obviously, their 100-plus mobile clinic network chain, and they're using that as a point of keeping the consumer experience in-house. So it's something, too, as we look at carriers in North America and some of their authorized trusted networks, of an opportunity to bring those customers in. And then also we're seeing higher data come out. I know this is not on the slides, but higher data of those margins that they're getting from those folks trading in store versus sending it in, mailing it in. So it's something to pay attention to.
Let me actually add a point there. I think that's a great comment. And if you think about what's happening in the market today, think about T-Mobile. They're now going all the way digital, right? We're seeing a lot of stores closing down, and you even have consumers that walk into a retail environment to buy a new smartphone. They are kind of forced to download an application and order the device in retail. The goal there is, in the long run, they're trying to educate consumers to go digital as much as possible. And I think that's going to have some derivative impacts on the secondary market as well, in the sense of you're not going to be seeing folks coming into these stores like they did in the past and trade in their devices. We're going to be seeing, I think, more mailing happening, mail-in of the phones that will be traded in. So from that perspective, it could be a very interesting opportunity for the reverse logistics stakeholders to kind of be that intermediary, if you will, kind of receive those devices, because carriers will eventually try to get out of that retail model as much as possible.
Well, then the education of the consumer becomes really important.
Exactly.
And I think that's a gap today in how consumers understand what it means to buy used, buy pre-owned, buy refurbished, right, repaired. So we need a little bit of cleanup too, and how the industry defines those things. But then, yes, how those players that supporting the ecosystem, what that entails, so the consumer knows what to expect when they're mailing in their device.
Exactly.
All right, so let's get into the supply mix, and this is where I get a little excited. So, because we only have partial data for 2026, which Sean will share. But what's the mix in terms of generation and device models? How's that changing from the
Brad and I
previous
kind of
years?
wanted to use, the data that we have. We're looking at B2B transactions of phones that are coming back from all different inventory flows, whether it's returns or warranty. But we wanted to see, okay, we keep hearing the device is holding on to their phone longer. Well, we should see that in the secondary market data too. So this is what we pulled. We looked at it by device generation, the mix of those generations year on year on year. And you can clearly see it's getting older. I mean, you're in that N-4, N-3, N-5 window, and it just keeps going that way. Now, 2026, this is partial data. It's all over the place this year. But it will normalize as we get through the year, and we expect it to look a lot like 2025, if not worse, because those at the top of the food chain are keeping more stock. So even if the consumer is holding on to the phone longer, the newer stuff that's coming in is like, we need that, I'll take that, and it stays in-house. So yeah, I would anticipate that this continues to change until we see like a big super cycle type event. Where people are really trying to get the latest, greatest tech. We're just not there. People are fine sitting on that older device, and the data is screaming it at us.
And Brad, you were sharing earlier too, a little bit of driver of this is also, we go back to the consumer spending. So even if those folks are eligible for upgrades, they're holding off. Why is that?
Correct. So if you think about the overall upgrade model in the US, I mean, we estimate the average upgrade rate to be at around 40 months. And I think those numbers speak to that reality. What we're also saying is that we have carriers offering these upgrade programs where depending on the carrier, you have to pay extra to be a part of the program, or depending on the rate plan that you have at a certain carrier, you do get access to a device upgrade. And what we are seeing is that those folks who have access to these frequent upgrades, depending on their program every year, every 2 years, give or take 30+%, they don't pull the trigger, even though they're eligible for the upgrade. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about a $1,200, $1,400 smartphone. You have to pay the sales tax, depending on the state. You're paying up to $120, $130. And on top of that, there's an activation fee. So you see a lot of folks basically thinking, I have access to this upgrade option, but my phone is working just fine, and I don't want to pay an extra $150. So even that is impacting the market from a supply standpoint. And I think from that perspective, it's important to remember, what some of the OEMs are trying to do, like Samsung, where they run their own trade-in programs, trying to kind of incentivize consumers to bring in those older devices and get a new device instead. But at the end of the day, we have to remember that in the US, the majority of the volume is coming through carriers. So it's their kind of operations, their strategies define the supply story out there in the market.
All right, so we've got the older generations, but how does the grade mix look?
Yeah, I mean, very similar to, not only is it getting older, it's getting a lower condition when it hits the market. I mean, it's just echoes those at the top of the food chain are keeping the good stuff. So we've seen the mix continue to shift to lower grades. Now, some of that is just for efficiency and speed. Large carriers, OEMs, they need the velocity. They certainly have programs where they're doing more buff and polish and repair, but it's to keep the stock. So what comes into the broader secondary market is trending toward those lower level functional failure type conditions, which is good opportunity for those that have repair capabilities, because work needs to be done.
Yeah, I really like this slide because I think it's telling the narrative of, one, we talked about CPO as the headline in 2025. We had a great Q4 where we saw a high-grade product coming out. What that meant was, I think, a boom in the number of players in the ecosystem that wanted to get a hold and wanted to be a part of the secondary market in terms of finding that good high A-grade quality devices and then selling it into the channels where they can make a good profit. But now we're seeing a little bit of a turn here, and I think obviously we've only got the first half of 2026, but you're starting to see that grade C creep up.
Oh, yeah.
And we've talked about this within the reverse logistics and service quality industry, is that it's been an A game for a while, but now B and C we're seeing a lot more demand go up. And as Sean was alluding, that means that there's more uplift that has to happen, there's more repair that has to happen, and I think folks were getting out of that game for a little bit and just focusing on the grading, just focusing on the processing, But that's going to change because that honeypot can't last forever, so to speak, especially with the number of players we've seen grow in this space. And even in South America, we were chatting in preparing for this panel, you're now seeing Mercado Libre, which is the largest marketplace in Brazil, they're allowing for C-grade devices to be sold. There are marketplaces in the US right now that are looking to extend their channels to sell more of that grade C devices to their consumers because we're seeing there's a demand for that. A lot of that being driven by the spending aspect. They want to pay less, prices are going up. But then let's talk about that. So on the next side, we are seeing the supply grade go down. Ye're seeing supply get constrained, but the prices are still going up. Talk us through that, Sean.
Yeah, this is the detail behind what I was saying earlier with, this year has been supply constrained, and it's just naturally taking demand upward. I don't have it in here, but we're seeing more of that demand be domestic as well. This isn't the ship everything off to get it repaired. It's we need it in market. So the supply chain is adapting to that as well, which, it's just the pricing is shooting higher than we even anticipated. We expect it to plateau a bit, but are really not seeing it yet.
Now, do you think, given the recent announcements from OEMs announcing price hikes, is that going to
up even more? Yeah,
we
will always see, we do see a reaction in the secondary market when there is an MSRP increase. It's not usually in kind, but it does adjust, and not even for just the latest generation. It kind of pulls up all model pricing, which is a little bizarre, but anytime there's that hike, we see it. And it never really kind of comes back down ever. Anytime there's a price hike, it just kind of, all right, this is the new normal now, it stays here.
Right. Once we start paying $1.50 for a candy bar, then it's
That's
just
right.
$1.50. All right, so I said my favorite was the grade mix slide, but these are my favorite slides. Something that's very passionate and close to my heart is the grading. So the industry, as I mentioned, within the Reverse Logistics and Service Quality Program, maintains an industry standard for the grading on a global scale of aftermarket wireless devices. We spent a lot of time last year at Mobile Disrupt. We actually announced a recent version of version 5, which was the most substantial revision of the standard we had done in quite a while. And so it's exciting to see here too, if you, Sean, you want to walk us through the difference of where we were last year to this year, and even announcing our version 5.1, which introduced an appendix that includes a mapping to direct-to-consumer, so marketplace nomenclatures.
Yeah, it's moving in the right direction. It's slower than I want it, but it's moving in the right. I know it's slower than Craig wants, but the adoption is coming along slowly. I think the operators and those of us that deal with the consequences of ambiguity were all for it. But the problem that I've seen is those at the top of the food chain, the originators of the devices are not pushing their operators to change. So I think the desire to change is there, but we need a push from specifically the carriers to move toward the model so that we can all read from the same sheet of music. And I think the translation that's been done to take what we've been using at a B2B level to translate it to the consumer level and educate the consumer is going to drive adoption even more. So in the right way, but we still need to cattle prod it to be a little faster.
Yeah. Grading shouldn't be secret sauce.
No.
It should be something we can all have a similar conversation around, like you said, sing from the same sheet of music, for sure. And so what we're seeing too, so we're seeing that growing adoption, but we're also seeing how that grading transparency affects the market. So do you want to talk a little bit more? I know you just kind of alluded.
Yeah, intuitively you would think, okay, good. If I'm going to give transparency, it's going to take the value of my product upward. But this is just, this survey goes out to many companies across the spectrum, and when they're looking at their B2B sales, they're saying, yes, we are seeing increased value when we adopt and use what we all want to use. And that'll continue to increase even with things like the device passports. We're just going to continue to add more transparency, and that just makes the supply chain more efficient, which takes value upward. I mean monetary value. It's value to the consumer and us as well, but there is a dollar implication here, and people are seeing it across the board.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in our work, as this industry continues to grow and you have new entrants, obviously now we're seeing the new hot topic of live selling. But it doesn't mean anything when you have one bad experience for a consumer over here at this channel, or whether it's on an e-commerce platform, or whether it's live selling, or whether it's in retail. One bad experience of not knowing what you're getting when you're buying that pre-owned device is going to translate, and they're not going to buy pre-owned again. And so I think we all have a collective mission and stake at making sure that the trust and transparency at every transaction for that pre-owned device is shared, and we're being transparent into what the consumer is buying. And so, yeah, we'll continue to champion and climb the mountain for folks to get on board, that's for sure. Because we know it matters, right, Brad? So.
Absolutely. I said this before. Consumers, if they're looking into buying a certified pre-owned or pre-owned smartphone, they do a lot more research than someone who's buying a brand new smartphone. So when they do that research, they basically want the peace of mind that what they get back or what they receive in mail is exactly what they purchased, right? Whatever is it, however the phone was advertised on the marketplace where they're shopping from. That's basically what they want. And the beauty is that, again, because of the great work that CTIA and all the stakeholders are doing out there in terms of, again, I know that we're still not in that ideal level of adoption, but more and more stakeholders are following these guidelines, and as a result, the majority of consumers are telling us that the phone that they ordered when they received it, in almost 95% of the cases, it's in line with their expectations. In more than half of the cases, it's in much better condition than what they were expecting. So again, all that above and policy, the whole refurbishment that the industry is doing, it's great, but then you have to be transparent, kind of tell them what is it exactly that they're going to get, how many charge cycles the phone had, what's the battery health and so forth, and what they receive has to match what they saw on that website, on the marketplace before they're buying it. But again, gradually we're seeing these numbers just going up significantly because more and more stakeholders are adopting these guidelines that CTIA and others are putting out there.
Yeah, I'd add the most successful sellers that we see, or even the B2B players, are the folks that are standing behind their product, whether they're refurbishing, whether they're repairing. They're putting on those one-year warranties. They are being completely transparent in their listings. They're not trying to hide anything. And then they've got the lowest return rates, the RMAs, on those devices. And so that's how you win, is when you have that buyer transparency, you have that customer experience, and that's what we're all about too with CTI and Wise, is trying to elevate that customer excellence, that customer experience for everyone collectively. So you mentioned batteries. Let's talk about batteries being the number one device attribute.
Yeah. So this is by far my favorite slide in this deck. In fact, I have a similar slide in a lot of different reports that we have at Circana. They're all my favorite slides because in every single survey for the last, I don't know how many years that we've been running, when we ask about what drives a phone purchase, it's always battery, right? That's the case for new phone buyers. That's also the case for certified pre-owned buyers. You would be seeing used buyers, if you're buying a phone in as-is condition, obviously at that point, price becomes more important than battery, but they're almost neck and neck there. So battery is extremely important, and that's why it's so crucial to be, again, as transparent as possible with respect to, again, educating consumers on what they're getting into, because that's what drives their purchase decision, period. One other thing I should note there is, again, I know we'll talk about this later on, the trade-in value. Earlier, I talked about carriers kind of pulling back on their subsidies, or at least planning to move back on their subsidies. If you think about the market, how it's been kind of segmented, and I call it the K-shaped mobile, kind of like that slide I showed you earlier. The higher income cohorts spending more, the lower income cohorts basically being more frugal. We kind of see carriers kind of targeting those different cohorts with different offerings. On that high-end side, those on the premium rate plans where consumers are, pushed to pay a lot of money on a monthly basis, they are the ones getting those great deals. And up until now, you could essentially just trade in a phone with a cracked screen as long as it turned on, and by the way, depending on the carrier, it didn't even have to turn on. You'd be still getting a lot of money for that trade-in, if you will. That's disappearing, right? But because of that, because they were expecting, consumers were expecting that they can just bring in any phone in any condition and they would still be getting the big bucks. If you look at that slide in the previous slide, we had resale value at the bottom of the list. They didn't care, but that's going to change. That's going to change big time because of that segmented model I've been talking about. You're going to have the high-end income group who are on these premium rate plans still getting those great deals, but a good chunk of consumers, they will no longer be getting those great deals from their carriers. Those on the legacy rate plans, when they are hit with those price hikes, you're going to be seeing a lot of them looking for alternative carriers. Some of them will move to cable MVNO, some of them will move to prepaid carriers, and they're not going to be getting those great deals. Those trade-in deals will not be there. So at that point, when they start paying the full bucks, right, on their smartphone without the subsidies, at that point, the resale value will be extremely important. And in the next slide, we kind of show that.
Brad, I actually thought this was your favorite slide because you got so excited talking about bring your own device, BYOD. But walk us through what we're seeing here.
That is true. So what we are seeing is that certified pre-owned customers, they realize that the longer they hold on to their phone, the resale value of that phone is going to come down. So as we see more customers, and this is not just the case for certified pre-owned buyers, even new phone buyers who are now going to be going outside the carrier channels. Again, just think about that macro story I talked about earlier, the fact that you'll be seeing carriers pulling back on the subsidies. Go back a year or 2 years ago at T-Mobile, a family account of 4 lines, within 2-3 years, everybody would be getting the same new phone promotion. That's not the case anymore. Now only 2 of the lines on the account will get it, the other 2 won't. What that means is that the other 2 lines will likely go outside the carrier channels and get their phone themselves, pay the full price. When you pay the full price, that's a big investment. At that point, it's going to be kind of these folks looking into the resale value. They're going to realize that, yeah, I can use that for another 2 years, but after 2 years, the resale value will be so minimal that let's flip it. So you're going to be now seeing existing new phone buyers basically helping the supply story that we've been talking about earlier. They're going to be bringing their phones within 2-3 years.
Any other thoughts on BYOD, Sean?
No, I mean, I'm seeing it as well. I think there was a kind of push to try and get leasing as a model that works in America too, but the BYOD it's just getting pushed, and I think as a part of that, I would not be shocked if the carriers start promoting selling pre-owned as well. They're getting further away from really thinking about new. So I think this, like, once you have a BYOD, if you can offer also a value product that's been, that is certified or tested, we're going to start seeing a lot more of that for sale to consumers by the bigs, which is a huge shift.
So let's talk about remainder of 2026. We're halfway. What do you guys predict that we'll see in the second half? And Sean, we can start with you.
Nostradamus. It's hard to not see the pricing in the secondary market flatten out a bit. I think we will reach a point where that does kind of plateau. I doubt that it comes back down in any hurry. I'm very anxious to see what products are released in the back half. I think that's going to really drive MSRP through the roof. But I think we're all kind of waiting for just a reason to get people back in and upgrade their phones and purchase. Now, it's not, the supply is going to be tight, but I think that there's going to be a little bit of shift in MSRP upward, and people will be needing to trade in, which is going to funnel more to us, and we'll do more domestic refurbishment. So it's a weird year. I don't think the weirdness is going to stop. That's
It's our industry, right? Because I was
That's
actually
right.
just recalling, I think things were really quiet about this time between now and September of last year. Supply was pretty dry. And then we had a great Q4. So I'm not saying about how I got everyone excited, but things change.
that they do.
Brett?
So I know that up until this point, I've portrayed a very gloomy picture about the supply story, but again, I just wanted to kind of convey what's, how carriers are thinking about this market going forward, because we really need to look at it from a macro standpoint. But I feel like in Q4, we are going to be seeing a wild card. Again, I'm going to speculate here. If the rumors are true, if Apple comes out with a foldable smartphone, I think that's going to create a very interesting upgrade cycle that we have not seen before, because your typical postpaid customer on the iPhone front, or who are using the flagship Samsung Galaxy devices, they upgrade every, let's say, 3 or 4 years. And again, this is very rigid. For certain customers, it's every 3 years. For certain postpaid customers, it's every 4 years. That's why we have this average 40 months right now. But the foldable iPhone is something that a lot of iPhone customers have been waiting for a long time, and I shouldn't just say foldable. They've been kind of waiting for an innovative form factor.
A form factor change, yeah.
Exactly. So if the deals are going to be out there, and if you think of it from a carrier's perspective, this is a good opportunity to lock in consumers for another 3 years if there's a good deal out there. And we could be seeing consumers possibly looking into upgrading faster than their typical upgrade cycle. So someone, say, who's on an iPhone 16 who would have waited an extra year or two, if the deal is good, you might be seeing them possibly going for a foldable smartphone, and that could actually help the supply side of the market. And we might be seeing these newer generation iPhones coming into the supply side in Q4. I think that could be very interesting.
I'll take it home on a more positive note too, and just say that the collaboration we're seeing in terms of the commitment to raising transparency for the consumer, raising the definitions that support, whether that be the grading definitions or those of how to educate the consumer, are, I think, finally coming together. And we do have a really great network of folks that are right there in front of the consumer. We have the big players too at the table that are listening. We need them, to Sean's point, to push some change down into their organizations. But I do think having competitors come together for the hopes of continuing the growth, sustained growth of this ecosystem, and also make sure to do it with trust and transparency and integrity in mind, so we can continue to grow into two consumer segments, is really, really important, and we're going to see more of that to come as well. All right, well, any last thoughts?
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. We'll be around hanging out if you have any questions.
Yeah, our contact information too will be on the screen, and yeah, thank you for joining today's session.
Thanks, everyone.
I do not.
Okay, if we can have a seat, we're going to go ahead and get our next session started. This is going to be a very practical session. Nick Rahman, who's the founder and CEO of Phonex Corporation, is someone who understands the space. He built and sold another company called We Sell Cellular that many of you may know. They're exhibiting here. So Nick's been in this business. He knows it from an operator's perspective, not just a software development perspective. He understands what it takes to make profit in this business. So this presentation, again, will be very practical and will really be focused on the bottom line. So I would encourage you to take notes. This could be a very transformative session. So without any further ado, Nick, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you for taking some time to attend this session. I know that a lot of times you get a lot of value just being out there on the floor, so I appreciate you guys coming out here. I did spend a good amount of time preparing because I want to make sure that we make good use of your time. This presentation is really geared towards anyone who's running a P&L in this industry. If you run a P&L, if you have an actual business and you have a real vested interest in trying to make more money in that business, I wanted to talk a little bit about how I think about it in terms of measuring, managing the business, and optimizing your business. And as you know, or some of you know, Phonex is a software vendor in the industry. We are sort of known for our stockless platform, online selling platform. But the way we got into the industry was by actually being in it. We owned a company called We Sell Cellular for about 10 years. We built the software for ourselves that then became successful with others. And through that process, I was forced to really get my hands dirty and learn every aspect of a buy-sell business. And so this presentation kind of outlines my thoughts and how I sort of came to how I basically decided what a business like this should be measured. So if you remember a couple years ago, I gave a talk, some of you might have been there, about how to stay relevant in the industry. And at that point, I think the main thesis was that you need to have a reason to exist in the business or you're just not going to exist. And eventually, the carriers who are reaching deeper into the supply chain are going to take more of the value. So in order to actually continue to remain relevant in the industry, you had to find a niche. And I think I outlined you could either find a unique set of customers to sell to, add unique value, et cetera, et cetera. There are multiple ways that you could do it, but you had to do something special, right? Now, here we are 2 years later. I had predicted then that the carriers would keep squeezing and taking more value, and I think we've seen that. It's not some incredible prediction. I think we all saw it coming. But now we're on the next phase of that. So now not only do you have to add unique value, you have to add that unique value better than somebody else who's probably adding the exact same unique value. So this presentation is called Efficiency Drives Profits in a Mature Market because I believe that we are now in a mature market. It's not a growth market anymore. Originally, when we all got into the business 10 years ago, it was a big-time growth market, but now we're way past that phase. So I want to talk about how do you thrive in an environment where margins are tight. So if we can go to the next slide, and it's going to be a little bit awkward because I don't have the clicker, so I'm going to have to just do like a signal or something to get the next one going. So let's just first talk about this industry. What has changed in the last 10 to 15 years, then versus now? So if we look back 10 years ago, and 15 years ago, we were in an era of arbitrage. At the end of the day, you made money because there was abundant supply. If you were in the industry, it was easy to get the phones. There were not a lot of buyers who were buying the inventory from the carriers. So you got these high margins, and there was this easy arbitrage opportunity. And at the end of the day, if you could get the inventory, you were making a lot of money. And that's what I think tomorrow you're going to have that OG session, the old gangsters of mobile. I'm sure those guys will talk about how much money they were making in the good old days, right? But that was then. So now we're in an era of efficiency. And this is an era where the industry is now mature. And I got a lot of these thoughts from people sitting in the audience today. I said, what's going on today, right? And the answer is, and you've heard it from the sessions today, there's just this very, very heavy competition. There's constrained supply. There are many, many buyers out there. There's basically no barriers to entry. So many people keep coming into the industry. There's margin compression. and the markets have become more and more efficient. So in an environment like this, you don't win just by getting the inventory, you have to win by being efficient. So that's what I want to focus on in this talk is how do you measure your efficiency? How do you make sure that you are more efficient than the next guy? So as the industry has matured, the competitive advantage has shifted, right? So it's no longer about acquiring inventory, it's about maximizing the value from that inventory. Let's go to the next slide. So what has stayed the same? Some things have not changed, and I think you guys can probably maybe guess where I'm going with this. The only thing that has stayed the same is unpredictability. So the fact that nothing stays the same has stayed the same. Every single year that I've been involved in this industry, something has happened, right? It's always something. It's always, oh, this has never happened before, but you know that something that's never happened before is going to happen again next year. So just a few examples over the last 8-9 years. I remember there was a big crunch in 2017 with Hong Kong shutting its borders. Dubai and that same year imposed VAT taxes, which nearly bankrupted the business that I was running at the time. Then we had COVID, of course, which changed everything in our industry, actually for the better, which was very surprising. Then we had the Ukraine war, which created crazy prices in different markets. In Africa, we've had these currency control issues where people couldn't get dollars out of the country, and then you had a number of issues there. In South America, of course, we have constant issues with the drug cartels and the regulators looking into our industry for that reason. Then they had the tariffs, which again had a very unexpectedly positive impact on a lot of people in the room. The iPhone supercycle was great for us. Then suddenly we have this chip shortage, and everyone's like, oh my God, I've never seen prices go up by 10% in 3 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever it is, but that happened this year. And then you had the Iran war. So what we can be sure of is that this is going to keep happening, and things are going to keep changing. So the real question is, how do you thrive in an environment of unpredictability? The only thing that has remained the same, as I mentioned, is the fact that nothing remains the same. So I think it's important for us to first define what is efficiency if we're going to talk about how do we improve efficiency. So the definition of efficiency is simple. It's basically getting more output from the same inputs, right? So what you want to do is maximize the value of the device, but you want to minimize your cost, obviously, the time, and the capital that you're putting into the device in order to get there. So the first thing, and the most obvious one that we need to improve if we're going to try to be more efficient, is our unit economics. Unit economics is what we all think about anyway. It's how much do I make on each phone, right? So it's basically the revenue per device that you're making minus the costs per device on a variable basis that you're making. So the first thing you have to do is increase your unit economics. The next one would be to decrease your fixed costs. So these two are very familiar to everyone in the industry. It's like, run lean, don't have a very, very big overhead and big operation because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow, and make sure that you're making more money on each phone. The second two are the ones that the people in this room may not think about enough, but are very, very important. The second one, the third one is time. So you want to minimize the amount of time that you're holding onto the devices for many reasons. And then the last one would be capital. How much capital do you have tied up in your business? And this is the one that people do not think about. And that's not just in this industry, it's across industries. People don't realize that there's a real cost to your capital being tied up. And if you're not measuring that cost and accounting for that cost, you could think you're doing great, but you're actually not doing as well as you think, and you'll find that out the hard way. So going to the next slide, I wanted to focus a little bit more on time and capital, because I think this is the most overlooked aspect in this industry. A lot of people think they're making a lot of money, but they're not actually properly accounting for the time that they're putting in, and the time that they're holding on to inventory, and the cost of holding that inventory. So I'm going to give you an example. Imagine here's business one, or business A, which makes $1 million, and then there's business B, which makes $2 million. Which one's better? Anybody want to take a wild guess? Which one would you rather own? You need the rest of the story. Great answer. So let's go to get the rest of the story. So the next one is, what if I told you now that business A had $1 million of average inventory, but business B has 10 million of average inventory? That's the point here. The ROIC on business 1 is actually 100%, the return on invested capital, and the return on invested capital on business 2 is 20%. And this is where, you know, in this industry, it's easy to say, oh, I had a great year, I made so much money, but it's like, wait a second, how much capital did you have tied up? You know, how much risk were you actually taking? Because what you don't see is the counterfactual, the case where the inventory drops and you lose your shirt. You're not seeing that. You see the fact that you made a couple $1,000,000 this year, great. But you need to be measuring this because this is risk. And so at the end of the day, the way to measure your business is not profitability, it's capital efficiency. So I want to focus today on measuring capital efficiency and explaining what is capital efficiency. The same profit does not mean the same business. So again, capital efficiency, in my mind, is the real metric for your success, especially in a business where it's inventory heavy and you're holding a bunch of inventory. So let's go to the next slide. So here's the right way to measure a business, and this is where, you know, it seems simple actually. When I go through it, you'll get it right away, but even more advanced practitioners, even you know, very seasoned managers at big companies don't do this well. So let's go back and show the two businesses. So we have business 1, business A and business 2, $1 million and $2 million. Now, the next thing that we need to do is calculate a capital charge. So we have to say, okay, I have $1 million tied up in inventory. What is my weighted average cost of capital? And this is a concept that a lot of people in the industry don't really think about or understand. But the idea of a weighted average cost of capital is that every business, you know, has a required return for the amount of risk that you're taking, right? If I said I could make 10%, you know, buying and selling phones, or 10% putting it into the S&P index, which one would you rather do, right? That's the point. If you could take a lot less risk and just put the money into the stock market, put the money in the stock market. If you're going to buy and sell phones and you're going to risk the fact that tomorrow there's another war and the value drops by 30% and you literally lose all the money you have, you need to be compensated for that risk. And so you have to assign a cost of capital to everything that you're doing. Every part of your business should be penalized based on how much inventory it's holding. And that's the key part that I want to get across in this talk is, how do you do that? How do you look at your business and really, you know, penalize appropriately for the amount of capital that you have tied up? So in this example, business A, you can see, is actually generating $800,000 in what's called economic value add, EVA. So EVA is simply take your profit minus your capital charge, and that's your EVA. What you notice is that business B, I keep saying business 1 and 2, but business B is actually creating zero economic value. You'd be better off just going and riding your bike outside. You basically did nothing, right? And that's because, you know, you didn't get compensated for the risk that you took. So that's sort of what that last thing says there, is that we basically generated no economic value from the second business. So why minimize fixed costs? I think this is one that everyone who's running a P&L in this industry really just intuitively gets. I mean, your fixed cost is another form of your risk, right? Your risk in this business. So let's go to the next, go forward. So imagine you have business 1, which has a fixed cost of $200,000 a month. And if you're making $25 per phone, that means you need to sell 8,000 phones to break even. Simple enough, right? Now look at business 2, $50,000 a month in overhead. And again, fixed cost is the stuff that you can't change. It's just, you know, keeping the lights on. So your salaries, your facility, the things that no matter what you do, that's the price that you're going to pay every month. That's the cost you have every month. But now imagine that the price of the phone drops by $10, or the margins drop by $10. And we know this happens multiple times a year, and you can never predict when it's going to happen. There's an exponential effect on your business now. Business 1, oh wow, now do we call it business 1 and 2 in this one? Okay, so in this one, in the first business, now you need to sell another 12,000 devices. In business 2, it's only 3,000. That's a huge, huge difference. Think about the amount of stress that you're going to feel every day, being like, I got to sell those extra 12,000 phones just to get to break even. So this fixed cost becomes incredibly important in a business like ours, where you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Margin drops are absolutely inevitable, and the higher fixed cost, the more exposed you're going to be, and your survival as a business in a market like this depends on how nimble and how lean you are. So don't take on those huge fixed costs. The next one is to focus on unit economics, and unit economics, as I mentioned before, it's something that we all understand. It's super actionable. You can envision, what am I going to do today to improve this metric? So they essentially measure your operational efficiency. That's what unit economics are. If you go forward, you can increase your unit economics by tackling either the revenue side or the cost side. So on the revenue side, just some examples. There's many ways that you can do it. You guys can be creative in how you're going to increase your unit economics. But here's an example. You can sell to more customers per sales rep, right? And maybe that's going to increase the competition, increase the amount that you're selling. Find higher value channels. Go sell in a different market that's better. Add new capabilities, repair or polish, so you can actually upgrade the inventory. This is all going to increase your unit economics, assuming that you're doing it well. And then on the cost side, you've got to decrease that cost as much as possible. So first of all, the most obvious one, this is the one that everyone in this room probably thinks about the most, is let me go find some mispriced devices, find cheap devices and buy them. 2 is get more operationally efficient, so process more units per hour. And then, another example could be get better shipping terms with your shipping providers, or, get better financing terms with your financing providers. All of this is going to reduce your cost per device and ultimately increase your contribution margin. And the higher your contribution margin is, the stronger your business, the more resilient your business is going to be. So imagine low fixed costs, high contribution margin, winning combination. That's just how you need to be thinking. You're probably thinking about it, just maybe not in such a structured way. So if you think about it as a structured way, it will help. So I built like a little bit of a roadmap here to efficiency. So this is the idea of how you could drive and measure efficiency. So step 1 is to build a management P&L. So I call it a management P&L because it's not a GAAP P&L. GAAP is great, but GAAP is good for accounting. It's not necessarily good for you to get insight into how your business is running and how you're really doing. A management P&L splits up your business into fixed costs and variable costs. So you know what is the stuff that's not going to change, what's the stuff that's varying with my volume, and it also will bring in the idea of capital efficiency. So measure my actual capital efficiency in addition to just my profits. Step 2 is decompose your business. So don't just do this at a high level. Don't just build a P&L for your whole business, because you're not going to be able to really get under the covers and make change. There's a whole idea of vanity metrics. I don't know if you guys have heard of vanity metrics. There are metrics like revenue or something. It's like, okay, I'm measuring my revenue. You can only see them in the rear view mirror. You can just see what they were after it's already over. They're not actionable. So if you just look at your top level P&L, you don't necessarily have the actionable data to improve different parts of your business. So you have to decompose the business and build a P&L for each segment. And that decomposition is going to be different depending on your business. For instance, if you're just a buy-sell business, which I'm going to focus on in this presentation, you might be able to break it up into purchasing department, processing department, repairs department, selling department. If you're a services business, you might have, or some clients have services and then buy-sell. You have to break up, here's my services component, here's my buy-sell component. And you need to measure your profitability and your capital efficiency differently for those different businesses. So once you've decomposed the business, you have to obviously measure each department. So measure the fixed costs of every department, measure the operational efficiency and the capital efficiency of each department. And then finally, we're going to optimize. So once you actually know what your metrics are, you can optimize them. You can't improve what you can't measure, right? And that's the most important thing here. Is all of this is very, very more easily said than done. But you have to get to that point where you have this granular view of each one of your departments. And if you don't have this, you still have work to do. So here's an example of a management P&L that I put together here. So first we'll start with like the revenue. So this is your top line. But again, just telling me your revenue is not really going to help that much. You need to decompose your revenue. How much of that revenue is just because you bought and sold phones? Let's say you repair and you polish. Can you tell me how much revenue are you getting from just the pure buy sell versus the upgrade on top? If you can't tell me that, you're kind of flying blind. So in this example, I decomposed revenue into my top line revenue, then my polish upgrade revenue, and my repair upgrade revenue. I want to be able to see each of those things. Now on my cost side, I want to look at the device acquisition, how much I bought the phone for, obviously, but then, you know, purchasing costs, processing costs, repairs costs, polishing costs, selling costs. I want to decompose all those costs. I don't want to just see one number. It's not going to help me do anything. The next thing is just to understand the concept of contribution margin. So here, you basically have your revenue minus your variable costs. That's your contribution margin. And the reason you call it a contribution margin is because it contributes to paying down your fixed costs. So if you can get the higher contribution margin per device you get, the fewer devices you have to sell to pay down your fixed costs. Then, of course, you have your fixed costs, which are the things that don't change no matter what you do. We said we want to minimize those. And then you get to your profit, which we all know, EBITDA, your operating profit. Then finally, this is the part where I think a lot of us stop short. You need to have your capital efficiency metrics at the bottom. And this is where I think, again, people just forget about it, but this is a very, very real and important thing that you need to measure is how much capital do I have deployed? In this industry, that deployed capital is typically coming in the form of inventory, right? Inventory is probably your biggest investment. And then you're also going to have machines and equipment, so you have to measure the depreciation on those. Then you have to apply a capital charge, at least 20%. When I was doing it, I was applying 25%. I said, if I'm not making 25%, we're not actually generating any value. And then that will give you, if you take your profit minus your capital charge, you get to your economic value add. So that's a very, very important, and that is the actual only metric that really matters at the end of the day. So the top line and your unit costs are what you use to calculate your unit economics. Your contribution margin is what you use to pay down your fixed costs. And then the three metrics at the bottom, your capital deployed, your capital charge, your economic value add, are what you use to measure your capital efficiency. So now we've just done the first step, right? We basically looked at our overall management P&L. But we don't really want to look at this as a, just the high-level numbers. This is how much revenue I did. We think in terms of devices in this industry. We want to understand on a per-device level, how am I doing? So I put together here the idea of an operational efficiency dashboard, which is more at a per-unit level. So the first step would be, again, let me get my revenue numbers. So I have my device revenue per unit, right? What's my upgrade value per unit? Let's say you're repairing things. How much am I making per unit adding on to it? So in this case, I'm making 25 bucks on just the buy-sell. I'm then making another $1.50 on the repairs. This is amortized across all my units. And then I'm making another, I think $3.50 on the repairs, $1.50 on the polish. So I'm making a total of 30 bucks per device. Now the next step would be to look at my per device costs. So here I could look at my purchase costs, processing costs, and you need to decompose all these things. In this case, I have purchasing, processing, repairs, polish, selling. I see that my total costs are $18 per unit. So ultimately, my contribution margin is going to be 18 bucks. But if you're not looking at it at this level, you're not looking at it closely enough. So in this example, I have my contribution margin of 18 bucks. Now I got to look at my fixed costs. Let's say I have $100,000 of fixed costs. The calculation, well, first of all, I can decompose the fixed costs into the different departments, so I know where are my fixed costs coming from. If I have these departments, how much is coming from purchasing, how much is coming from processing. And then finally, I can do a very simple formula for my break even. How many units do I need to sell if I'm making 18 bucks per phone to pay down my fixed costs? You should know that in your head all the time. And then the last column, again, is the one that I think everyone forgets about, but it's your capital efficiency column. So first of all, you need to have your investment. So in this case, your biggest investment's in your average inventory. So how much inventory you're holding on average? Let's say it's $500,000. Then you have to apply some depreciation to the equipment that you have. So in this case, I put a little bit of equipment expense here. And then because inventory is the bulk of your investment, you want to know, where is that inventory? Where is it sitting? How long does it take to get through your facility? And you have to break that up. So how much of it is actually like in transit? How much of it, I don't remember the examples I gave here. How much is still at your supplier because you already paid for it? Your supplier's holding on to it. How long is it in transit? How long is it in processing? How long is it sellable? So if you don't know each of those metrics, you don't know what to optimize, right? right? But if once you know that, now you can optimize your business. Then you're going to apply your capital charge to it. Now you know, okay, every month there's this implicit charge that I'm not thinking about that's burning a hole in my pocket. That money is actually burning a hole in your pocket. That's what's happening. So the next step is to decompose your business. So in my example, I decomposed it into purchasing, processing, repairs, polish, selling. Let me just check my... Okay, we're doing good on time. We broke into these departments. What's important to realize is some of these departments are going to be profit centers and some of them are going to be cost centers. So they're not all the same. Some of your departments just generate cost. Others actually make money, right? And the ones that make cost versus the ones that generate cost only versus the ones that actually generate income need to be measured differently. So examples of cost centers would be purchasing and processing because they're not really generating any revenue at all. Your goal is to minimize the cost in those departments. And then in your profit centers like repairs, polishing, and in selling, you're trying to make money. So you can look at your costs, you can look at your revenue. You should know which are your cost centers, which are your profit centers. And finally, you've got to look at your capital efficiency. The formula, again, is very simple. It's your average inventory, assuming you don't have other equipment, but you get the idea. Average inventory is the big one, multiplied by your weighted average cost of capital. Use 20 or 25% for this industry if you're a buy-sell type of person. And then you're going to you're going to find out your capital charge. And this has to be customized. Again, this is just a example. Your business is probably different. You know what your departments are. You know how to decompose it, but it's just giving you a framework for how to do that. So I'm going to go through an example of a cost center. So a cost center would be, an example would be your processing department. So this one, you're not generating revenue, but you're going to have a labor per device. You might have supplies per device. Make sure you know you can break it apart. Again, everything about this presentation is about getting to that granular level. Because if I just knew my processing per device, I don't know how much is labor, I don't know how much is my supplies, what am I going to target, for my improvements? So in this case, you can decompose it. Then you can go on to understanding your fixed costs of just that department. So in this case, let's say you have a $30,000 fixed cost. You could break it down even further to see how much of that is salaries, how much of that is overhead, facilities. And then ultimately, you just have a better idea of where your money's going. And then finally, you can look at your capital efficiency. So how much inventory is tied up in that department? So in processing, what's your average? Maybe your overall average inventory is 500,000, but how much is actually in your processing department on average at any one given time? And then you can apply your same formula and actually have a charge, a cost to capital associated to that. So again, my bet is that you're not doing the third column. Let's go to the next one. So the next example, oh, sorry, I forgot. What I had put on here was once you know the actual information, once you actually have decomposed your business, now there's so many opportunities for you to be creative, right? That's when your thinking really comes into play. So you could say, how could I reduce my labor costs, get more, rearrange the tables, figure out a different flow, find out how to reduce that cost. That's one example. You could try to convert some of your fixed costs to variable. That's always a good idea, right? In this business, which is highly seasonal, could I get temp labor in the busy season, right? That's better than having a high fixed cost year round. It's hard to do in this industry, but if you can do it, that's great. And then an example would be, decrease your processing lead time. If the devices go faster through your facility, then your capital charge by definition is going to reduce because the amount of inventory you're holding at any one time can reduce. So example of a profit center would be repairs. So on this example, if you remember before I said you were making something like $3.50, but that was across all of your phones, right? So if I amortize that across all, but now I want to look just at repairs. So when I repair a phone, how much am I making? So in this case, let's say I'm making $75 when I fix a phone. Now, what are the costs of that? So first of all, what's my labor per unit? What's my supplies per unit? I have to retest and regrade the phones. So all of those costs should be decomposed. You should understand every component of that and how much it's actually costing you to repair the phone. Then you can calculate, in this case it's $48.50. You then calculate your contribution margin. I'm making $26.50 every time I repair a phone. Now I need to look at my fixed costs. What's my fixed cost of my repair department? So in this case, let's say your fixed cost is fairly low. It's $15,000. You can break that into your technician salaries and then the facilities or rent or whatever space that particular operation is taking up. And you can come up with your break-even formula. How many phones do I actually have to repair for it to be worth it for me to actually have a repair department? And then finally, again, how much inventory is tied up in my repair department will be the next question that you ask. And then make sure that you're appropriately giving yourself a capital charge to penalize yourself for, hey, if the phones are sitting there in repair for 3 weeks, you think you're making a bunch of money, but you're actually, again, there's a hole, you're burning a hole in your pocket because it's sitting there in your warehouse. And that capital could be used to go buy new phones or do something else. So those are a couple examples. So if we go on to the, oh yeah, sorry. So again, I keep forgetting, but I just gave a couple examples of how you could optimize this. So for instance, go target your supplies costs, go find better suppliers. Maybe you can convert some of these to variable and do some outsourced repairs. You don't have to repair everything in-house. And then again, if you want to reduce your amount of inventory you're holding, maybe you can go find some cool machine, to do reglassing instead of doing it manually. Maybe it'll move faster through your warehouse. But now you can measure exactly whether it's working or not. How much are you spending on the machine? How much faster is it moving? What's that actually doing to your capital charge? So, everything I said sounds awesome. It sounds, oh yeah, of course I should do that. But, it is very, very hard to do that in this industry. So the problem that we face is this measurement problem. And the issue is that no department actually exists in a vacuum. Everything's totally interconnected. And trying to actually decompose these metrics proves to be extremely challenging. So I'll just give you an example of like making a purchasing decision. You'll notice it's really not contained to any one department. First of all, the first thing you have to do is ask yourself 3 questions. Which SKUs do I need to buy? How much should I buy? And then what price should I pay? Those are basically the questions you're asking. So to answer the first question, maybe I could just pull up my warehouse management system if I have one. Hopefully it's not like a Google document, but maybe it is. Either way, I need to look at metrics like what are my stockouts? What am I actually running out of? What's my overall mix? I don't want to be overly concentrated in any one particular SKU. And again, SKU concentration would measure the same thing ultimately. So that'd be the first question. Maybe I have to pull from my WMS. Now I got to find out how much do I need to buy. So there's a few different things I need to answer. First of all, how much can I actually process? I don't want to be buying more than I can process, right? So I need to now understand from my warehouse management system what's my throughput of my operation. Next, you need to possibly look at how you're selling, and maybe you're selling in more than one place. First, I have to look at my e-commerce marketplaces and say, what % of the phones am I selling on e-commerce, then how much can I sell through that channel? Then similarly, I might sell wholesale. Maybe I'm using Google Sheets. Maybe hopefully you're using PhoneX, but whatever you're using, you have to measure your wholesale volume. Then you have to, when you're asking what price, again, you have to pull from multiple systems. What's my e-commerce price? What's my wholesale price? How much upgrade margin am I making? And put all this data together to ultimately decide what should I buy. It's a simple question, what should I buy? But it's not a simple answer because you need to go through all these metrics to make that decision. And it's a tough job. So, and that was just another example of data that you would need. So now let's look across your whole enterprise. You have a huge problem across your enterprise, this measurement problem. Again, I decompose this business into my purchasing department, my receiving department, processing, selling, and fulfillment. You might have, and you guys know this, you might have 6, 7 systems across this entire landscape, which makes measurement extremely hard. First of all, you might have an accounting system, which is touching your purchasing department, it's touching your receiving when you bring the POs in, it's touching your selling, you got to invoice out the customer. You might have a WMS platform, or maybe not. Maybe you have a spreadsheet, or maybe you have one of the products that's been marketed in this industry. But in that case, it's probably just touching a couple of these departments. So it's touching your receiving, your processing, and your fulfillment. Then you have testing diagnostic software. So you're going to have, we've got some guys. We have Ildar here in the audience. You're going to have your Manipov. You're going to have your phone check. And that's going to touch your processing department. You might have repair. Some people use Repair Desk to measure their repairs because they're not doing a good job of measuring that, the uplift on that. Then you might be selling on e-commerce and wholesale, and you're probably using something like ShipStation to ship things out. So all of this data is coming from different systems, and it's very, very difficult to wrangle all of it together. And to make matters worse, you might be using more than one platform for each one of these things. Maybe you're selling on eBay and Amazon. Maybe you're using Manipov and PhoneCheck. Or maybe you use NetSuite to try to do multiple of these functions, but then on top of NetSuite, you built some custom components. You have so many different systems just to try to run your business. How the heck are you going to measure it? And I think that's the big challenge that we all face. And that is the challenge that I am trying to tackle and we are trying to tackle at Phonex, is we know that metrics are really hard to calculate across these systems. And just to give you some examples, if you're going to go purchase, you want to figure out your freight per device. Now you got to get information from your accounting system, combine it with your WMS system. For stockouts, you got to combine your WMS system, your e-commerce system, your wholesale system. Go to the next one. For processing, again, you have to figure out labor per device. You got to combine your accounting system with your WMS, with possibly your testing and diagnostic system. I won't go through each of these, but if you'll see that, for each department, you have to combine all of this data, and the problem basically just becomes intractable, and people just kind of give up. They do their best. Rule of thumb, like I have a hunch, and then we start running our business by hunches, and we are definitely not maximizing the value. Imagine if you're running your business by hunches and somebody else actually has that exact information. Who's going to win, right? It's not a question of how intelligent you are. You just don't have the information. So my belief is that you need one operating system where everything plugs in. And what that means is, first of all, the operating system needs to do a lot of work. It has to have a lot of functionality that reduces the need for having 10 different systems. However, you're still going to need other systems. No one system can do everything. So at least that operating system that you put in place needs to plug in seamlessly to the other systems that are required. So this is what we are building at Phonex. This is what has been my real vision, passion for a long time. It's taking 15 plus years to get there. We started on the selling platform side, but now we're kind of going back into the warehouse, where we want to have a single integrated system where you can have your purchasing, your receiving, your processing, your selling, and your fulfillment. So you don't need to have a million different systems. You don't need to have a bunch of spreadsheets. But we know you are still going to need some systems. There are some people that I don't want to compete with. I don't want to compete with Ildar. I don't want to go and build a testing and diagnostic system that is very specialized. So what's key is that you should be able to plug in other systems into it. So, for instance, I'm not going to build an accounting system. Accounting systems have been out there for decades and decades. But you should be able to plug in your accounting system. You should be able to plug in your testing and diagnostic system. If you're selling on marketplaces or wholesale, you should be able to plug that in. If you're using ShipStation, you got to plug that in. We have a single system where all of the data is flowing through. And these shouldn't be loose integrations. They should be tight integrations. Tight integrations where that data flows into your data, into the Phonex data model, and you can actually do operations and understand it and manage it. So just imagine if you have all those metrics. I won't go through all of them, but now you have a unified dashboard where you just have all these metrics. This is my vision. I'm not saying we're 100% of the way there yet, but this is where we spend every single day trying to get to, is having that one system where I can literally just give you that efficiency dashboard and say, hey, here's what it looks like. Now you use your intelligence, your creativity to go and figure out what to do about it, because I think that's where your time should be spent. How do I get more customers? How do I process more efficiently? How do I cut better deals with suppliers? How do I go and find new markets? That's the real creativity. Everything else is just busy work, and you're obscured from actually having the information you need to improve your business. And then what's another bonus is hopefully if you're using Phonex, you can then connect into your suppliers and pull inventory from them, and then downstream, hopefully your customers can connect into you and you have an integrated system. That's my only commercial, but I think the point here is more than just use Phonex. It's you've got to unify these metrics, and maybe we're just going to be one way to help do that. Maybe you can find your own, but it's very, very important that you do unify that information. So my conclusion is that the winners in the next generation of pre-owned devices are going to need more than just capital and access to supply to win. They're going to systematically measure, optimize, and connect every business function, and they're going to have to maximize economic value, which is not profit, it's capital efficiency. So in conclusion, the era of arbitrage is over. Efficiency is now your competitive advantage. Unpredictability is the only thing that's predictable. It's the only thing that's constant in this industry. So in order to defend against that, you have to be lean and you have to be nimble. Profit is not the right scorecard. Capital efficiency is the right scorecard. So make sure you're measuring it. Decompose your business into departments and measure each one independently and optimize it. And your fragmented systems are holding you back, so you need to have one integrated system to solve the problem. So that's my talk, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any. Otherwise, feel free to scan the QR code, come visit us, and I'm happy to talk about your business or anything else that's on your mind. Okay, so we have a question, which I'm nervous about, from Arthur.
Hello. Big fan here, big fan. Is this slide going to be available to us?
Is what?
Is this deck going to be available for us
to
view?
Sure. I can send it to you.
Can you email it to me?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Yes.
Manage P&L, which is critical to our business, right? I think your point make a lot of sense, and what I want to say is I am one of the earliest adapter or user of leak system, and what I can tell you is, although we have to pay for it, however, I think it's worth it, because we could run a profitability report on each vendors and each grade we buy. So we can see, oh, we bought this vendor's grade B or grade A, look at my margin. I think there's a lot more we can do, but what you said, it makes sense. Sometimes our business owners just too busy to trying to survive, but not looking at the details of operation and the ways what we can improve. I think one of the things I want to make a comment, maybe everybody can think about in this room is, in order to, I am a distributor, so we are between the carriers, the OEMs, and the second tier of distributors. In order for us to have 30,000, 40,000 phones to sell each month, I have to have a large inventory, because today, with the advanced technology, the phones is so, what I should say is that it's so technologically advanced, so there's always a problem with the phones, right? So in the older times, we get phones like we have 80% of rate that we can sell directly to the wholesalers or even to the consumers. Now we have to touch 9 out of 10 phones, meaning there's some problems. There's some cosmetics issues we have to fix. So in order for us to have big inventory to available to sell, we have to have a large inventory. That's unfortunate. I think somebody can come out with a good solution, I would like to know.
Yeah. So Elizabeth, thank you so much. Elizabeth is an amazing early customer of PhoneX and very kind of trailblazing in the industry, and she's always trying to stay ahead, and I think that's the key. I think your point is right. You do have to have a large inventory, but it's like within that context, can you move it faster, right? Can you make sure that you're not overly concentrated in a single SKU where you're taking on too much risk? Because you can look at it, it's not just about how much inventory you have, it's also about how that risk is distributed across all of your devices. I learned the hard way in 2017, and some people in the room know about that all too well. We had way too much concentration in one SKU and almost lost our shirt, right? So I think the key is within the context of how running the business, move inventory faster, have your risk be kind of spread across as much as possible. And I think, again, to do those things, you just need to have the right visibility into what's going on.
Great presentation. In terms of labor efficiency, what are the key performance metrics you would recommend to track daily or weekly to maximize operational efficiency?
So this is a challenge, because what I think a lot of people do wrong is they look at each department's labor efficiency and they say, okay, it costs me, I can test this many phones per hour or something like that, right? Or I can repair this many phones per hour. What a lot of people forget is that an operation is a value stream. There's a bunch of things happening. It's not just, you know, one guy testing a phone. Just because you make this particular operation faster doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make your whole operation faster. So labor efficiency seems simple. It's just, okay, what's if you just answer your question directly, I would take your labor hours per device, right? So get it from, this is where it's hard because you got to get it from your ADP system or whatever. What is your actual amount of hours that you spent on the device, and how many devices came through? The challenge is if you find out you're testing labor hours per device, that may or may not be your constraint, right? You have to look at the theory of constraints. You have to say, okay, where is the inventory actually getting held up? Maybe I'm testing it really fast, then I'm creating a big batch over here because it's taking a long time for the next guy to pick it up and take it to the next guy. So there's some really good books that you guys could look at. One is called Lean Thinking by James Womack. If you think about like lean operations, the Japanese have done an amazing job on this, but like there's the Toyota Way, there's Lean Thinking by James Womack, which will really help you try to realize that creating flow within your warehouse is actually way more important than speed at any individual location, right? If you can get the whole thing to flow, and the general idea, this is something I'm very passionate about, so I'm not going to go too far into it, although I'll keep talking. But, you know, imagine if I basically tested 10 phones and then I put it into a pile. The next guy gets it, he has to grade them, picks them up, right? Versus, let's say I have 10 phones here and I have, I have 10 phones in between, right? It takes the first phone like 11 minutes. Let's say it takes me 1 minute to test, 1 minute to grade. The first phone takes 11 minutes to get through because it has to go here, wait for a little while, and then wait for all the other phones in front of it, and then finally go out the other side. The steady state phone will take you 11 minutes. However, if you set up for flow, where I said I'm just going to test it, pass it to him, he's going to grade it, and then he's going to move it on, 2 minutes. So your flow in your warehouse increases. The amount of inventory that you have to have at any one point in time decreases. It's about creating flow. One-piece flow is what they call it, the Japanese would call it, and reducing all the waste from your facility. That might have been more than what you bargained for.
No, that was great. Thank you.
Hey, Nick. Thanks for the presentation. Also from Fixably. Maybe we can plug in Fixably to all that stack. My question is about the buzzword, the AI. So you got all that data now in one place, one system to be analyzed. Do you see AI as another thing to be plugged into that, or something you offer from like an internal perspective?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I'm actually going to be on this AI panel tomorrow, and I know we're going to talk about some of this stuff in the morning. But just to address it right now, I think that what has changed, when we say AI, what we're really talking about is like LLMs and the reasoning capability that these new algorithms have. We had machine learning for many, many years. But what's great about AI is the way that you can essentially deliver information to end users is so much better. And so the way I think about AI here is the data is there. We want you to be able to just query and ask for what you want and get it. Because I think the hard part is that, you know, you have all that information, but how do you actually get access to it? So I think the role of AI, at least from an operations perspective, is going to be like allowing users to essentially, through just like a headless interface, just through chat, ask for what they want and get it. I think that's one big thing. And also, I want to enable customers to build tools on top of what we have. So if we can have like an MCP protocol and have like servers in between, you could potentially go in and build your own custom tools. Because one thing that is really, sets this industry apart is that everybody's business is slightly different, right? Nothing's exactly the same. And so no matter how many features I build into PhoneX, I'm always going to be behind. I need to let you guys build the features. So I think AI should hopefully allow you to access data and build on top of the system. And I know a lot of my customers are really pushing me to get that done. Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I appreciate you've been a great audience. Thank you very much.
about to walk up.
I told him, I said, oh, you do a live demo, but you can't do a live demo.
You have since we're broadcasting this, I only could do a PowerPoint presentation. My PowerPoint presentation is 39 meg, and this is what he has. There's no USB-C. So I'm trying to send it to Google Drive. I've got a backup plan. We couldn't get online, but he's now telling me. So,
what's the backup?
The backup plan is to show my PowerPoint deck. Problem is, he has to get his computer, and this is all he has. It's an old USB, and it's such a big file. Now I'm offline again.
Did we set up your computer off of it? And then the other thing that we could do too is if we set yours up back there, have somebody sit in the middle of the room and operate the clicker to advance the slides. Because unfortunately this clicker isn't reaching. It's not. We don't know why, but it's working.
Oh, the
but
clicker's not working either?
You have to pretty much sit in the middle of the room. It's just from back here, it's just not working for some reason. We've changed batteries. We've tried it multiple times. So if you're on the stage, it's not working. If you're about midway back, it covers.
It says I'm offline.
Hey, folks, if you're staying for the next session, let's have a seat. We're going to get ready to get started again. We're just dealing with some technical difficulties. This is going to be a very powerful session because we're going to be talking about AI, but more from the implementation and utilization side. So we've got some really strong expertise in the room, and these folks are going to give some great examples. But once we get this resolved, we'll be ready to get started. So again, if you wouldn't mind having a seat, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get our panelists up on stage. We're just working through the technical difficulty, and we'll have this corrected in a moment. So, panel, if you would mind joining me on stage, we'll start with some introductions and kind of set the stage for a very productive session. You on your flight. Come on in, grab us. I'm going to guess right here. You guys want to grab these? Mike? Push up to turn them on.
Test, test.
Test.
All right, as we're finalizing some things here, I thought it would be good to start with some introductions. Anybody, if you don't know me, my name is Bob LaFawn. This is my show, Mobile Disrupt. I'm one of the two founders of the event, so welcome. We have a couple of very interesting and talented panelists here, I think, who can contribute a lot today. So we're going to start with Michael, if you'd be so kind as to introduce yourself, and then Jason.
Absolutely. Thank you, Bob. So my name is Michael M. Kreutz. I'm very pleased to be here today. AI is probably one of my favorite topics to talk about. The past couple of years, we've been on the leading forefront of reimagining how discoverability for products and services happen, and I'm very excited to talk about it today. So the past 30 years plus, I've managed e-commerce in large companies, last of which was as a CEO of a company called Adorama in New York City.
Wonderful. Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, I'm Jason Smith. I'm with the GSMA, headquartered in London. We're a member organization with 800 operators around the world and others. You may be familiar with MWC Barcelona, but I represent a group within GSMA around services, providing industry services, usually around information exchange. And recently we launched a new partnership program where we would engage the rest of the ecosystem to look for innovative and compelling ideas. And so, like you mentioned with AI, you know, we've got to be able to use those tools to do something we've never done. I always like the saying, if you want to do something you've never done, usually you've got to do something you've never done. So that's what we're here to do.
That's an excellent point. I appreciate that very much. And look, that's the big thing with a discussion like this is understanding application. Everybody knows of AI. You've used ChatGPT or some sort of AI tool before. maybe to create graphics, write an email, things of that nature, generate a proposal. But what can you do with it to monetize that solution? How can you use agentic AI in your business to help you increase efficiency, to help you increase profit margins, to simply help professionalize your business? There's just so much that can be done with it, and it's time to demystify that and let people start having real application with it. So we're pleased as we can be to have you guys on the stage today. We'll have Dave up here shortly, and we can take a deeper dive into this. While we're waiting for Dave to come up, any other little nuggets or anything you want to kind of start with to kick this off while we're getting ready to bring the presentation up?
I mean, from my perspective, specifically when it comes to AI and specifically when it comes to customers seeking out a particular service or product, the timing has never been better to get that kind of work started. This kind of reminiscent of, Google and traditional SEO 20-some years ago, when everybody was competing for a blue link that somebody would click that would drive traffic to your website, and ultimately that would ring the cash register. Well, most people don't realize yet, but the rules have completely changed. I mean, bulk of the clients we work with all suffer from the same problem, which is traffic is flat or down, spend is up, and conversion is not what it used to be. And the reason for that is that more than 2/3 of all product discovery today, whether it's a product or a service or widget, it doesn't matter what it is, there's several studies that would support this stat, is that it happens without a click. And those people would never click on your website. And the conversations that are happening with an LLM are so contextual, where an LLM will go out there and try to find the most trustworthy answer, and it's typically 1, 2, or 3 brands. And if you're not one of those brands, you're simply not in the conversation. And you didn't just lose a customer, the customer never knew you existed, which is far worse. And that won't show up in any kind of conventional Google Analytics data until months later when the damage is done. So timing to me is critical, and we have kind of this 1 or 2 year opportunity right now to actually start the work for a lot of companies, because it's a compounding effect. It's like interest, every month changes you make builds upon the results from last month.
And if you're not willing to adopt it, you're going to become irrelevant very quickly.
Yeah, somebody asked me the other day, well, it's not in my budget for this year, what do you recommend? I said, well, to me, that's not a viable option. Starting next year is going to cost you 4 times as much. So to me, it's about embracing this like you would training a muscle, You're going to do the work anyway. You're going to create content, you're going to create videos, you're going to do marketing. Why not do it in a way structurally and philosophically where an AI will actually give you credit for the work that you're going to do anyway?
That's a fantastic point. Dave? All right. I'm going to hand the mic over to Dave and let the experts have this.
If I can get the clicker, I'll go stand in the middle of the room while these guys talk.
You know what? I'll do the clicking.
All right. Okay. All right. First of all, sorry about that. Had a little techno glitch. So I'm Dave Sprosty. I'm one of the founders of Sprosty Network, and I've been in the at the mobile business an embarrassingly long period of time since they fired up the first CDMA unit in San Diego back in the 90s. And I thought it'd be, I don't know, we got a chance to give a good intro for you two. So, Jason Smith in the end here, he is responsible for new service partnerships for GSMA. And we've actually worked together on a few pretty cool AI projects, and we'll talk a little bit first about what Jason's been up to in his arena. And what I'd like to first of all talk with you a little bit about, Jason, is as you have started working in AI, most of you have probably heard about this thing called hallucination, and how AI sometimes has a tendency to require human relationship. So we've coined the phrase human-led AI as being a critical component to being successful out there. And I thought you could describe for us a little bit, Jason, at GSMA, what you guys have been up to as you started to use AI, as you start to scope out new business opportunities and bring them to reality.
Well, as an industry association, our business objectives are a little bit different than most. So one thing we've been able to do, and with Dave, is focus on what are our priorities. I mentioned before our program was about finding things that are innovative and compelling. Well, what's innovative and compelling to me is going to be different to you, to the next person. So one, we've been able to kind of refine that innovation and compelling that aligns with the GSMA global objectives for the telecom industry, and be able to find opportunities that align with that. And then the other I know we'll talk about more is just scale. You know, can you do more with less? If you said somebody doesn't have budget, I would look and go, because I have right now, and I've said, we can't do what you're asking us to do. Again, do what you've never done before. We can't do that without this. So I have to have this. It's non-negotiable.
So how many of you out there, everybody here is working somewhat in the circular economy. Oh, and we've got something up. That's pretty exciting. All right, and you know the topic we're talking about today is grow sales today. That's Michael's side, while building your next generation of mobile revenue. And most of us are probably aware that people seem, for some reason, to be hanging onto their phones a lot longer. So that momentum behind the circular economy really has to have all of us starting to think a little bit about what are some adjacent areas within the circular economy where we could play and create new opportunities for our, for the customers that we have out there. And so that's really the framework here. Want to click the button there, Bob? Go ahead again. So the bigger question is, and the first topic here is, where should we play next, right? You know, what are some opportunities that are within that space that we're currently playing in that creates an opportunity? Hey, Bob, what I'm going to do is I'll just lift my finger every time because there's probably 200 of these in the presentation. So go ahead. And then, the second question, which is Michael's side, is how do customers find us first? So I mentioned the circular economy. And as you think about, as the cycle matures, what's new? What's that next new business opportunity? And what's kind of cool about what Jason's been doing at GSMA is to start to build a capability around that broadly within mobile, not just within the circular economy, but start thinking about different ways of getting to the answer much faster than you have in the past. And that's where we talk about this concept of human-led AI. It accelerates learning, it accelerates speed to market, and then the human element of this, it really creates the ability to make decisions much faster than you've been able to do so in the past. So, as I said, the introduction to Jason is every great business starts with one question, and that one question is, where should we play next? So what we're going to do here is we're going to walk you through some examples of tools that we've used, and this was supposed to be a live demo, but we're having connectivity issues here today, so we had to go with this backup plan. So we'll jump right into it here. Let's move on to the next click here. And this is just an example of a tool that shows you the different products that you have in market. Just go ahead and click 2 more times there. And as we walk through here, we created a little space here in AI. Think about this as a workspace to think about new opportunities in the circular economy. Go ahead and push a button. But one of the biggest struggles that people have out there, the starting point, is ideation. And Jason, at GSMA, when you need to pull a team together to think about where you're going to play next, what does that look like today?
Well, it's one thing to have in any organization of any size, unless you're a solo entrepreneur or very micro business, you've got other stakeholders, and it's just difficult to get the time and make sure maybe a great idea that you have that you want to explore to get those other stakeholders involved. It may not be as a priority to them. They've got other things, other commitments. So, I mean, this is I hate to say days because it's really weeks, hopefully not months, but it is a sometimes weeks-long process, just getting stakeholders together to maybe bounce ideas off of each other and try to explore something.
Right, so what this tool does is humans are fairly decent at ideas, but sometimes we get stuck. So think about this as a great starting point. Bob, if you want to click it a couple times here. So this here is a tool that uses first principles, which is what Aristotle and Elon Musk coincidentally have used to kind of determine what kind of ideas can we come up with. you can tell this prompt to create one idea or several. The important thing is that you have to give it context about the mobile industry. So all of these things that you're seeing pop up here have that context about what's happening in the circular economy to help people think it through. And so what this particular tool here does is kind of moves us through that process. Go ahead and click a couple times, Bob. And you can see here, these are the output of the ideation tool. Click it 3 more times. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to come down to the audience and I'll do the clicking, and these guys could talk up here because it's going to be a lot easier. We have the computers back here, and so unfortunately. So as you can see this here, this thing has spit out a number of really interesting concepts and ideas, and then what you do is you go in and you pick the next. It'll rank the different ideas for you automatically. And by the way, all of you in the audience here are going to get these prompts at the end of the day today for free, and you're just going to be able to take them and play with them. So that's one of the reasons that we're kind of laying this out for you. So what do you want to send? The next piece here is creating a business model from scratch. How many of you have ever had to create a business case to get something approved, either on your own company or somewhere else? How long did that take? Months? An indefinite period of time. Jason, what do you guys experience at GSMA, and how is the BMC? What's kind of the difference between getting something instantly and using like a flywheel to do it?
Well, what I found most useful about this is the back of the envelope. Sometimes you just want to assess it. You're constantly doing the same way we all make investment decisions every day. You're going to buy, you're going to sell, you're going to hold. So the same way you want to do a quick business case, back of the envelope, and is it worth even pursuing tomorrow? Forget about next week, next month, or next year. And so having that iterative process so that whether it would normally take you 6 months or whether it might only need to be done in 3 months. It's the speed of the number of the iteration of that business case, which is really, really, I think, helpful.
So what we actually did when we were up here last year is we went from an idea like ice cream to ideas around ice cream to a business model canvas like this, all completed with revenue, to a story around it for marketing, to an up and running website in 8 minutes. So maybe when we get out in the hall, if anybody wants to see it, we'll be able to show that to you. But so this is what a business model actually looks like, right? And so cost structure and revenue stream. So at GSMA, they actually have a fairly rigorous approval process to get these things through the gonculator. So the second question around this is, you think about the next step, Jason, that you have to take at GSMA for a partnership or a services idea, which is writing a kind of a concept and a story around it and creating something people can look at to bring it to life. What's that process look like?
Well, without using the proper tools, it's very laborious. It's not just the writings aspect of it, but capturing you've got to have good data. You can't put lipstick on a pig, if you will. It's still going to be a bad business case. So there has to be this inherent, deep, robust, feeling really good about it. But then you've got to get just telling the right story, getting in the right presentation level at just the right level is critical. I mean, that's something that's, whether it's going to take you an all-nighter to get something done or multiple days or weeks, but being able to put out good quality content in a short amount of time is invaluable.
So what we did here, so you got your story, you go to marketing and you say, can you create a story around this business model with a live customer and all this? So you go through and you create this thing, right? And then you go to your web developers or someone in marketing and say, I want to create kind of a website, a landing page or whatever, so we can show this to people. Stand in line, right? And then when you can get them to cooperate, it still takes a long period of time. This here is something that we've used quite regularly here, and within just a matter of minutes, literally while we were talking here, it takes and looks at the future. This is one of the ideas that came out of the ideator was a subscription model for used devices. So you automatically get a new device every X amount of years, and you get credits back for what you're doing with the circular economy. So this basically went out and created a full website, which we posted, and walks through the entire concept end to end within a matter of minutes. So now we're going to get to the tough part. So you got this business model that you've built. You now have a website that you can show people, and then the next step is building the business case specifically to go through the process of approval internally. So the first step here is you've got your, this is like a venture fund investor bot. It basically mimics someone from one of the investors in Silicon Valley or a private equity firm that's going to buy a solution. And Jason, if you could talk a little bit about your experience. I know you had a project at GSMA, and you used some of these tools to take that project from beginning all the way through. You already had an idea that you wanted to do it. Can you share that story a little bit?
Yeah. So, it's one thing to get to the red team all the way through, or just focus on
Start
the
with the blue team.
Just
The blue team, and go to the red team.
Yeah. So the blue team being able to look at what is possible. This is back to when I said, if you want to do something you've never done, well, if what you want to do, if that's something you've never done is not worth very much, you can pretty quickly cancel it, put it to the side before you even scrutinize it. So really getting that back of the envelope approach of what is the art of possible? What is the potential here? If things work together, what could it be? Is it even worth pursuing? This is a really important step in the process to decide if you're even going to spend the time and the energy to tear it apart. So I found it very useful. Some of us, you really have to wear your hats because this, back to the human part of it, Dave, you mentioned the human part is so important, because even your team members, we're all guilty of not having the right hat on. If you're wearing the blue hat, you might be discussing this with somebody who's wearing the red hat. That's a bad combination at the same time. So when you're trying to really explore something, make sure everyone has the blue hat on. That's how you figure out, hey, what could this really be?
And the positive side around, in this tool, it tells you what's the total addressable market, what's the service addressable market, what's your CAGR, what are all those financial numbers, and what would your SOM or your share of that space be? And then what happens is we then use Claude on this one. So the previous one is we use Gemini and ChatGPT to build, because ChatGPT is, how many of you use ChatGPT out there? So, pardon my French, but ChatGPT kind of has a propensity to blow sunshine up your you-know-what, right? But you want it for ideation. You want it for the positive, and to say, what's the art of the possible? Then you hand it over to Claude, and it just rips it to shreds. So think about this in a human perspective, right? You're ChatGPT, and you're really excited about this opportunity, and then you have to go face the finance department, right, or whoever those decisions are, the treasurer. And what the red team does is you're going to walk into that meeting with all of the risks that they're going to lay out beforehand, instead of having them throw something at you. So go ahead and kind of describe the red team experience.
Yeah. So I'm positive, but at the same time, I actually am a red team guy. Okay, and that I will, just financial kind of background, I will want to scrutinize something a little bit more. So this helps me put the right hat on as well. But it's not just getting it vetted before it goes to an investment group or whoever you're trying to pitch it to, but it really is, even in the early stage, we used it to identify quickly which things you've got to go figure out. Things that it said, problem, of why it may not work. Great, you're kind of going, that's right. I've got to go get better answers to that. I've got to go, how can I do that? It can't solve all your problems for you, but it tells you, what do I really need to focus on first? Then when you do get to that approval kind of phase, you're in a much higher confidence of what you've done, that you've already checked those boxes and answered those questions.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that, I brought this up a couple of times, is that we intended on running this live. We could have gotten from idea all the way through red team in about 20 to 25 minutes. The biggest question is, you got to tell your tool to name the sources so you can see all the sources. How many have ever heard of the term context or knowledge base? So you've got to have this tool here. You need to upload things onto create, like in Claude or ChatGPT, or in Gemini. In Gemini it'd be called a gem. Claude and ChatGPT, it's called a project or a workspace. And in that project or workspace, you can upload, hey, here's the industry I play in. Here's everything about my company. Here's who my competitors are. You have all that there. Then the AI has more to learn from. The other thing I would suggest is, anybody here using a free plan right now? Good. Because if you, the other thing, if you're using a personal paid plan, go in, open it up, go to your settings, and turn off that the LLM can learn from what your work is, or your IP is out in the wild. So just keep that in mind, just as a simple, but we all, obviously everything here we're using is pretty industrial grade, but the point is this gets you all the way to that point. You have to look at this very closely, review it, own it, and then when you're talking about it to the stakeholders out there, you've got everything that you need to make it happen. So Jason, anything else you want to kind of cover on GSMA services, partnerships, and what you guys are up to?
Well, as I mentioned maybe before you came on, we're looking for innovative and compelling partnership opportunities. And that requires us to do quick assessments to understand how distinct or innovative something really is. And I think that would apply to anybody who's trying to do something. You've got to increase your velocity of exploration of new ideas. I talked to somebody at lunch today about this very thing. Big organization, it's got resources, the length of time that it would still take them to hit the go button on a project that you know is going to be pretty good. It's just they've got to get all their ducks in a row in order to figure out if it really is that 10% chance that it's not. And you've got to use these tools to accelerate that process. The last piece would be where it's really been helpful is ideation, trying to capture and validate an idea. You know, how many of you think really well on a plane when you fly? You know, I do, and I've heard that. You've got a problem to solve, go fly, because you get disconnected usually, now not as much. But using this tool and going and spending an hour and just getting your ideas out, it's one of those, instead of waiting 3 weeks for the idea to resurface and get a little bit further along and a little bit further along, I've just found it extremely helpful on a personal level of getting that idea out there and fleshing it out instead of just waiting weeks after weeks after weeks, because of the interruptions that come with everyday life, both in your personal life and your work life.
Well, Jason, I know you got to catch a plane.
Appreciate it, Dave.
So thank you so much for your time. And let's hear it for Jason Smith, GSMA.
Thanks again, man. Safe travels, okay?
Okay, the next person I'm going to introduce is Michael Amkreutz. And just by way of introduction, Michael and I have known each other since 2012. And you know, throughout his career, I mean, he has worked for electronics manufacturers in the past, like Sharp. He was one of the first people to stand up the online experience and the merchandising at Newegg. Then subsequently, he was Tiger Direct. Then he was a CMO and ran marketing around the whole online experience for Guitar Center. And then after that, took a company called Anomorama from around $350 million to $1 billion in about 2-3 years, right, Michael?
5 years.
5 years. You know, time flies when you're not seeing Michael. You know, that's all I can say. And Michael is a partner in a company called Omnichannel Solutions, and I think you're going to find what he's talking about really interesting. What I'd like to do here for you really quickly here before we jump into that specifically is you can scan this QR code in the corner here. Any of you that pick that up on your phone, and all of the prompts of everything that I showed you, you can get for free, and it also kind of tells you the process of getting through it and playing with it. So go ahead and scan the QR code, and hopefully you get an opportunity to build a new exciting business. All right, Michael, let's move over to your the discussion around how do customers find us first? So this is this is like, how do we get ourselves in a situation where we're in this circular economy and we have a certain level of urgency to make things happen immediately? Well, Michael's going to talk to you about today is ultimately around how AI is changing the experience. So why don't you talk a little bit about what's happening, Michael, around how people used to search in the past and how they're searching now?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. So I had this epiphany moment in the spring of 2024. And at the time, I didn't realize that that coincided with Google's launch date of AI reviews right at the top of the search results. So I was in a boardroom in an in-depth discussion about SEO. And most of those discussions start the same way. Okay, I'm spending too much money with Google. My traffic is flat or going down. My conversion's not what it should be. And the end result is my cash register is not ringing the way I want it to be ringing. So the customer asked me an interesting question in this boardroom, and she said at the time, she said, listen, my traffic's flat, my rankings have improved, but my business is down. Like, how does that correlate? You know, that doesn't compute. And it dawned on me, a light bulb literally went off in my head, and I realized that customers were getting the answers to their queries without doing a click. There was no more click. And now, today, there's a recent study, 2/3 of all product discovery queries, whether it's a service or a product, it's all happening in an LLM or in, you know, Google AI surfaced results that don't necessarily get to a click. It gets to a very specific synthesized answer that says, okay, to your question, here is the 2 or 3 trusted brands that I would go take a look at. And if you're not part of that conversation, you're simply invisible to how most customers today are doing their product research. And it's a real problem. And unfortunately, it's kind of happening behind the scenes. Nobody is touting this from the rooftops and saying, hey, you're going to lose your business, act now. But that's really how aggressively this trend is changing.
So, you know, this slide here talks a little bit about how it doesn't rank a website. It evaluates evidence. What does that actually mean?
Yeah, real simple. I mean, the world of SEO, the world I lived in for 30-some years, is simple, right? You optimize keywords, you work on backlinks, you make sure you have good metadata, you have clean descriptions, and Google will pick these signals up, or Bing, or whoever, Netscape back in the day, will pick it up, and it'll give you a laundry list of organic search results, and as long as you showed up on the first page within the first 5 results or so, you had a pretty decent chance of getting a click. And I spent 20 years optimizing what would happen once a customer clicked. Well, when there is no more click, you're optimizing for precisely the wrong thing. You're not roughly right anymore. You're precisely wrong. And that's the transformation that has happened, is that these LLMs don't care about keywords. They don't care if you have a pretty logo on the website. They don't care necessarily about the same KPIs that Google cared about. They care about the entire digital spectrum of a brand's footprint in the ether, in the universe out there. They'll look at reviews, they'll look at reputation, they'll look at third-party validations like Wikipedia and Quora and Reddit. You know, they'll look at the structure of your content. Are you leveraging schema behind the scenes for everything that you do? They're looking also at your website. They're looking at core SEO. They're looking at about 8 core pillars, the way we define it. And within each of those pillars, hundreds of different KPIs that you should be tracking and should be measuring. And it will provide you with an actual roadmap. It's about ranking. It's about showing up in the conversation. It's really no longer a website review or a keyword review. It is a does AI trust you enough review to recommend you as one of the 2 or 3 viable options when a customer asks a question.
That's a great perspective, Michael. So the next step we were going to do today was to do a live demo, but due to connectivity issues, we're not going to be able to do that. So we're going to kind of pretend that we did a live demo here and walk through the, you know, kind of the steps that it takes for you to understand how your website performs. Can you see what's on the screen all right, Michael?
Kinda, yeah.
All right, you can, if you want to step up here, you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. So Why don't you kind of describe what these tools do to help people understand what's happening with respect to their AI visibility? And I think the other thing most people might be interested in is what are things that I can do right away that might help me, see the light?
Right. So the platform that we've developed is actually quite simple. You put in a company's URL. You just put in the URL. And we have two different types of assessment. We have a light version that happens instantaneously for free on the website. You can do it today. And then we have an in-depth version. The difference is about 375 KPIs. We track more in the full version than we do in the light version. So what happens is you put in this URL, and it's not asking, does this particular website have good keywords? Is the logo pretty? Is the website fast? That's a small component of the signal it looks at. What the tool really does is it tries to internalize the query that a customer may ask of any of the LLMs. I don't care if it's Gemini, Grok, Llama, Perplexity, Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, it doesn't matter. It tries to internalize what is the context that the customer is asking for. And then it goes out and it scours all available digital data, including your website, including third-party sites, including reviews, customer reviews, including YouTube content, including anything that's out there. And it tries to see, is there enough consistency? Is there enough domain and brand authority? Is there enough good sentiment? And it tries to evaluate, okay, based on this website, this is what a customer would typically find. And we rank all those metrics in those 8 core buckets. Some of them are technical structure, some of them are domain authority, some of them are trust, some of them are local presence, 8 different buckets. And then we visualize that in a dashboard, and we try to give the branded URL an idea of where are the gaps in your visibility of this digital footprint that LLMs use today to form an opinion about you as a brand, and that opinion better be good enough so that you become recommended in whatever answer the LLM is going to give you. So that's what's running behind the scenes, and what happens is it spits a report into your email box. You can click on it, you can analyze it, you can dissect it, and the first place I typically go to is this section in this report called Strategic Opportunities, and we divvy it up. What could you accomplish in the first 30 days?
Where is that? What page is that?
It's in there somewhere.
Let's see. We have overall limited.
What could you accomplish in day?
Strategic opportunities. Here we go.
What could you accomplish in day 60 to 90? And what could you accomplish in day 90 to 120? And then every month you reiterate this report. And if you were to just tackle the top 3 or the top 4 priorities in ranking order of importance to the overall visibility score, you could make significant improvement in as little as 90 days. Now, some of these things are compounding. You know, things like trust and reputation, it's not a, oh, you do it once and it's done and now I'm great, yay. No, it's continuously, because all these AI models, you know, they change every week. There's a new update, there's a new version of ChatGPT, there's a new version of Claude. Customer reviews get constantly added and edited. Your competitor is constantly making moves around you in terms of pricing or promotions. Third-party websites are doing reviews, magazines are posting articles. These are all signals that AI will take into account. So it's never chasing a static picture. It's like a muscle. It's a skill that you have to develop within an organization over time. And it's not like a Herculean task where you have to reinvent the wheel, because every company that I know, whether you sell a product, whether you sell a service, or anything in between, you're already going to make content. You're already going to respond to your customer reviews. You're already going to update your website and create new promotions. Just do it in a way so that it's legible and understandable for an AI, and you actually get credit for the work that you do anyway. And that credit is compounding. And people that started, you know, when this really started taking off in the beginning of 2024, you can develop such a significant head start versus the competition, because AI is inherently lazy. Every time it goes out there and it needs to scrape and index and compartmentalize, it uses the most precious commodity that AI has, which is energy usage, tokens. And if it can just go back to the vault and pull out, hey, this brand is trusted, it's just going to serve that up. And it's going to take twice, 3, 4 times the amount of effort for a new up-and-comer to displace a brand that it has already labeled as trusted. Very similar to the early days of SEO when big companies would spend lots of money to create domain authority, and you would have to fight twice as hard to break into that world. This is very, very similar.
So, Michael,
I go to the strategic opportunities.
Yeah. So if I think about this, I've seen these your tool run in the past, and there are some behemoth companies out there whose websites are not visible to AI at all. I mean, big, Fortune 500 companies. If you think about, look, aren't very many people in this room right now that are, multi-billion in revenue. As a matter of fact, somewhere in the millions to tens of millions in revenue. So what can they do relative to some of those big players? I mean, I've seen instances where you'll ask Perplexity something, and they're pretty good around the shopping side. And I mean, these little companies you never even heard of are popping up in Perplexity saying this is the best place to go.
Yeah.
Why is that happening?
So listen, you bring up a great point, and it goes back to Jason's piece, right? The bigger the company, the longer it typically takes to act on something that is emerging and is rapidly changing the way consumers find product. We are working with a local hotel chain, and we have been able, with a 2-location local hotel chain, to sequester number 1, number 2 spots in all of the LLMs when you were to query what's the best place to stay in South Beach. You have hotel chains that have thousands of units that have not taken the leap yet and made the investment in doing this type of work to become recommended and ranked. So the opportunity, again, goes back to timing. It is prime right now. It is white space, wide open. And whoever puts just an ounce of effort into this, and it's not expensive, it just takes the initiative. You can really carve out a space in the world of LLMs on how they find you.
So we got a few more minutes here, and I thought what would be a good idea is to kind of, it says, why now matters more than later. Can you kind of walk through that from your perspective?
Yeah, I think I've hammered on this a lot, right? It's if you wait, because right now it is advanced technology. Right now it's white space. It's not as competitive yet. 2 years from now, I guarantee everybody in this room, it's going to be table stakes. If you don't do it, you're simply invisible. From a website perspective, that doesn't mean people don't know your brand. It just means if somebody is going through an LLM to get a trusted answer, you won't show up. It will be 10 times, if not more, as expensive to start this work 2 years from now, because you have to fight this uphill battle against all these trusted brands that are dominating these top-level recommendation positions today. So I would say that's critical. And schema and content authority. There is really easy tactical little changes that you could tell your web developer to make behind the scenes in a matter of a week that are going to get re-indexed within 30 to 60 days, that are going to have a significant impact to the visibility of your site. Now, it's not one thing. There's many different things in these 8 core buckets that are these visibility signals that AI looks at. But there is some really low-hanging fruit. And if you just did the low-hanging fruit, you'd already be leaps and bounds ahead of your competitors. And it is table stakes. 2 years from now, between all the different devices and between, handsets and desktops and laptops and smart glasses, everybody's going to be driving around and talk to their glasses and say, hey, what's the best place to get ice cream? It's going to give you an answer. You better be one of those answers, because if you're not in that conversation, customer would never know that you even existed. And I think that's the key message. Start now, don't wait.
So what is the best place to get ice cream around here?
There's a couple of good places.
All right, so why don't you tell us what you got up here? I see a QR code, Michael.
So if you're interested in a free assessment or a conversation, that's my QR code. All my contact info is in there. from the website, or email me, which is part of this QR code. I can send you a tokenized link. You just put in your URL, and it's going to tell you exactly where you stand today. And I think once you look at that, and you look at the summary and the intelligence that's in that free report, it may prompt a conversation to hopefully take action.
All right, are there any, we just got, I think, another couple minutes, so are there any questions in the room? No, we all good? All right, we'd like to thank you very much for your patience in our delayed start today. And hopefully when we're up here next year, we'll have a live demo running for you. Thank you so much, Michael. Really appreciate you being here today. And thanks, everybody, for coming.
All right. Well, good afternoon again, everybody. I hope these sessions have been helpful. You know, we've brought in some really big speakers on some very big, important topics. And that's one of the things we're really committed to is that knowledge sharing. We want to make sure that you come away with more than transactional opportunities, but you come away with practical knowledge that's going to help you enhance your business so that you're better for the experience. And I'm really pleased to do this session again with John Shigarian from ERI. I've had the pleasure of doing some interviews in the past with John, just kind of a fireside chat, casual, informal session. He's a real expert in the IT asset disposition space and circularity in general, and he's just a really good guy.
But Bob, why don't we switch it up? Since we do that, we've done that 4 or 5 times. Why don't today we switch roles? Since I have the Impact podcast and I'm sort of good at interviewing.
You are.
Why don't I interview you today?
So I get to be the star of my own show?
Yeah, you get to be the star. This is your conference. Now you get to be the star of your own show.
I like it.
Okay, that's
yes.
what we're going to do. So
twist my arm.
Yeah, well, you know, I think there's so many people that have been coming to this great conference for years that they don't really know them. I mean, they know you. They know you. That they can't miss you. They know this is your conference, but they really don't know you. So I think that's a good turn of events today to let them get to know you like I know you and other people in the industry know you.
I really appreciate that, and that's a great point. I took a cue from yours and I started one that's mobile focused, and that's one of the things we've been doing with guests is saying, you know, you come to an event like this and you see people and you think you do know them. But a classic example, I have a gentleman I just put on the board of a new venture of mine. We're talking, and I said, you know, I've known you for 15 years. I don't know if you're married, if you have kids. I don't know where you live. What do I know about you besides the fact that you own a company?
So let's start. Where did you grow up?
Oh, I grew up in suburban Pittsburgh.
Suburban Pittsburgh. So you and I are basically the same age. Mm-hmm. So there's been a long journey.
Except that you have all this great hair and I don't.
Well, that's okay. I think you're younger than me.
It feels very unfair.
I think you're younger
very
than
unfair.
me. And you usually dress better as you did today. So
I'm already 64, so I might still have you a little bit.
Okay. Well, I got 3 months to go, and I'll be there with you. So it doesn't matter. We're the same age.
All right. So we'll share the misery.
Yeah, we'll share the misery. But talk a little bit about your career. Where did you go to college, and how did you get on this journey that led up to you, founding this great organization and event that you've been putting on?
Like most people, I had no idea what I was going to do when I was growing up. Constantly changed. From one day I was going to be an astrophysicist. Couldn't spell it, but I wanted to do it anyway because I thought I was just being an astronomer, and I thought it'd be cool to look at stars and get paid for it. I found out also that the math was a little bit beyond me, so that went by the wayside pretty quickly. Thought I'd be a police officer. That didn't work out either. Just kind of floundering around trying to figure out what to do. My father was a wildly successful businessman. I mean, just at a level I'll never expect to achieve, and that's okay because that was Dad. Didn't want to do anything that he was involved in from a business perspective. I couldn't imagine wearing a suit. I thought that would be horrible. It would be torture to have to wear a suit and go to work every day and sit in a cubicle or an office. It's like, how boring would that be, right? That's kind of what I found myself falling into. And I went to college for 2 years, and I went only to play football. I wanted to play football at the University of Pittsburgh. I had the bad fortune of going there when we had some kind of famous people, like maybe you heard of this quarterback, Danny Marino?
Yeah, I did. I did hear about Dan Marino.
Yeah.
He ended up down here, didn't he?
Yeah, he did pretty well. I think he might have even made it into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I did. That does ring a bell.
Yeah, and we had a total of 20 starters on that team in a 5-year period that went on to starting roles in the NFL.
So you're saying, are you saying it was tough to make the team?
Oh, it wasn't tough to make the team. It was just tough being the tackling dummy. That was the hard part, yeah. I had no chance in the world of starting, none. That team, we won a national championship and were ranked top 5 for 5 years.
Wow.
22 of those guys went to the NFL, 20 are in the Hall of Fame. Jeez. Yeah, I couldn't have picked a worse school and a worse time to try and go play football, so that didn't work out so well.
Most people don't understand, but growing up in New York and being very close to Pennsylvania is truly football country in terms of the greatest,
God, yes, it
the
is.
greatest, places for high school athletes, college athletes to go and play football. It's really where you make the greatest football players in the United States.
It's been, Western Pennsylvania in particular has a phenomenal reputation for so many athletes that have come out of that area, guys who went on to be legendary players, legendary coaches. Mike Ditka, for example, was one that those of us who are a little bit older would remember as not only a player but a legendary Hall of Fame coach who won Super Bowls. You know, he grew up a short distance from me. Joe Namath, who's another famous name. If you're old enough, if not, Google them.
69 Jets.
Yeah, yeah, and you know they were all from within an hour's drive of where I grew up.
That's great. College, after football, and you realized you weren't going to the NFL. Where did you start your career journey?
I kind of fell into it, to be honest with you, accidentally. I needed a job. I applied with a local phone company at the time. That back in the day, folks, we used to have these home telephones that were physically attached to the walls, and they had a little rotary dial. You stuck your finger in and you turned it, and eventually you could dial an entire 7-digit number and connect with someone. Although sometimes we had party lines. I'd pick up the phone and say, "Mom, there's somebody else on the phone. Hang up, try it later."
That's true.
So, I wanted to go into work for the phone company just in a customer service role, and started doing some cross-selling into current customers. And I was in a break room one day, and we had this thing made out of cork called a bulletin board. And I saw this ad on there for a new division called Bell Atlantic Mobile Systems. And they were looking for a sales representative to sell installed car phones. That's what we called them back in the day. I thought, how cool would that be? And the reason I was really interested, to be very honest and transparent about it, was I thought, man, that would probably help me with girls if I could tell them that I had a phone installed in my car. I might even say, why don't you go for a ride and you can try my car phone and call some people, tell them I'm in a car right now talking to you. So that was kind of the underlying motivation for that. So it wasn't that I had foresight. There was no foresight whatsoever. It's just I thought it was a great resource to help me get dates.
All right, so you take the job.
I'm being honest.
Well, that's good. You took the job. So that was the beginnings of your true mobility journey. I mean, that was really the beginning of time.
It really was.
Now that I think back to my father's first phone in the car, that was a monstrosity. Going over the hump of the front of the underneath the front seat on the hump. But it was a big piece of technology. It wasn't small, that's for sure.
No, and it barely worked. If you're not familiar with the Pittsburgh area, it's like a roller coaster. Very similar to San Francisco in the sense that trying to find flat terrain is almost impossible. It's just rolling hill after rolling hill. So trying to engineer a network for that's all line of sight, it's almost impossible. So you would see people parked on the side of the road with cell phone antennas on the back of their vehicles because it's like, oh, I got signal, and they'd pull off the side of the road so they could finish their phone calls.
So you got the bug there. How did your career evolve after that?
Well, what really got interesting was I fell in love with the technology, and I fell in love with the problem it solved because, you think about it, windshield time is downtime. It's not productive time. So if you're in a role where you're out on the road a lot and you're traveling to and fro, you can't get anything done until you could get to a phone or to an office.
Right.
So this solved that problem. So I became intrigued by it, and as the technology improved, the networks improved, and we started making portable phones and smaller phones. It was really pretty exciting, and I realized, there could be a real future here for me in this. So I thought, I want to watch this and kind of ride the wave with this. And, it really took off because as phones got smaller, that was the first thing, is make them smaller. Right. But then we started getting this really cool feature called texting.
Right.
Which was just revolutionizing things. Funny story, though, I later on in life had 111 Verizon wireless stores that I owned and operated with a friend of mine. And it was interesting to watch kids in the mall. Instead of talking to each other, they'd walk through the mall, both on their phones, heads down. And invariably, you'd see one of them walk into a pillar. You'd see one of them walk into the fountain, trip and fall over something. because they were so buried. And I used to think, why bother going to the mall with your friend or your relative if you're not going to talk? You're just both on your phones.
Right.
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 You know, and then from there, when we got camera phones,
That's right.
you know, and then video, and it all just kind of took off from there. So, you know, I fell in love with it, and I just didn't want to do anything else. I wanted to stay in that space, and so I had an opportunity right around, I think it was 2001. Some friends from Verizon introduced me to a guy who was an authorized dealer, as they used to call them back then, a retailer.
Right.
So we think this guy's got real potential, but he could use someone who's got carrier level experience to help him turn the corner and take it to the next level. So we met, we hit it off, we had a lot in common, and ultimately we did kind of a division of labor where I was going to run the sales organization, he'd run the back of the house, and so that's how it worked. And we went from 19 stores with $6 million in revenue, top line revenue, to 111 stores with $123 million in top line revenue.
Wow.
So we went from about $300,000 per store to $1.1 million per store.
Over what period?
Of a 9-year period.
Got it. So that now we take us to 2010. Then did you bundle it all up and sell it?
Yeah, we got to a point when the iPhone came out and AT&T had exclusivity on it, and we saw people waiting in line to buy the phones. We thought someday that's going to happen to us when Verizon gets it. It didn't.
Right.
It was a non-starter. It wasn't a big factor. And Verizon clearly had the better network. Everybody knew that, but the people who wanted it jumped in early and got it. So we didn't get that wave. Compensation plans started changing. They were talking about eliminating our residuals, reducing the commissions. We looked at this and said, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Let's sell while there's still some value.
So you got out in 2010, and you probably could have, that was 15 or 16 or so years ago, so you were about 48. You were old enough to say you could just kick it at that point, or you could keep going. What was the idea to keep going?
I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
Got it.
I'm a purpose-driven person.
You're married?
Yeah.
Your wife doesn't want you sitting at home.
Well, that's part of it too.
Okay. Well,
but
just wanted to be clear.
I kind of wanted to minimize that part. Though,
Okay.
So, yeah. No. It really just had a sense that I didn't feel like I was done. I'd accomplished a lot, even in my career when I was employed with carriers. I'd won a lot of awards. I had promotions. I went through all that. But I still felt like I had more to contribute.
You dig
more
the
than
action.
I
know you well
to
enough.
do.
You dig the action.
Oh, I do. Right. I do.
So
look,
how
I was a competitive football player. I was a competitive martial artist. I was number 14 in the world at one point in time in martial arts. I love to push
playing the game is fun.
myself.
Winning is fun. Both.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
So now, after that kind of 9-10 year spectacular ride, how do you start over again? Where did you look for the new opportunities?
I thought consulting would be a good way to do it because I had a level of knowledge that was fairly unique. And I really felt that I could contribute a lot, especially to other authorized retailers, prepaid companies, people that were on the periphery of the space. I got involved with the All Wireless and Prepaid Expo. Robin, who runs that, is an absolute sweetheart. She asked me to be chair of her advisory board, so we reinvented that from a prepaid-only show to more of a Big Ten show. Scaled it tremendously now. That show gets upwards of 4,000 people and close to 200 exhibitors, and it's just doing phenomenally well. Really proud of what she's done with it, and I attend the show every year, so that was helpful. And just started picking up clients along the way. The phone really started to ring. I didn't have to do any prospecting. The people who knew me in my network were reaching out saying, hey, I have this problem, can you help?
And so you were basically a jack of all trades then, and in terms of your consulting?
To a degree, and being a solo practitioner was hard because I was being confronted with things that in some cases I'd never done, so I either had to say no or had to find somebody else that knew what to do.
You've evolved that consulting business today.
Big time.
Explain how you've evolved that and how, and what does it mean today compared to when you started it?
Well, being the solo practitioner also was a bit lonely. Because you kind of go from project to project.
And you're used to being a partner with an entrepreneur. You're used to partnership.
So let's say I'm working with you and we finish up the project. Now I've got to go on to the next project. So maybe I spend a few months trying to figure out what's next and then starting that up. And you don't really have the opportunity to kind of share the wins, the victories, and the joy of it all with somebody because it's just you.
Right.
You don't have that associate, that partner.
And you're a football guy. You used to be on a team.
Oh, I'm part of, I love being a team guy. So that was a real obstacle for me trying to do that. So I reached out, and I had just finished doing some work with, the folks from Dynamic.
Right.
And, I reached out to a longtime friend, and I said, this is what I'm doing. He said, my firm's kind of winding down. I'm just going to retire and mostly work on exit strategies and maybe helping fund some deals. because he likes VC work. I said, okay, so why don't we do this? Let me buy into your firm. I'll work on the consulting side. If I come across opportunities in this space, I'll kick them over to the fence to you. If you come across companies that need some help in the areas of business development, organizational development, leadership, et cetera, you bring me in.
And who was that?
Steve John.
And when was that?
That was, let's see, that would have been 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years ago.
2020.
Yeah, 2020.
And how's that grown from there?
Well, the interesting thing was we really took off. We started bringing in a host of other friends that we knew that were talented people. We took it up to 15 people. That was Capital Growth Partners. We were working with clients anywhere from $5 million to $50 billion in top-line revenue, doing some really big projects. But we kind of hit an impasse of sorts. We had an opportunity to become a subcontractor for one of the big consulting and you know, what do I want to call the firms that do accounting, consulting and accounting firms.
Yeah, like
and
the PwCs, the Deloittes.
Yes.
And okay.
Yes, and they got pretty. Most of the team got pretty excited about that. And I said, what you don't understand is they're not just going to hand us deals. We're going to have to compete to win those deals, even though we're approved. And I said, and not only that, but I said, I don't have an appetite to work with companies of that size anymore. I've worked for them. I understand the climate, the politics of it. I find it more validating to work with small and medium-sized business owners, because when you help them fix their business problems, you're not just transforming their business, you're transforming their life.
Right.
You know, I have one client, you know, he was in his 60s when he bought his first home.
Yeah.
But he was so happy because he bought the home of his dreams. He was able to buy his wife a horse for her birthday, which was one of his dreams, never thought he'd fulfill. And he attributed that to the work that we did with him. I said, I'd rather get up and do that every day of the week than work with some major corporation.
Got it.
So at the end, we couldn't come to terms. I said, buy me out.
What year was that?
That was exactly 1 year ago. It's
So
just
now,
been the
what are you
anniversary.
doing now? Where did that now? Where did
Well,
that
I
take
started LaFawn and Associates.
Right.
I'm still working with some of those people from that former firm, but I also brought in some other friends of mine that are independent contractors. In some cases, people like me who don't want to retire. They still
So
have
you-
a lot of gas left.
You
in the
created a
tank.
new team.
Yeah, new team, similar business model, but doubling really down on this space because I'm so invested in this space. What I really want to do, because I have the consulting firm that works only in the used mobile space. I
Right.
have a podcast that's only in this
Right.
space. We have this show.
Right.
You know, and now I'm starting up the Global Mobile Association, which is designed to focus exclusively on the used mobile space, filling the gaps that the big firms like CTIA and GSMA
Right.
don't do.
Let's
So-
step back though. So when did you create this conference and why? Give me the why and when.
That was 5 years ago, and I was actually just finished up with Robert Tokarczuk, the founder of ITAD Summit Razor ERP, and I had just spoken on a panel for him. It was the last event of the day, last event of the show. We're talking outside Huntington Beach, California, just enjoying it and just talking about how successful it had been. And I said, I love your format. I go to a lot of shows, I speak at a lot of events, but I like your format the best. He said, thank you. I said, I've thought about starting a mobile-focused show, but I don't know anything about how to put on a show. Robert got very excited, and this is where, to his credit, he was really the one to kind of birth this to start. He said, I've been wanting to do a mobile show, but I don't know the space. I stuck my hand out. I said, let's do it together.
Got it.
We shook hands. Within minutes, he brought in a videographer, and we filmed a quick teaser video featuring me telling people that we felt that this space deserved its own event. That wasn't getting the attention, credibility, and support from the bigger shows, and that it was coming soon, and about 9 months later, we launched the first mobile.
I was there at
Disrupt.
the first one about 5 years ago, as you said.
Yeah.
And now I'm here, and I've been at every one since.
Thank you for that, by the way.
You're welcome. It's only grown.
We like your money.
Is this what you envision it to be, or more?
More, and that's an important thing. It's not a matter of greed or numbers. It's about continuous improvement.
Right.
The one thing that I've seen happen in a lot of businesses, nearly 100 consulting client projects that I've worked on, as well as other shows that have died no longer exist, for example.
Right.
They got complacent and they just do the same thing over and over again?
Right.
No, absolutely not. The goal is to evolve this. How can we continuously improve content, venue, new faces, new participants? What can we do to make it better so every single year you're going to find value, you're going to meet new people, and it's going to be worth the time and money that you spent?
Mobility is a subsector of electronics. That's the business we're in at ERI. The recycling rates for electronics
are abysmal. Worldwide, 22% on responsible recycling basis. United States, closer to 12 to 15%. Mobile's tracking that. Top of the first inning, are we in the bottom of the fifth? Where are we in the mobility space? And as we talk about continuous improvement, how much more improvement do we have to go, and how much more can you expand this amazing, what you already have created as an amazing conference, but bringing in even more subject matters and bringing more experts in to continue to help evolve this seemingly nascent industry?
I'd call it top of the third. It's a mature space. It's been around for 25 years now.
Right.
But it hasn't evolved to the level it should in terms of professionalization.
Right.
In an organization for yours, for example, you have offices, you have staff, you have a lot of people working for you.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people in this space that are making millions and millions of dollars and only have a handful of team players, and those people just test, wipe, grade, package, and resell product.
Subject matter experts, as
yes,
we call them.
they really haven't transformed into a true, mature business. And in some cases, they're not adding enough value, and they lack a key differentiator. You know, I could ask people, I did this at a show in Amsterdam. I said, how many of you, if I asked you, why should I hire you, could answer that question? Every hand in the room went up. So, yeah, you could tell me. I said, now, let me ask you the different question. Why would I do business with your company and do not dare tell me price? Don't you dare tell me price. Okay, so, and they all kind of looked stunned. And I said, and you can't tell, because you can't tell me you have the best price. You can't prove that. There's not a J.D. Powers or a, a Blue Book or something you can turn to that says, I can prove I have the best price on used phones, tablets, and wearables. It doesn't exist yet, okay? So you can't prove that. Not only that, but if that's your only value proposition, if I find someone better, I'm kicking you to the curb and I'm going with them, all right? That's not a value proposition. You have to develop a unique value proposition that says, this is who I am, this is why you want to work with me, and work with me alone. That's what successful businesses do. They evolve over time, because what got you here is not what's going to get you the rest of the way.
Correct. So what got you here at this, I think this is your biggest conference yet in 5 years, is not going to get you where you're going to go the next 5.
No.
Given that last year over 150 million phones were thrown out in the United States, discarded in the United States, only 15% were recycled, seemingly it doesn't seem like a hard lift to double a 15% number to get it to 30%. And if we do, that means your conference can grow. There's a lot more room for more entrepreneurs to come in and be either subject matter experts or generalists like ERI is, and help that along. What are your thoughts?
But you know where the growth is going to come from and where it needs to come from?
Where?
Enterprise.
Okay.
Because it's coming from consumers. You know, the carriers have their trading programs. Now, they're not doing the greatest job with those trading programs.
Right.
And you have a lot of other platforms that are doing B2C consumer trading programs as well. And they all have some level of success.
Right.
But the bottom line is there's an estimated, and I don't know how accurate this number is, so I want to quantify that before I make the statement. There's an estimated 5 billion mobile devices sitting in enterprise, never make their way back into reuse, because they don't seem to understand end of life shouldn't mean end of use. So, but they're concerned about data, and they don't want to believe that data erasure is legitimate. So for data protection purposes, they just send them to a recycler and say shred. So those devices just get destroyed, shredded, smelted, and they never get back into reuse.
Where is the break? Is it on the enterprise side, or is it in the consumer side, where the consumers don't trust used cell phones or the
a trust factor is a big part of it, no question. But it's improved substantially in the past few years because, you know, eBay, for example, was one of the first pioneers to do this. They did a partnership with SquareTrade and said every time you buy a used phone from us, it comes with an extended warranty. That de-risked the proposition, so more consumers started buying it because they perceived less risk. But in the enterprise channels, that inventory is there. We have more demand than supply. We could solve that, but I'm doing an interesting project right now. I've done a massive amount of research on all the biggest publications out there, like the Wall Street Journal as an example. I have the name and email address of the writers who write on technology and the writers who write on environment. And my plan is to reach out to all of them, start eliciting some discussions, generate some interviews with myself and other subject matter leaders, like maybe somebody like you who does a lot of interviews, right?
Yep.
You know, but he's good at it. That's why he does a lot of them. And start to educate them. The other thing is I'm leveraging some relationships I have with some relatives that are retired from government now, and I'm making a trip to Washington, D.C. in several weeks where I've got some meetings with government officials. And I don't want to talk about legislating. I want to talk about using policy And you know, so if, you know, let's say it's an EPA type of an organization. You can put out policies and practices that you want businesses to adhere to that are not law. But you can use that to say this is something we need to address because we have a massive memory shortage, as you know. We have a massive material shortage, as you know, too. But yet, if we have 5 million or 5 billion mobile phones alone that are not making their way back into reuse, we're not using that memory, we're not using those precious metals. It's ridiculous. It doesn't solve the problem, but we can help move it in that direction while we're trying to solve a larger, longer problem by getting those devices back. Now, of course, on the consumer side, there are the phones that are sitting in drawers that nobody ever turned back in for one reason or another. Maybe because they wanted an emergency phone, or they were going to hand it to the kids, and the kids never took it, and they just let it sit there.
They don't trust
and they don't
anyone
know
who's
what
gonna
to
get
do with it, or
all the
there's a trust
information on
factor.
it. They're not sure where it's going to go.
Right. There's also the trust factor, too, you said. So a lot of that needs to be solved, but none of us have enough money, enough budget to do that. So I want to elicit the media. I want to elicit the government where I can, as long as, again, I'm not a fan of government making laws to do this, because 9 times out of 10 they make it more complex and there's less profit to be made as a result.
Right.
So I think if we can do it through policy, practice, and pressure, if we can educate the marketplace, and media is a great place to do that because these publications still get a lot of readers, and let's inform them. Hey, these devices deserve to have a second use. We need to have second, third, fourth use for them, not only to meet the market demand, but to solve other issues like national defense issues, for example.
True, but let's go back to the trust factor. You mentioned eBay being the first mover to create a warranty when it comes to used products.
Right.
Same thing with HP.
Mhm.
Now enterprises are starting to do that. Do you
Yes.
see this as the beginning of a much larger trend with
Yes,
the OEMs?
absolutely, and it's a necessary trend. Every OEM I know in any area, and I know a lot of people outside of just the phone business, they're talking about that. Now, a lot of them are looking to do it themselves. They want to monetize these programs and monetize RL. So they're looking at this saying, okay, let's run our own programs, let's have our own trade-in platforms, let's have our own extended warranties that you can buy, things of that nature, or maybe partner with a third party like a big insurance company, you know, who can back that for loss, theft, et cetera, et cetera. But yes, it's a trend that's not going away. We're seeing it even in home goods now, where more and more people are buying extended warranties on their refrigerators, microwaves,
That's right.
TVs, et cetera. So I don't think this is a trend that's going to go away, because it's built confidence in those products, and the OEMs are realizing there's not only more money to be made, but someone's going to do it. If they don't do it themselves, someone else is going to do it with their product.
Talk a little about stigma. Isn't the stigma also much reducing compared to when the first iPhone came out in 2007? The stigma of everyone wanted always the newest, the newest, the
Right.
newest. The stigma of always having the newest is going away, and it's okay if you use a second-hand phone. No one says, "Hey, Bob, did you buy that phone your first generation, or did you buy it online?" No one
Well,
says that.
it's going away for a reason. What is new in a phone besides a faster processor and better battery life and a better camera?
Right.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. There's nothing that's compelling that's going to make you go wait in line at your Apple store to buy the next model, aside from the fact that you're an Apple loyalist. I've said, you know, there are the Apple loyalists that are hardcore, that if they made toilet paper, people would wipe with it. But aside from those individuals, no, there's nothing compelling. Form factor is a little bit of it. Apple's rumored to be doing I have a Samsung Fold, okay? I'm old. I like to open it up and not have to put my glasses on every time. So
Right.
for that reason, I use it for that purpose. But form factor is about the only frontier that we can go back and revisit that might have something compelling. But otherwise, there's no reason. And that's part of why you're seeing people keep devices for 3 years and longer.
Let's change channels. Talk a little bit about, again, the growth of and evolution of your conference and other important topics that continue to affect all of us, such as, we're 117 or 118 days now to the Strait of Hormuz being closed down. Reverse logistics is an ongoing challenge for everyone at this conference and way beyond. Is that going to continue to be a challenge? And how do you help answer that, not only with your consulting business, but with the conference and trying to get more experts here in that topic?
Well, and that's part of why we decided we wanted to start this association, because a conference is a once-a-year thing. And you know, we need more
Explain what the
communication.
association is. It's new, and I don't know if everybody's heard about it.
Yeah, Global Mobile Association. We started it, again, the same reason we started Mobile Disrupt. We saw gaps. We saw a need to support this industry and give it its own resources. But again, as much as we love the show and we love the growth, it's once a year. So yeah, we bring a bunch of people together once a year. But we need more than that. We need to contextualize this and say, let's get people talking on a regular basis. Let's have them in committees. Let's have them with webinars and workshops, live sessions. Let's look at what's not being done for the space, and let's see what we can do to help further the space, professionalize the space, and advance the space. It deserves that. So that's really the idea behind this. So like I said, we do, and we want to work with anybody. We want to work with the ITAD Association. We want to work with RLA. We want to work with, CTIA, GSMA. We want to be 100% neutral because we understand they all have value. They all do great things, and we'd encourage people, buy membership. Spend that time with them. Look, at this stage of the game, I don't want to compete with anybody. I want to collaborate. I'm anti-competition. Now, if somebody forces me to, I will, and I'll say, pack a lunch. Because this old Marine, I'll go to war with you if that's what you want to do. But I don't want to. I want to cooperate. I want to collaborate because we can all win if we do it together, and we can get there faster together. So that's kind of the same ambition. So it was birthed out of the reasons we started this. This has been validated. We went from 500 to 700 to 900 to 1,200 to 1,500 people. Okay? It continues to grow year over year over year, further validating the need for it and the want for it, right? So we just want to bring more resources. So in my remaining days in the workforce, I want to do everything I can to provide more support and resources to advance this space. That's my personal goal. That's my remaining ambition. I don't know how many years left. As long as I'm healthy and I'm having fun, this is what I'm going to continue. I'm all in this channel and this channel only.
We talked a little bit about reverse logistics. We can't turn on the television any morning and watch Bloomberg or CNBC or read the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and not read about cover story AI, AI, and what's going on.
Yeah.
Tie it to the mobility industry and explain a little bit your thoughts on AI, hope or hype?
It should be hope. It's only hype if people just aren't investing the time and the effort. And I'll be very candid with you. If you don't have an AI integration program in the next year, you won't be here next year. I'm telling you right now. How much you want to bet? I'll put $10,000 cash on the fact you won't be here next year for one simple reason. You're going to become irrelevant. It's just that simple. There are people who are investing in AI today. I had someone the other day, he said, how do I do this with AI? I said, I'm not an AI consultant, but here's what I can do. I said, this is a homework assignment for you. I want you to go into your favorite tool. What do you use? He said, chat. I said, okay. I want you to write the most detailed explanation of your entire business model. Every aspect of what you do, how you do it, the industry, all of it. Then I want you to tell it what systems you use. If you have a CRM tool, which one you use, what data you capture, what you do with that data. If you have an ERP tool, same thing. I don't care how long, if it takes you 2 hours to do that. And then ask it this question at the end. How do I integrate you into my business? He said, so you want me to ask AI how to use AI? I said, yep, because it's going to tell you. And I said, it's going to be a lot of data it's going to dump in your lap. I said, but the bottom line is, I'm not an expert at AI, but I have learned how to integrate it into my businesses by asking it. And then I've also gone to other tools. So, our speaker earlier, Dave, was talking about this. I use Claude, I use Grok, I use Chat. I try to use all of them because they all have some degree of value, and some are better in some areas than others are. So it's worth paying the subscription fees to utilize that, and it's still far cheaper than having employees to be able to do that. We did a big project for a firm that's here. I won't name them just out of confidentiality, but they asked us to do a market research project. This was about 4 years ago. It took us 12 out of the 15 of us to work on that, and it took us 4 or 5 months to finish it. If I'd had AI back then, the speed at which I could have finished that project, it would have been unbelievable. And it would probably have been more accurate than what we did, right? So I think it would have done it better and faster. So the bottom line is, if you're not taking advantage of those efficiencies, it's shame on you. I have a client, he's doing some really cool things right now. He's got AI integrated into his CRM tool. So what he's doing is, he's saying, go in and identify customers where we put proposals in place and they didn't buy from us. And he has it pre-scripted, so they make these outbound calls. And it sounds like a human being calling saying, John, I see that we had a proposal in front of you for such and such service. You decided to go with one of our competitors. I was wondering if you can give me some insights into where we were deficient and why we didn't earn your business at that period of time. It's doing outbound calls. It's also doing customer service. It's also on his website as a chat bot, right? He's getting all of this productivity, and guess what? The consistency is remarkable. I saw another client, he has a repair shop in Toronto, Canada, and he said, see if you can beat my tool. So I called up and said, yeah, I broke my phone. How much will it cost to get it fixed? And it was a female voice that said, I'm so sorry that happened to you. How did it happen? I explained, I said, well, I was going down steps, it fell out of my pocket, and it broke. And no, it won't turn on. Oh, I'm really sorry about that. Well, why don't we do this? In order to find out why it's not working, we need to have a technician look at it and identify the specific problem, and then we can give you a price at no cost or no obligation to you. What day and time would you like to come in? I can offer you Thursday afternoon between noon and 5, or Friday morning between 9 and 11. And no matter what objection I could throw at this thing, it came back with an answer. And with a sweet voice and no attitude, no Friday at 5 o'clock issues, no I'm hungover from last night type of problems. It was phenomenal. I would have had to have scheduled an appointment or hung up. So people are using these tools real time and getting tremendous productivity out of them. So that's my point. If you're not going to do this and you're not going to embrace this, you are irrelevant and you're going to get left behind.
Bob, let's say an entrepreneur that follows your instructions and asks AI how to integrate AI into their business. Who then does that for them? How do you go about getting AI to be quote unquote integrated, which is a word I'm hearing a lot of, into your business model to make sure you stay relevant, as you point out?
And to give you a great example of that, I told somebody the other day, he said, he thought I was the smartest guy in the room. I literally laughed. I said, I am so far from the smartest guy in the room. I said, I'm probably the most tenacious guy in the room, but I'm not the smartest guy in the room. But I know the smartest guy in the room. That's the good news. So I pick up the phone and I call those people. So this same client that asked me that, he said, okay, now what do I do next? He said, I don't have the technical aptitude to do this. I said, I know the people who do. I said, I'm going to bring them in and we're going to talk about what that integration looks like, whether it's through APIs or other methods, because we need to get your AI to talk to your CRM. We need to get it to talk to your ERP. We need it to get it to talk to any other software platforms that you're using, and also understand what's the end goal. What are you trying to accomplish with this? Okay, we get it talking to each other, but what do you want to accomplish now that you've got that integration done? All right? So I said, that's what we're going to do as the next step. So I said, I'll talk to my associate, find out what his bandwidth is available, how much he wants, we'll get back to you, and I'll either put you in touch with him directly or we may work on it together with him, because there may be some elements of this from a business development perspective that I'll take on personally.
So there are quote unquote experts in the field called integrators that can do that for you. Once you come to the realization that you need AI, you need to integrate it in your business to make your business more successful and relevant, then you hire a firm or a consultant to be the integrator to help you make that happen.
Absolutely, because you have to be able to rely on other people. You're one of the people in your space that does a great job with partnerships. I don't know why, but mobile and ITAD do have one thing in common, and that is an absolute obsession with vertical integration. And I just want to grab all of you and shake you by the shoulders and say, get over it. The faster path in a lot of cases is to develop partnerships. You stick to what you do well, bring in the people to do what they do well, partner, you'll get there faster, or you can spend a whole lot of time and money on research and development trying to duplicate what other people do, and by the time you're ready to launch, they've already run ahead of you anyway.
Bob, we're the case study. We're here because of because of partnerships.
I know.
And we keep, our latest one, our partners of Itochu, and we're going to keep doing that model all around the world.
Yeah.
And we've done it already with Redwood. We've done it successfully with Alcoa, with LSM&M, and they work. These partnerships work, and the not only symmetric outcomes, but the asymmetric outcomes that no one's even thinking about when you're at the table putting them together are just incredible.
No, it's absolutely true. No, I'm a big fan of partnerships. I learned a lot about that in the telecom era. Now, there's some keys to that. You have to have individuals committed on both sides. It has to be equal.
Oh, 100%.
They have to want to succeed as much as you, and you have to have people who have ownership of that and are fully, equally committed on both sides. But when it's done properly, it's life-changing. It's game-changing.
Before we go to Q&A, I want to change the momentum a little bit. Pretend that our great audience is not here today, but you're sitting today in front of a group of Stanford MBA students right now, and you're making the case to come into the industry because there's so much opportunity. Explain how you'd make that case and what would be the why, and tell me what roadmap you give those Stanford MBA students.
I'd start with this. Do you want to make a difference in the world? It's a fair question. Do you want to make it? Most people would say yes. Most people would. Some wouldn't. Some are just going to say, no, I just care about me. I just want to do what's best for me. Fine. But if you're someone who wants to make a difference in the world, this is one of many ways, but it's a legitimate way that you can make a difference in the world, because we need to keep these devices out of landfills as long as we possibly can. We have security concerns we need to address. We have utilization concerns we need to address. Not every family can afford a brand new product, but they still need something. There are other parts of the world. iPhone 4s are still being consumed and used in Nicaragua and Honduras, for example, because they're making $3 to $4 a day. It's all that they can afford. So by being in an industry like this, you can help consumers, you can help corporations, you can help your country. There's so much that you can do by supporting circularity, reverse logistics in general, that this is a great place to do it. And if you enjoy technology as well as making a difference, why not work in a space like this where you can do something with technology that you like, understand, and enjoy, but be making a difference for the broader community?
So you're saying, I'm now a Stanford MBA student, that I can make not only a financially good living, but I can make an impact as well?
You absolutely can, because it's a dynamic and rapidly growing industry. There's new products, services, and solutions being launched all the time. So even if you have an entrepreneurial appetite, it's possible that you can come in and be the person who solves a certain problem by creating something. You know, I happen to live in Pittsburgh. We have Carnegie Mellon University, which is commonly known as CMU, and the #2 technology school behind MIT. I've been involved with many startups over the years, including helping them get funding that were birthed there that solved a lot of technology-related problems, including on the mobile side, and those things were all birthed right out of by graduates from CMU that wound up going to incubators, getting VC money, and taking off from there. So yes, you can do that, or you can get a job with these companies that pay very well and oftentimes have very good cultures, because they typically were birthed by true entrepreneurs who value culture and value their employees more so than maybe some major Fortune 2000 or Fortune 500 company does.
I asked you if you're married. You said yes. You have children?
No.
No children.
Well, no biological children. We were able to help raise two young men who we were legal guardians for them. We call them our boys. They still call us mom and pop. So
that matters a lot in this world. There's more young men that are missing guidance than ever before in the history of the United States, and probably actually around the world. We have an isolation problem. So good for you. That's an important role.
Oh, I was a benefactor of some phenomenal mentorship. You know, I had a father who, you know, he was an immigrant. His father wasn't involved in the family. You know, what he knew about life, he learned on the hard streets. He learned in the Marine Corps after fighting a war. You know, so the discipline was good. I always joke that I had 18 years of boot camp. I kind of did. You know, I learned how to shine my shoes and iron my clothes to go to church the next day. I had bed inspections on a daily basis when he was in town. And that discipline serves me well today, because, you know, there was never such a thing as an excuse. It just wasn't.
Well, I think that's...
But being able to mentor the next generation, being able to invest in people, you know, if you don't have a mentor, honest to goodness, go find one. Go find one. It'll be if you do some research.
By the way, I'd also turn that around. If you don't have a mentee, go find one.
Well, that's a great point. I'm fortunate that I have some young guys in the space, young to me. You know, I'm 64. They're in their 30s and 40s.
Right.
I had cigars with a couple of them the other night. We were talking about some innovative things that they're doing. I said, "How are you making money on this?" "Well, we're not." I said, "Then why are you doing it?" I said, "You're both married with young families." I said, "Aside from getting an attaboy and a pat on the back, why are you involved in this if you haven't figured out a way to monetize this?"
You know what we call those things? Hobbies.
Yeah.
That ain't a business.
And I said, so you're going to go do this. You're going to go solve this problem. The industry is going to love you for it, but somebody else is going to take ownership of it. They're going to monetize it. They're going to make it their own. And at best, maybe you're remembered for having some role in it. I said, that's not acceptable. I said, you have a responsibility to your wives, to your children. We're going to sit here as long as it takes, and we're going to talk about some ways that you can look to monetize this, because your time is worth money, and you do not work for free.
That's good discipline and advice you gave. That's great discipline. We got about 10 minutes left. Why don't we open up for Q&A?
Absolutely.
Anybody have any questions and answers for Bob?
I only answer easy questions, by the way.
Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you got a... Yes? In the front, second row.
The young
That's
lady
you.
or gentleman?
That's the young lady, second row, right there. Oh, there she. Got it.
Oh, she's prettier than Dave. Let's let her ask the question.
Well, thank you so much for putting this show on. One of the.
What's your name?
Saisha.
Where are you from?
I am from Dallas, Texas.
And what company?
I just started a company a couple weeks ago. It's called Lean Insight Solutions. It's a process improvement consulting company.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Push the button up. Your mic's not on.
Oh.
The button in the middle, just push it upwards.
Hello, test, test, test.
Much better.
There you go.
Okay.
There
And
you
keep
go.
it, keep it close
Okay.
to your mouth and we'll be able to hear you well.
All right, Saisha, you go.
Okay, so the question I have is, what's the most exciting project that you've ever worked on, Bob? And the second part of the question is, when's your 65th birthday and where are we celebrating?
Wow.
To answer the latter first, none of your business.
I should have asked that question. That's a great question, Saisha.
There's a couple ladies here that I've become friends with, a mother and a daughter, and they've decided they have what they call the Bob list. And they want to plan my 65th birthday, and I said, no, I will be somewhere out of the country when that happens, because first of all, I'm probably going to be very upset that I'm eligible for Social Security and very sad. And so I'm going to need to be on an island somewhere recovering from that. So that's the answer to that question. And the answer to the first question was probably a merger that I did with two friends' organizations that I'd worked with, was really close with them. And it was really exciting because it was the first merger I'd ever been a part of. So it was a tremendous learning experience. And part of the learning wasn't just the financial side of that and the deal structure, but what happens next? Because you have two companies becoming one. Well, who's going to run that business? You truly can't have two CEOs. One has to have has to have a certain level of responsibility and authority. And so we kind of had to figure out a division of labor because one didn't run over retire, who was really the one that was being acquired. So it was just a really very educational process, but also very rewarding when we were able to put the deal together at the end and to see it thrive. So it was validating, it was educational. You know, I learned a lot about human nature through that, things that I thought I knew, but I really didn't know until I worked with those two individuals. And the good news is they're still great friends and they're great friends of mine. So I think that ticked all the boxes.
Other questions? Yeah, go ahead. We're going to bring you the mic.
That's good. I have old ears. Go ahead.
Yep. My name is Brad Cohen from Nextech. We're R2 certified company out of the Gulf South area.
Okay.
Great.
My question is, we do certainly a lot of end user, working with end users and trying to bring equipment in, and it seems to be going okay. One of the reasons I'm at this show, because it's our first show, is how do we get more mobility products from these end users? Because we're getting laptops, desktop servers, we're getting all that other technology. I'm just not sure how to extricate that equipment that I think is a real opportunity for us, and that's one of the reasons we're here.
We talked about partners earlier, for example. There are companies that are called MSPs, managed service providers. There are IT consulting firms. There are managed mobility solutions providers. There are enterprise technology management providers. There's a host of other companies. There are third parties that these people outsource the management of those devices, because no modern corporation today wants their IT people focused on phones. They want them focused on intrusion detection, protecting their networks, maximizing uptime, things of that nature. So by working with those third parties, you go to that third party and say, what are you doing with your clients' end-of-life devices? Where do they go? Ask them the question. Say, is it possible that we could monetize this together and you could give some of that money back to the client? And they may say, well, the client already wrote them off at the beginning, so they can't take money back. Well, do they have a charity that they like? Because we could also get that money back and they could donate that money to that charity. It gives them great PR. And at the same time, they're helping the environment because they're keeping those devices in use. So if you'd be interested, I'd love to work with you as a partner in that. And I don't care if you do it under white label or if you bring me in as a strategic partner and a subject matter expert, but I'd love to form a relationship with you. So that's one path, but there's a lot of other paths like that that you can do. The other thing I recommend to people, for example, I had a client in the past that was in the ITAD space. All the events that they went to were ITAD. I said, we're going to change that. They said, why? I said, because you have one of the largest groups of healthcare-related clients out there. I said, why aren't you going to their events? I said, if I'm you, I'm calling them up saying, hey, what events do you guys go to? Where do you exhibit? And I'm going to get backdrops with their logos all over it. And I'm going to exhibit as close to them as I can, and I'm going to ask them to make introductions for me. I'm going to put together a vertical strategy to go dominate that particular vertical so that I have the name and the reputation. Everybody knows by default I'm the person that they want to deal with in this space because I understand their wants and their needs. So vertical strategies, partnerships, those are a couple of great ways to do it. Now, I don't want to put down my own conference, but this is not an enterprise-focused conference yet. We're really working hard to bring the enterprise channels in and say, you need to be in this space. You need to be investing in end of life and turning end of life into next life. End of life shouldn't be end of life. It should be end of use, okay? But continued use, second life, third life, fourth life. So we're working very hard to bring those people in, and hopefully next year we'll have representation from those folks, panels from those folks. You know, that's a big goal for this because there's an estimated 5 billion devices sitting out there. I don't know if that's an accurate number, but there's a lot of them that aren't making their way back in, and I'm convinced that education is the first step in doing that. So we need to connect those parties. We need to bring them in and get everybody talking. And let's see what we can accomplish by that.
That's great advice, really great advice.
Thanks, I really appreciate it.
My pleasure, I hope it helps. I thought Dave had his hand up before.
Next question.
Did you have a question or are you going to heckle me? Either one's acceptable.
I just wanted to make sure I had my hand up so that other people would raise their hands because I'm an empathetic
peer pressure.
guy, Bob.
That's great. I like that, positive
It's my
peer
middle
pressure.
name. But I had time to think of something while we were sitting here. So, and this is I have two questions, but we'll start with a personal one. One of the things I've known you for a whopping 2 years now, 3 years, right? So we've
old acquaintances,
right? Run into each other a few times. I have never seen you down. So here's
it's a great point. I'm with you.
Here's my question, because I'm one of those people. My question is, are you never down, or are you do you do a good job of hiding it from yourself?
I have a natural inclination to being up, but I do have moments where I feel a degree of, I wouldn't call it anxiety, I'm not a worrier, but I feel maybe a little defeated. I start to question whether or not my decisioning is on point, whether or not my efforts are worthwhile. And I've come to one conclusion. I won't know until I try. You can't lose what you don't have. And that one phrase has probably been the most empowering of my entire life because I always understood that intellectually. In other words, John could promise to give me that microphone and then renege on the promise. If I never took possession of it, I didn't lose anything. Right? It's only if I took possession and he takes it back that I've lost something. That allows me to be incredibly bold, because I know I have nothing but upside, nothing. Because even if they say no, I didn't lose a blessed thing. So I can be as bold as I want to, and I go into negotiations that same way, and it's always shocking to people that I can be that bold. They say, how can you be that bold? I'm like, because I don't need you. There's a difference. I want you, I want to do business with you, but I don't need you. And there's always somebody else that I can do business with if this just doesn't line up. Well, square pegs don't fit in round holes, bigger hammers aren't the right solution. So if it's not the right fit, that's absolutely okay. I can still even be your friend, but we're not going to force it. But, you know, there are times that I have to give myself that kick in the rear end, and I think of the lessons I learned from my dad growing up. You know, he wasn't a nurturing guy, but he was a determined guy. And the one thing he used to drive home to me was, he said, it's not the best athlete that wins every game. It's not the best fighter that wins every fight. It's the most determined person that wins more than they lose. And so I've lived that out in my 64 years. And there are times I just have to hunker down and say, son of a gun, nobody's going to fix this for you. Get up, go get it done. Now, the other thing that I try to do is use humor. The more I laugh, the more my mood improves. So whether I'm making my smart aleck comments, you know, which generally I pick on myself because I don't have to worry about offending Dave if I pick on myself. So self-deprecating humor works. It gets people laughing, smiling. So I make fun of my age, I make fun of my hairstyle, I make fun of whatever, right? You know, but the more I'm laughing, the more I'm enjoying myself, my mood just elevates naturally. I'm in such a great mood today because I've been laughing my rear end off all day long, you know? So that's part of it too, is anything I can do to make, sometimes I'll even, if I'm on an airplane and I'm just not feeling great, I'll pop on some videos of things I've seen in the past that just crack me up, you know, and it just instantly elevates my mood. But yeah, sometimes I just have to flip the switch and say, I'm not feeling it, but I'm going to do it anyway.
It's time to say goodbye, unfortunately, but I want to give you the final word.
Well, it's not goodbye, it's see you later, okay? And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you flipping the script and giving me this opportunity. Send me the invoice. Actually, send it to Robert Tokarczak, care of Razor ERP, all right? No, but I appreciate all of you who sat through this. I hope it was useful to you. I love that you're here. Thank you. Enjoy the daylights out of this show. Go do some business. There's some great people here. Thank you. Thank you for your time and your attention. That was a lot of fun. You're pretty good at this, buddy.
You're good whenever you do this, take selfies. You take a selfie of us so we can get it out on the media.
Absolutely.
You're good at that. I'm not that good at it. When did you turn 64?
Thank you.